We got it. We got it. And when it all falls down. Y'all like that little Kanye West little medley I did? Holy. Yo, chat, wait till I start DJing. Y'all know in future shows when I do live events, I'm a DJ. I'm going to do a little bit of comedy. I'm going to do a little bit of hosting. It's going to be all lit, man. We got to do everything. Chat, welcome. Your boy is drunk at 12:51 p.m. on East Coast timing. Welcome to the stream. We'll get sober. We'll do our thing like we normally do, but welcome to the stream. Shout out to everybody on Kick. Shout out to everybody on Rumble. All right, so breaking news. We do have Kanye West that has showed up to the courtroom today, which is one of the final day, supposedly, of Jane Doe being on the stand. Now, Jane Doe was rumored to not only have participated in hotel nights, a.k.a. freak-offs with Diddy, but also with another rapper / mogul. Now, the signs all point to maybe Kanye West. However, in that particular freak-off that she described that may have featured one Kanye West and maybe his lover / girlfriend / wife at the time, Bianca Censori, it appears that she wasn't fucking. It was a voyeuristic type event. They went to Vegas. There was a sex worker that Jane Doe, a.k.a. Daphne Joy, was familiar with. They showed up to a hotel suite, and when they walked in, it was about 7 of them, Ye, allegedly, or a rapper, allegedly, and his girl, so maybe Ye and Censori. Also Daphne Joy, but keep in mind there were 4 other people. Which means possibly 2 other couples that might also be rappers or within the rap industry. All 7 people stood there and they watched sex take place on a bed between a sex worker, a man named Anton. Okay? Niggas describe him as, or at least Diddy was described as hung like a horse. He was donkey fucking some chick on a bed and people were watching. And I don't know. It was like, I guess it's watching like horse racing or boxing. Apparently it was so lit to the point that Daphne Joy, in the heat of the moment, she flashed her titties to the group, okay? Today's her last day on the stand. We're having cross redirect and some other stuff. And after this, by the way, the government has announced their case against Diddy will be wrapped, hopefully, by Wednesday. If not Wednesday, Thursday is Juneteenth, from what I've been told. So it will be wrapped by latest Friday. So after next week, Diddy could either rest or choose not to present a side, and we go immediately to a verdict. But from what is being forecasted, Diddy's team plans a lengthy rebuttal to everything that's being said. We haven't seen a few people take the stand. For example, KK, Christina Karam. Are you going to say this guy has a racketeering enterprise and everything that's being done is being facilitated by his assistants, but specifically his chief of staff, Christina Karam, but she does not take the stand. She's not charged from what we know. She's not listed as a co-conspirator from what we know, nor she is a victim. She is just mentioned multiple times. If Diddy brought her, it would be a roll of the die, because when you do bring someone, you open them to cross-examination. I could tell you the prosecution probably regretted bringing Dawn Richards, or Rashad actually. She got exposed. Banna, she was exposed for being pretty much a crack addict. And when I say crack addict, I mean it in tongue-in-cheek, because she was exposed to be a drug fiend. So her testimony was unreliable. She quoted dates that Diddy was not even on the same coast with her. It looked bad. Those 2 people, I'm pretty sure that the AUSA, the government, regretted bringing on. If Diddy puts up a case, will he bring on D-Rock? We've heard his name many times. Uncle Paulie, we've heard his name many times. I would think not with Roger Bonds, because he's doing interviews already, and they're going to move to push to include his interview statements if he's trying to switch up or do anything else. So they probably wouldn't want to open that Pandora's box. But there's a lot of people we have heard about, but we're not seeing. Christina Karam would be the Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not here at all. There is a victim that's in the wings. She was notated as victim number 3. Her name is Gina Hill. Somehow she spoke with the government. The government included her in an indictment, which means she testified at a grand jury. And she must have testified things to the effect that Diddy abused her, Diddy sexually assaulted her, or Diddy sex trafficked her. However, she is no longer available for the government for testimony. She might have went on a vacation. Go look in Turks. She might be in Turks, chat. Why is she in Turks instead of the trial? Don't ask me. Use your brain. So Gina is not going to participate. It doesn't appear that D-Rock, Uncle Paulie, James Cruz, some of the names we were really interested in. Even there was a, I forgot his name. He's the Harv Pierre. These are the people who were top-ranking executives in Diddy's bad boy organization or Combs Enterprise. They are not included in the government's case. So what type of organization could this be? We've heard testimony from a lot of assistants. I think about 4 or 5 at this point. We've heard a lot of testimony from people who identify themselves as sex workers. I believe it's 3 at this point. We've heard from hotel staff. We've heard from investigators, arson investigators. We've even heard from a clinical psychiatrist who was there to break down the cycles of abuse and the mentality of an abuse victim to make it make sense. We've heard from Cassie. We've heard from Gina. No, not Gina. I mean Daphne Joy. We've heard from someone named Mia, but we know her name is Sarah Snecker. We've heard from Deontay. We've heard from who else? Oh, there's been so many assistants. Capricorn Clark. We've heard from so many people in this trial. If you guys don't know and you're just tuning in, by the way, Drill, make sure you clip this because it's a great monologue. It's day 23, people. We've heard from so many people. If you've been tuning in, we've heard the story left, right, and center. We've heard 5 different versions of the same story. We've heard things we've never heard before. But we are getting to the end of the government's case, okay? Today, Kanye West showed up. Kanye West showed up. After being possibly alluded to, the government protected him by not allowing the witnesses to say his name. But Kanye West showed up in court, and this was him arriving. Here we go. Here's the TMZ videos. Here we go, chat.
No, Kanye West.
No, Kanye.
Kanye. Happy to see you.
Yeah.
You don't like.
Another angle.
Thanks for the support.
Yay, where's Bianca?
Kanye, do you think the Illuminati is behind this attack on Diddy?
He dabs up. If you don't know, that's Christian Combs. So Kanye shows up. I believe this is Bianca Sensori. She might have showed up afterwards. He didn't stay long in court. He already left, by the way. He already left.
Kanye, do you think this is an Illuminati attack on Diddy?
Bianca, the Maybach, so clean. I don't like these rims, though. I had the choice to pick these for my bed. I hate these rims. These rims look old. Okay, anyway.
Kanye West.
This was Ye. I think Bianca might have been there, but I don't have any video of Bianca, and it's clear they didn't come together. He hopped out of a Maybach by himself. By the way, Christian Combs. Christian Combs met him. Christian Combs met him at the door. But there's also a video of Christian Combs entering today. Hold on, give me 1 second. Christian Combs. Give me 1 second. This was Christian Combs' arrival today. Well, this was him meeting Ye.
Good morning, guys.
Kanye.
Okay, now.
Supposedly there were rumors yesterday he was trying to get into court, but it was said that his presence would be too much of a distraction, and he was denied. Supposedly. Let's see if we could. There's a video of Christian Combs' arrival. Let me see if I can find that. There's a lot of things happening today, chat. It's from yesterday. That's him meeting him today. Yes. Ye has shown up to the trial. Okay. All right. Let's get to what's going on in the trial. Chat, I'll talk about, some of the other things you want me to talk about in a little while, but it's important we get into the trial immediately. Let's get the update on what happened. Here we go.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Friday, June 13th. It's day 23, could it be, of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. And we're covering it. Yesterday, finally, after 6 long, grueling days, as they say, the witness known as Jane, Anonymous Jane, finished on the stand. And she finished with some acrimony with Tenny Garagos. And then at the end, apparently they, made up. We'll see. In any case, we covered it in great detail. And in fact, we are now preparing Diddy on Trial Week 5, the book. It's basically, we're just waiting to see what happens today. Today, what? Three, there should be 3 witnesses. Actually, there may only be 2. Seems like the summary chart's getting pushed to Monday. Everything is kind of sliding here. We have the guy. So there is a government witness, and there's a witness who may or may not be a staffer of Sean Combs. Many people were hoping that they'd see Christina Karam. People have been asking whether they'll see D-Rock. Since prosecutor Maureen Comey has said that the government may rest its case as early as next Wednesday, just to say like 5 days from now, 6 days from now, or Friday, with Thursday being a day off, I don't think you're going to see those guys because they would get cross-examined in great detail. And so we'll just have to see. Then the question is what the defense case will be. And the defense overnight put in a letter. We put it up. You can find it on Patreon, but we wrote a story about it as well. They wanted an instruction this morning about perjury, they say, by Bangalan, about the date of the dangling off the balcony and whether the injuries were all caused on the same date.
So they're not letting this idea that Banna, who is pretty much a confirmed previous drug addict, may have gave the wrong date or the wrong incident about Diddy dangling off the balcony. Now, the prosecutor says, this shit happened. She might have not been accurate with the date, but 2 people say the event happened. One, like, at first, Cassie had said another date, then she had said another date, and she convinced Cassie to come to her date to say, it happened then. Apparently, both dates either were not correct or, So, Diddy's team is saying that was a clear lie. That was collusion to some extent. She convinced another witness to believe that an incident happened on a date that it absolutely didn't happen. So we need you guys to tell the jury, do not consider that. Do not consider that. The judge hasn't made a ruling on that yet.
I don't think the government's going to agree to the statement that they've proposed, but you can be the judge, and in fact, we should be tweeting it pretty quickly, pretty soon. So that's where things stand in Diddy's world. Now, on a more serious, I don't want to say more serious, but on the Insurrection Act front, a district court in California, a federal district court, said that it was going to enjoin the deployment of Marines in Los Angeles as illegal, but they stayed their decision to allow an appeal, and lo and behold, the appeal has been successful. The stay has been removed. We've got some leaf blower here.
Hold up.
I don't even know if he's in surgery anymore. There's a poll in which he's ahead of Cuomo. Hard. One of the issues was Andrew Cuomo's plane. I'll do it this way. You can actually see who's driving by the courthouse. Israel on Iran.
Okay. Now, it appears that Ye did a quick in and out. I want to hear about the drama. So there was so much drama that happened last night. So much drama that I think a lot of people were confused last night. Shit. I think Logic is doing much more than... Okay. We'll just get into the court proceedings today. Here we go. 47 minutes ago, court is in session. AUSA. Hold on. So it seems yesterday Jane Doe was dismissed. So today, part 2 of comments. What? Day 23. Yeah. Oh, never mind. I think. Okay. So there's 2 parts. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna find it. His comments was actually broken. Okay. Here we go. By the way, I know we jumped really quickly into the trial today, but urgent things call for urgent, means. It matters. Everybody, please check in. Where you from? Where you repping? Would love to know. So for about 4 hours ago, this is where everything started. Ignifilo says, hey, listen, the government has proposed a witness for today that doesn't know how the guns were moved or even put in the supply room. He don't got no personal knowledge. We want him excluded. The judge says, well, he's not an expert witness. He's a fact witness. Now, the AUSA says, well, he was at the premises. The guns were found in the security room. They could cross-examine. There's nothing prejudicial. The judge is saying it's not about prejudice. Ignifilo is going to object to every statement. That's the issue. Ignifilo says, I don't want jurors to see me objecting every time to guns. There's nothing illegal about these guns. Mr. Combs has professional security. The guns were in a safe. The witness is prejudicial. I don't care that they don't know where the Astroglide was. Okay? Ignifilo says, but these are guns. These are guns. By the way, Big Carolina in the building, Boston in the building, Tennessee, Memphis, Brooklyn. Holy. He says, this witness shouldn't testify. Now, this is an important thing, and I wonder what case law supports this. Because the idea of crimes that might consist of weapons, it makes sense. If I supposedly shot someone, and even if they didn't find the gun, but I'm accused of it, it's probably worthy of a testimony, even though I still think it's prejudicial because, I'm a staunch 2A type of guy. If somebody says, Act got 50 guns, he kind of do got a gun that look like that sound like that, or whatever, that could be concealed like that. People would say, well, listen, that's a testimony that could be, evidentiary, not towards, being an eyewitness, but like just towards the knowledge, right? And my defense team could go back and say, well, everybody has guns. Don't you have guns? How does this mean this guy's guilty? I don't like when they try to do this. But especially, I don't like when they try to do this in a case, in a case that's not a gun case. Diddy isn't accused of shooting no one. However, he's accused of taking weapons to try to intimidate or maybe threaten violence. And that's why these guns are coming up. But I still think it's severely prejudicial. And the judge doesn't agree that they should bar anything about the guns unless the guns were illegal. You know what I mean? So Ignifilo is saying, the gun is legal. The fuck are you talking about? The witness shouldn't testify about guns. AUSA says that's how every law enforcement search is done. The property is secured before the search begins. They could ask, and as judge says, Ignifilo, the defense would stipulate that the guns were there, right? Niflo says, you're asking for the first time. I know the property well. I've been there many times. The security room has been locked. Judge says, can we find a person who did this? Comey says, may I step up? He says, this is how HSI does searches. They have a team, goes in, make sure the area is safe. They're not experts in collecting evidence. Mrs. Foster can ask about that. I expect he'll say that it was made safe. Okay? Ignifilo says, I'm not seeing how the guns are relevant if they were locked up. Guns are a very divisive issue, which I agree with. Keep in mind, if this was in a district, in a federal district that fell in Texas, they would probably more be able to say, we're not going to be dealing with that because everybody has a right to bear arms. But in a place like New York and the Southern District of New York, which actually has, some of the boroughs and it's New York City, their view towards guns is very negative. By the way, if you don't know, this is a super political thing. Every gun law that kind of goes through federally goes through in Texas. Because when Texas federal judges look at shit, they're like, oh, they're supposed to have guns. And then that becomes adopted for, if the Supreme Court looks at it, they might say, oh, okay, that's true. And then you have states like, for example, gun laws have been somewhat relaxed, even though the attorney generals in both New York and New Jersey and some other places have been fighting it because the Supreme Court said, no, wait, hold on now. It came through the circuit court and district court of Texas. Those judges, because they're from Texas, they're going to be like, guns, yes. And the Supreme Court actually agreed with them. So now you have New Jersey and like, for example, I have a CCW, would never be able to have a CCW in Jersey, or so hard. Before, a couple years ago, when the ruling came down to say it's non-constitutional to not have a pathway for a private, legal, law-abiding citizen to have and bear arms. So then they had to create a way, even if it was complicated or not, for people to carry weapons. Before, they were thinking this, because in Texas, not that many people compared to the square mileage. In New York, New Jersey, everybody's living on top of each other. If everybody got a gun, it might be more violent, so they don't like guns, okay? Anyway, that's a very divisive issue in federal court. And because this federal court is actually in New York City, right? The courthouse for SDNY is literally in New York City. Their views on gun, most likely the people polled in the precincts of that, vicinity are going to be negative against guns, even despite federal gun laws or federal gun statutes or the Constitution. So that's why he's bringing that up, okay? And I probably went long on that explanation, but I hope you get it. The judge says the witness could be asked about this. That's how we'll proceed. Ignifilo says, he had no idea where the guns were found. Ignifilo says, I want to know where the guns are found. I don't want to play Russian roulette with guns. No pun intended, right? So this is how Russian roulette is played, by the way. The judge says the agent could testify. Now as to the juror, why can't we bring the juror out today and get to the bottom of what the parties have raised and the submissions they've not put into the docket? So there's a juror, I think it's juror 4. They said there's a issue with what they call lack of candor, which means this person has not been forthcoming or honest with the court or other authorities about their proclivities, their exposures, or their past criminal histories. So if they ask you, have you ever been arrested? And you said, nah, I never been arrested, but you did get arrested because you robbed a candy store and took a bunch of Twix. You have lack of candor issues. And that usually precludes you from being on a jury, because if you would lie about your criminal history, why would you not, be facetious or deceivious, right? Or deceitful in trying to apply justice. Okay? So that's one of the things. We don't know exactly what it is. Ignifilo says the juror is not a professional speaker. These were honest answers. I'm hesitant to raise the issue again and lead the juror to think he said something wrong. The juror's answers are innocuous, which means they're just innocent. Like they're not supposed to mean one way or the other. So we're concerned about his residency. So look like Ignifilo says residency was resolved. This juror is diligent. Let's treat him with respect. So look like now we're kind of get some idea. They probably asked this juror if he was maybe a citizen as opposed to a permanent resident. Now, if you know in the whole well, maybe you don't know, immigration process, you know, you could be a legal visitor, you could be a resident, a legal resident, you could be a permanent resident, and that's all before you become a legal citizen. And a legal citizen is the highest remark of the land. Okay, so look like this guy may have been asked the question, "Which are you?" and he answered. And maybe his answer was not that far off of maybe the reality, because sometimes people who are permanent residents, I'll give you, you know, I've gone through, well, I was a kid when that happened, but I'm very familiar with the immigration process. You're a permanent resident when you get a green card. A green card is a permanent resident card, okay? Well, usually temporary, then permanent. There's actually, I think, two types, if I'm mistaken. When you get your citizenship, you're now not only a resident, but a citizen of the United States. So maybe they asked him, hey, are you a citizen? Maybe he's a permanent resident, and maybe he feels that, you know, because when you're a permanent resident, you're basically on the way, like you're about to be, you're just waiting to be a citizen of the United States. Maybe he checked the box, yes, I'm a citizen, right? Because he already is 90% there. And maybe they're saying he's not a citizen, right? And I don't know, I'm only going off of that because they said residency. Now, residency could also mean he claims he lives somewhere or resides in a certain jurisdiction, but he has multiple addresses. I'm going to go with, you know, possibly citizenship and shit like that, okay? Anyway. Judge says there's no issue with qualification to serve. This juror met the qualification at the time. It was vague enough that the answers can be reconciled. So now I'm thinking citizenship, yes. Like, I think, you know, for you to serve as a juror in the United States, let's see, citizenship status to serve as juror in U.S. Here we go. To serve, you must be a citizen, okay, and a resident of the judicial district you're called to serve. So maybe the guy's a citizen, but maybe he doesn't live in that judicial district. Maybe he just moved. I don't know. Okay, there's a bunch of floating ideas. They're not telling us directly, so I have to speculate. So if you see that, be like, I care a little bit off. I'm speculating, all right? Cool. By the way, voice doing good today, chat? Might have to go get some tea again. Might have to bring some fruit back in this too. I'm doing a lot better today. Okay, great. So the judge says there's no issue with the person serving. It's vague enough. The answer could be reconciled. The AUSA wants this person off. It says the juror said multiple things that can't all be true. Additional steps should be taken to protect the record. The judge says my preference would be to run it to the ground and hear from the juror. I expect we will hear a perfectly reasonable explanation. The judge says, but let me say, the allegations in court that the government is engaging in bias, I don't think there's basis in that statement. So here's the thing. Remember, in jury, selection, there was actually a clause that was actually, or an application made by Diddy's defense team to say, like, of the 9 people they dismissed with their preemptive strikes, 8 of them were black. They know Diddy's a black man. They want to make sure the jury's not black. Now, from what I hear, the jury's still about 7 to 5 black. It's still majority black. So Diddy still has mostly black people. But they were worried that of all the people coming out, or when there was a larger pool, I think it was 48, then turned to 43, they had to cut it to 18 because, yes, there's 12 jurors, 6 alternates. What ended up happening is that they had preemptive strikes, right? So you could just, it's like these preemptive flags that you could be like, yo, we want him out, we want him out. For the government, 8 of the 9 people they selected to be out were black, right? And the defense said, whoa, kind of look like y'all are trying to get the black people out of here. So we put the application in. So it was denied at first, but even now they're trying to get another juror out, and apparently this juror is black too. Now the judge is addressing this and saying, hey, by the way, because I know about the application I made, like, when we were doing jury selection to begin, I don't think that there's any bias with them trying to get this jury out. I don't think they're trying to get them out because they're black. I don't think there was any bias in the jury selection, nor what happened in the roping room. It is understandable that they would raise this in court, though. Shapiro said, we are concerned that if we bring the jury back in for questioning, it may impact their behavior during the deliberations. The judge says, we don't have to get into that right now. Mr. Combs, are you waiving the issue? And Diddy says, yes. The judge says, where do you live? And answer, are you saying the Bronx? Okay, so it's a residentiary issue. Do you live within the residential jurisdiction of that district? So an answer saying the Bronx was accurate. One might move, but it wouldn't raise to a level of removal of a juror. So they're saying if the person at the time when they filled out a form that they got invited to be a juror, they lived in the Bronx, but then subsequently moved, it doesn't mean they would get eliminated as a juror because that's something that normal people do. AUSA says, sure, some of the other cases are more extreme. Here, Rule 24C is operative. AUSA says, given where we are now, it's the government position. We should get to the bottom of the issue. We have at least one question. Does the jurors' employers have a residency requirement? That might explain the answer. Shapiro said that would be harassing the juror to inquire about their employer. AUSA says, I don't understand why the defense is so adverse to asking this question. I wasn't present when this juror was questioned in the roping room. Okay, so we now find out that the juror was brought to the roping room, okay? The judge says, if we or I question him, let's do it at the end of the day. Let's bring in the jury, then the witness. So the judge is saying, let's handle this at the end of the day. AUSA says, Ms. Foster is telling the witness about new questions, okay? Say, okay, break. They have a break. They come back. It's now 9:46. Jury enters. Judge says, all rise, jury. You can see we're only 50 minutes late today. So we're doing better. He smiles. It's almost like a joke because they were late about 2 to 3 hours yesterday. They started around 11 a.m. They're starting at 9:46 a.m. today. Comey says, we're going to introduce the following exhibits under seal. E331, BR-C, -FR, and -HR. They're all going to be under Your Honor's pseudonyms order. AUSA says, in this message, ooh. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Wait. Okay. Wait, who's on the stand? Okay. So, the witness hasn't came in. So let's introduce these text messages involving Christina Karam. Let me read. Puff's phone 2. Make sure Robin pays her rent. KK. Robin said her rent was paid. AUSA says, in the vicinity of Newark Airport, cell phone from Damon Butler. AUSA says, and this message, 3 of my doors are broken. This is crazy. And then they want to read a message from D-Rock. He's coming into the house. He just texted me. I don't think it's a good idea to leave your place. That's not going to make it better. He has my key. I don't feel safe. AUSA still reading these messages. It says the key has a blue fuzzy tail. Just take it. D-Rock says, I'm at the house. Puff is here. You know I can't take your keys from him. Judge says, thank you. The government may now call its next witness. The government calls Special Agent Andre Lamar. He said, where do you work, Andre? Andre Lamar says, I work in HSI in Los Angeles in the Human Trafficking Unit. He said, do you execute search warrants? He said, yes, 50 or 60 so far in my career. Did you execute the 200 South Mableton Drive, LA search warrant? By the way, let's look at that. That's Diddy's crib. That's Diddy's crib right there. Diddy's crib. That's the house that was raided, okay? 200 South Mableton Drive, which, by the way, I think he has up for sale. Agent Lamar says, yeah, HSI New York asked HSI LA to be involved. We executed a search warrant. So here's an exhibit. Please publish it. That's what AUSA says. It says, what are these other buildings? He said, that's a sauna. So he has a sauna on the property, and that's a recording studio. So what rooms were searched? We searched everything. Lamar says, it's a large property. I went through the objects that were seized and entered them into our case management system. AUSA says, we moved to enter into evidence these exhibits. Ignifilo says, objection. They have a sidebar. The sidebar happens. They come back. The judge says the exhibits are going to be admitted. AUSA says, what are these? These are the floor plans of South Mapleton. AUSA says, do you know how accurate these are. Lamar says, I was there. AUSA says, how many manila envelopes were there in the nightstand? Agent says 6. AUSA says, what was written on them? K. Could we publish a stipulation? Testing determined that the K envelope with the shamrock, it was ketamine. Is there a safe in this closet? They're showing a picture. Lamar says, yes, it's gray. There it is in the photo. It says, what's in the safe? It says a password for Combs, plastic bag with substances in it. And there was a stipulations for para 15 to 16. A testing found the brown pebbles. They were MDMA. AUSA says, what's in his bag? Lamar says, J&J baby oil, Astroglide, and some lingerie. AUSA says, where else were Astroglide and baby oil found? Lamar says, in the bathroom, in the garage. AUSA says, show the photos. They show a photo of a bookcase full of baby oil and a drawer full of Astroglides. The next photo was a box marked Astroglides in 24 boxes. What were found with these boxes of Astroglides? Lamar says it was found in the garage. AUSA says, how much bottles of baby oil did you find? Lamar says 200. How many bottles of Astroglide did you find in 200 South Mapleton? We found 900. So there was 900 bottles of Astroglides and 200 bottles of baby oil. So let's turn to the firearms you found in the residence. What are these? Lamar said, this is a Ruger. This is a Glock pistol, and this is some type of AR-15 platform. Remember, the long gun was disassembled. AUSA says, let's show the photo. What is this? Lamar says, this is a Smith & Wesson rifle. It's on a chair. There's a 3 30-round magazines next to it. Lamar says, there's also a 5.11 bag. They said, what's that? He said, just a bag. And AUSA says this. That's rifles and obviously a Mossberg shotgun. By the way, I call that the ring camera, chat. Ain't nothing better than home defense in a Mossberg. Fuck your handgun, fuck your AR. The ring camera, that's the Mossberg. Everybody should have one. Holy. Okay? Ding dong, boom. There we go. AUSA. And this, so that's a drum magazine. It's a large capacity. This one was a 60-round drum. It had 59 rounds of green tip ammunition inside of it. AUSA says, what does green tip ammunition do? It says, well, it's actually body armor piercing ammunition. It said, go look at the boxes of the firearms in the cart next to you. He goes off mic. He goes look at the firearms. So there's a box. There's a cart. He says, the serial number where they existed, it didn't match up. AUSA says, how many of the firearms does not have serial numbers? He said, well, one did not. And they hold up a long gun. He says, how are the serial numbers on this one eliminated? He says they were sanded off with a machine. It's smooth, not like it was done with like a screwdriver. AUSA says that's enough. No further questions. And Nifilo, what about you? Nifilo says, are you aware that Combs has security, right? Lamar says, I'm aware. Nifilo says, and every gun and piece of ammo was recovered from the security office, all right? Say, yeah. Did you ever find guns in the kids' room? Nah, we ain't found them in the kids' room. Was the security office door locked? He says, not when I got there. Nifilo says, but before. Isn't it important? Did it have a lock? Lamar said it had a knob. Lock, I don't know. AUSA says you have no reason to think the safe was open before you got there, right? He says no. Here we go. So now I think this is broken. Let's go to the other thing. Oh, wait, what the hell? Is it lunchtime already? I guess it is. Matthew Russell's talking again. Give me a second.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here, midday on Friday, June 13th, day 23 of U.S. versus Sean Combs, here in the Southern District. This is the street just off to the side, but it seemed like a good time to say the big news of the day, apparently, was the arrival of Kanye West at the trial. He appeared mid-morning in a white jacket and white pants. It caused a lot of consternation. There was a lot of security suddenly in the courthouse. People were told, what they could and couldn't do. He was taken up to the overflow room. He didn't stay long, frankly. Might have been better for him to come yesterday. And those who read Inner City Press online or the forthcoming book of Week 5 will know why that is. But he did show up, and I heard somebody mumbling that he might come back Monday. I don't know. We'll have to see. He made his appearance. But on the stand now, there was a special agent who searched the house in Los Angeles, found cases of Astroglide and guns. Now, Mark Agnifilo said the guns were all in a safe, and they should have had the agent that actually took them out of the safe come, but that agent didn't come. So this agent testified, and Agnifilo hammered it home that these guns were in a safe, and he said it's not clear to him how they're even relevant if the guns were legal. One had the serial number filed off. That's sure to come up at closing. But then Jonathan Perez, currently on the stand, still on direct. He'll be cross-examined too. This might be the rest of the day, in fact. He was a personal assistant. He was working in both Los Angeles and Miami. The main focus so far is that he stumbled upon on an iPad video of the witness known as Jane having sex with someone, not Mr. Combs, and Mr. Combs present and watching. Now, when he found this, he says he took it to Mr. Combs, who deleted it, but then sometime thereafter, Christina Karam, who is not yet...
Wait, what? Oh, chat, we got to read this message first. Oh, he's breaking out some other shit. My bad. The thing got fractured. Hold on. So there's some tea right here, chat. Let's go. So AUSA says, Mr. Perez, is this your text message? Jonathan Perez says, wait. Who's Perez? What the fuck? Chat, what just happened? This whole thing's like fractured. Hold on. Oh my God. Where do we end off with this? Chat? Yeah, Twitter's fucking us up. Sorry, chat. Just give me a second. I want to make sure we're sequentially getting to everything. So the first thing was 4 hours ago. We want to know exactly, because Lamar was, okay. So this is Lamar. Okay, bet. Here we go. So this is Lamar. So bet. Woo. This is Lamar. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Is there a safe in the closet? Okay, passport. Okay, cool. Let's keep it going. What's in this bag? Astroglide. They found 200, 900. Okay, bet. Firearms. Okay, cool. Agnifilo says there's a knob on a lock. He said, I don't know. There's no reason to think there was a safe. He says no. We don't get nothing else after that. What the fuck? So, but it's 2 hours ago. So let's try to connect it. Okay. Agent Lamar says, we brought in a locksmith, but I didn't see him touch the safe. Agnifilo says, we're in Manhattan. We don't know a lot about guns. Sorry. The judge says withdrawn. Agnifilo says, this was a gun safe? Lamar says, yes, it's designed for that. Agnifilo says, why no photo of opening it? Lamar says, SRT goes in first. Agnifilo says, so because this is protocol, we don't have any photographs. Do you use a body cam? Lamar says no. Agnifilo says, in your human trafficking work, have you ever dealt with Astroglide before? Lamar says no, only in this case. Agnifilo laughs and says, okay. The judge says, no comments, please. Agnifilo says, so the baby oil was in the garage, right? Lamar says, it was Astroglide in the garage. Agnifilo says, are you from LA? Lamar says, yes. Agnifilo says, enjoy, brother. No more further questions. There was no redirect. Again, there's not much to really question an agent who executes a search warrant. The search warrant happens. That's it. What more is to do, okay? AUSA says, do any of the firearms not have serial numbers? I thought there's no redirect. Oh, there's no redirect. Yeah, this is odd. My bad, chat. Like, this whole thing is just scuffed. Okay. Then I guess they take a break. They said they're back for Jonathan Perez. I guess this is the next witness. Jonathan Perez is going to take the fifth. Oh, fuck. This thing is scuffed, chat. My bad. It's not me. It's how they have this thing written. Okay. Yeah, this is scuffed. Yeah, like, what is this replying to? Post is unavailable. What? Anyway, somebody named Jonathan Perez gets called. Don't know who he is. He invokes his Fifth Amendment, right? AUSA says, do you intend to assert your right as explained? Yes. Judge says, I'm going to enter the order of immunity, so this guy gets immunity. Comey says, my colleagues tell me that Combs has been nodding during the cross. Please instruct him. So it looked like Diddy keeps doing this. And remember, the judge already warned him, like, yo, we might remove you from the courtroom. Stop looking at jurors. Stop doing too much. Diddy looked like he can't just sit still. Like, Diddy still got that, you know what I mean? He wanna do all that, you know what I mean? He do want to do all that type of shit. Okay, cool. All right, look like they took a break. All right, man, this is all over the place. Oh, boy, all inner city pressure shit is scuffed today. Okay. Okay. Let's finish playing this video.
Finally, after the government's going to agree to the statement that they proposed, but you can be the judge, and in fact, we should be tweeting it pretty quickly, pretty soon.
No, that's Jesus Christ. Chat, y'all gotta just give me some understanding.
Or Matthew.
Usually the text thread runs sequentially. It's fucked today.
Hammered at home that these guns were in a safe, and he said it's not clear to him how they're even relevant if the guns were legal. One had the serial number filed off. That's sure to come up at closing, but. Then Jonathan Perez, currently on the stand, still on direct. He'll be cross-examined too. This might be the rest of the day, in fact. He was a personal assistant. He was working in both Los Angeles and Miami. The main focus so far is that he stumbled upon on an iPad video of the witness known as Jane having sex with someone, not Mr. Combs, and Mr. Combs present and watching. Now, when he found this, he says he took it to Mr. Combs, who deleted it.
Okay, so there's a staffer named Perez.
But then, sometime thereafter, Christina Karam, who has not yet appeared in this trial, but has been mentioned very many times, Christina Karam interviewed and kind of interrogated him about who else had seen the video, was he the source, because they started being blackmailed about the video. So I don't see where they're going yet, but it's interesting, and it harkens back to, I think it was Capricorn Clark, who was hooked up to a lie detector machine in an empty office on Broadway with security of Combs. So this is a pattern. They're showing a pattern of a kind of roguelike organization. It's crazy. This guy wanted to be a personal assistant to Sean Combs. The next thing you know, he's setting up hotel rooms with Astroglide and getting cross-examined about these weird freak-off videos. So be careful the job that you wish for. In any event, we're going back in, and Book 5 is well along. We've actually...
Okay, so this Jonathan Perez guy is a staffer, and it looks like he may have found videos of, why is this shit so scuffed, bro? I need to find stuff from 2 hours ago. Give me a second. Oh my God, this is fucking me up. Yeah, this shit is scuffed. Okay, I think I got it. Maybe? All right. Okay, I'm probably not getting the full message here, but Jonathan Perez gets immunity. He gets on the stand. AUSA says, is this your text message? Jonathan says, yes, it's me, KK, and Joey. AUSA says, KK asked, how's the setup going? How much longer y'all need? What'd you write back? I wrote, I got some fruits, shakes, and I'll ask Jane about outfits. So now this is kind of going into this idea that it's a RICO. If you believe that the freak-offs is a sexual commercial act, which I kind of believe, but do I believe is coerced and forced? I don't know. And you need all those things to be true for it to be sex trafficking, right? Okay. So it looks like this guy is, at this point, remember, this is 2022 and after. Diddy is no longer having his personal assistants do it. Diddy is having his, chief of staff, Christina Karam, have other people set it up. And they're setting it up not even with secrecy and privacy. They're like, yo, ask her what outfit she want to wear for Diddy, right? So like this now is seeming organizational. So we got fruits, we got shakes. We'll ask Jane about the outfits. AUSA says, then KK asked, is the room done yet? How'd you respond? I wrote, the room is done. Now I'm going to the store. I said, what store were you going to? Perez says, the adult store. AUSA says afterwards, KK asked about the cleanup. Cleanup of what? Perez says of the room. AUSA says, how did you become aware of this video? Perez says a videographer named Brandon showed it to me. He said, where did you go? I took an iPad and I went to the office. What was on the video? Jane was having sex with a black man and Mr. Combs was watching. Okay, so this is a freak off then. So somebody had a video of Daphne having sex with a man with Diddy watching. AUSA says, did you tell Combs? Perez says, I did. I told him I found it on an iPad and it probably shouldn't be there. He seemed surprised. AUSA says, what did KK say? She said in the future I should bring things that to her. I described it to her. AUSA says, did you speak with her about it again? KK says she had gotten a call from somebody outside the company talking about the video in some capacity. AUSA says, did you record that conversation? Perez says, no. Were you aware it was recorded? He says, no. AUSA says, show the stipulation, the seizure of Christina Karam's phone. We offer the audio and the transcripts. They play the audio and they stop it. So it looked like Christina Karam had filmed. Christina Karam had not filmed but recorded that conversation with the guy. Why? I think she probably thought that, oh shit, you now have a video of Diddy in this situation. Maybe you're going to use it as blackmail. Let me get some recording of you, right? So they play it. They say, whose voice did you hear, Mr. Perez? He says KK. It's audio of KK saying both time the only person at the house who knew about it was you. Where did you find it? Perez says Brandon, the shooter. AUSA says, was that you? Perez says yes, and he's the videographer. Perez says Brandon was like, something's on the iPad I shouldn't see. I started. KK says, was there anyone else in the theater? Perez says, maybe Gio. KK says, we have camera footage of who was in the house. Perez says, I went to Puff Daddy about it and said you could delete it. He said okay and deleted it. Then I told you. Did you hear anyone else talk about it? Did anyone else ever bring it up? Perez says no. Perez says Rob talked about it, but he said he didn't want to see it. Why did you not want to delete it? That's what AUSA asked Perez. Perez says it wasn't my role. There's another audio played. Perez says there should be an investigation. Mr. Combs thought he might be compromised in some way. His phone data. AUSA says, let's pull this one up for the jury next, okay? There's audio of Perez saying, I told Rob I found something private on the iPad. He said he didn't want to know. KK says, was there anyone in the theater except you all and Gio? Perez says, no. Was Chef in the theater? Perez says, yes. AUSA says, why didn't you say Chef K was there? Perez says, I wanted to minimize things. So I guess the chef was there, but he lied to KK. He said he was trying to minimize things. AUSA says, did anyone ask you again? Yes, Fahim did. He asked me what happened when I found the video of Jane. AUSA says, how did you know that? How were you aware that Fahim knew? Are you aware that Fahim knew? He says, no. Interesting. This whole tweet shit is scuffed today, chat. We're scuffed on tweets. Let's go to Lauren Conlon. Oh, she just uploaded something. Here we go, chat.
Day 23, U.S. versus Sean Combs, and Kanye West was in the building. However, he was not in the courtroom. He shows up, he gets out of the car, it's like a whole big media frenzy, and he goes through security where you have to give up your phone, all this stuff. But there's a very strict process to get into the courtroom, and you have to be on a list ahead of time. And we were told that he was going to go into the overflow room. Now, I know that didn't happen. I know that he left for lunch with, I believe, Christian Combs and some of Diddy's crew. So I don't know if he's coming back after lunch, but I was like, yeah, there's no way he's going to go into overflow. And I think that my assumptions were correct as to who Jane went to Vegas with on this private jet, this iconic rapper, because it would have been intimidation, I guess, if he came yesterday and sat in the courtroom during Jane's testimony. That's what I think. But anyway, let's get to juror number 6. This issue was not as salacious as we all originally thought it was. Juror number 6, they brought up that he was not living in the district that he had originally indicated, and he was having some kind of conversation with a jury staff member, and it kind of came up. It was super innocent, but it didn't really match what he said during voir dire or what was on the transcript. So he was questioned, I think, twice. And the government, their concern is that he was being deceitful, and the defense is like, you know, they're just like, who cares? We have no issue with this. Plus, he's one of 4 black jurors, and this is racial bias if you get rid of him. And
Oh, it was only 4? I thought it was 8.
out of the way. No bias here whatsoever. But he said, you know, he also was kind of like, I don't think it's a big deal, but the answer here, since, you know, the government has a problem with it, would be to question him again. And the defense just said, we don't want to question him for a 3rd time because that will affect, you know, how he feels during deliberations, and he'll feel singled out, and we just don't want to do that. And they actually said, you know, we will forfeit any appellate issues or any appeals if Mr. Combs is convicted with this juror on the jury, and you know, we'll waive everything. And Alexandra Shapiro even kind of said, Mr. Combs is right here, and you know, he'll agree to it. And then the judge is like, do you waive the appeal, you know, pertaining to this, Mr. Combs? And he actually goes, I waive it. And that was a funny moment. So yeah, it wasn't as crazy as we thought it would be, but they are most likely going to question this juror by the end of the day in private, so it didn't hold anything up. So we'll see. I have a feeling that he'll stay. But they had an issue this morning about the testimony of the HSI agent that we were about to see, because he seized a bunch of guns from the LA home, Diddy's LA home, but he could not confirm whether or not the guns were in the safe when they were found, which was a really important, note for the defense. The defense, oh my gosh, sorry. The defense was kind of like, we think it's really important that the jury knows that these guns, they were not strewn about the house, they were in a safe in the security room, and the fact that this special agent can't tell us this is a huge problem. And Agnifilo was like, he shouldn't even be able to testify. So they seemed to work it out where the government would ask a certain line of questioning around the safe and the guns in the security room, and then when Agnifilo got up there to cross-examine him, he just really made sure to say, okay, so you saw kids' rooms in the house, you saw, you know, all these different rooms, but the guns you found, they were only in the security room, because he has a whole security staff. And the special agent, and his name is Andre Lamont, he said yes. And he also said that, there were 6 guns found. And I'll go through the evidence in a minute. There were 6 guns found. Only one of them was defaced, he thought, with maybe something like a sander, because it was very smooth. And we saw in the safe there were racks for the guns, but in the pictures that we saw, they were laid out on 2 different chairs. And essentially his explanation for why there were no pictures before is that HSI did not go in and seize these guns first, that the CERT team did, because whenever there's weapons in the house, it's the CERT team's job to go in and ensure that the weapons are dismantled and that everybody is safe. So that was sort of his answer to that. And let me just go through the rest of the evidence that was found at Diddy's LA home, which is on Mapleton. There were 6 envelopes of K. There was a baggie of MDMA in a safe. There was 200 bottles of baby oil and 900 bottles of Astroglide. And the Astroglide, by the way, was stacked in it was in the garage in these giant, 10 giant boxes. Looked like you got them from Amazon or something like that, but it was wild. And then the guns. There was 5 rifles and 1 Glock. Yeah. So also, and then during Agnifilo's cross-examination, he kind of, he said, Special Agent Lamont, you testified that you've done 50 to 60 searches like this, and you work in the human trafficking department. And he said, yes. And Agnifilo said, in all of your 50 to 60 raids, how many times have you seized baby oil or Astroglide from an operation? And he said once. this one. And then Agnifilo said, and yeah, you seized that all throughout the house, right? And he did. We saw this in the bathroom. We saw baby oil, stacked on shelves in the master bedroom. And so, yeah, he said, yes, it was all around the house. And then Agnifilo had this little like mic drop moment, I guess, because he goes, and the guns, those were only in the security room. And he's like, yes. So yeah. And then he kind of made the jury laugh a little bit because he told him to have a good, he told him to have a good time in New York. Oh man, I really pray that stops soon. Okay, I only have a few other things to go through. Hold on, I'll stop for a minute to see if.
All right, let's go to my man Logic. Did he upload anything today? Probably not. I know Sean G gonna be in the building. I know Sean G already on this shit. Here we go. Here we go.
People, and the jurors come in and they get asked questions by the attorneys or whoever, and it's decided whether the juror can be impartial or is the juror already biased.
Let's get past that part.
Look at yours. You got me.
Okay.
Here.
What the hell? Is this Bishop Dom Magic Wand?
Says, Your Honor, this is a significant issue. And maybe we need to contact juror number 6's employer to make sure that he lives in New York and that everything he said in the jury selection process was accurate. After Ms. Steiner said that, Alexandra Shapiro, Puffy's lawyer, stood back up again, and she said, Your Honor, now we're gonna harass juror number 6, then we're going to harass juror number 6's employer. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is not a significant issue. You've already spoken to juror number 6. Mr. Combs has waived his right to appeal. Nothing of what has come up, none of this gives rise to the level of removal of juror number 6. Ms. Shapiro sat back down. The Assistant U.S. Attorney, Judge Steiner, stood back up. Your Honor, I want you to speak to juror number 6 again for a third time to make sure. And the judge, by this time, the judge was like tired of hearing from the Assistant U.S. Attorney. He was tired of hearing from Ms. Shapiro. He had already decided that juror number 6 is not going to be removed. And then he said, to satisfy them, but he probably ain't going to do it, he said, let me think about it if I'm going to speak to juror number 6 again. And that took up a big part of the morning. Now, Kanye West came in the building. Now, what has been alleged, I only got 296 thumbs up. I need 500. I need 500 thumbs up.
I need at least 1,000.
Double tap that screen and put the thumbs up on 500. The rumor mill has it that yesterday with Jane Doe, under cross-examination by Tenny Garagos, whose father is Mark Garagos, who represented Michael Jackson, and I love Michael Jackson. Tenny Garagos under cross-examination, brought up an incident to where Jane Doe jumped on a private jet with an iconic rapper and flew to Las Vegas with the iconic rapper and the iconic rapper's girlfriend. And when they got to Las Vegas, they went into this hotel suite at the, I got it right here. I got my notes. I got my notes. She went to Las Vegas with an iconic rapper who is very close to Puff. He's at the top of the music industry. And
feels like it's Ye now, right?
they went to the Encore Hotel. And when Jane Doe got into the hotel room with the rapper and the 7 or 8 other people, all 7 or 8 other people were watching Anton have sex with a woman. And we know that Anton regularly has sex with Jane Doe and Puff when they're doing hotel nights, and she probably let Anton hit it on his own when Puffy ain't around. At this hotel, the iconic rapper starts flirting with Jane Doe, and Jane Doe lifts up her shirt and shows her breasts. The iconic rapper tells her, "I always thought you were beautiful, and I always wanted to blank you." The rapper had a crush on me. He wanted to hit it. So the rumor mill in the court and on the internet is suggesting that that iconic rapper is Kanye. And potentially I need 39 more thumbs up to get to 500. I need y'all to tap that screen. The gossip mill and the rumor mill is that Kanye is in town because the government is going to rest its case next Friday or Wednesday, and that Kanye, potentially
take a stand,
could be a witness for Puffy, a witness for the defense, and could offer into testimony that he actually saw Jane Doe. Either he hit it, either he hit it himself, or he saw Jane Doe let Anton hit it over there. It was also brought up that while Jane Doe was in Las Vegas with this iconic rapper, Jane Doe, under her own volition, under her own choice, using her own judgment, her own decision making, and exercising her own will and behavior, brought up to the iconic rapper that she could get in touch with Cabral. And we all know that Cabral is from Atlanta, and Cabral been hitting that. You understand? And then Tanny Garagos asked her, well, why would you bring up Cabral? How did that come up? Jane Doe testified on the stand under oath that she felt that the iconic rapper and his wife and his girlfriend picked up on her energy, and that they may have known that her and Puffy did similar things. This is what Jane Doe testified to on the stand. I got the notes written down. I'm getting ready to go back into court I will be back this afternoon. The government called a witness today from Homeland Security. He was the lead agent in charge of searching Puffy's Los Angeles.
By the way, I know Unc is cooking, and you know what I mean, I think Unc's chefing up something good. But I got to be honest, I think there's zero chance that Kanye West take that stand. You don't take a stand in a federal case where it could be hypothesized that you be on the same shit as Diddy, that you do the same sexual debauchery, freak-offs, and that you have your woman get down on that type of program. If you've seen they're hanging him, why would you go testify? Diddy won't take the stand in his own case. Why the fuck would you? Let's be honest. Now, I do believe Kanye's trying to offer and extend that hand of, yo, that's my mans. These niggas is pussy. They know he innocent, but they ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna show up. Your presence is the statement. You don't take that stand. You take that stand and certain things will be ruled or overruled that then opens your own sexual interest or whatever you're into to now public knowledge. And then you're going to end up not only perjuring yourself, you're going to self-incriminate yourself, because look what they just charged Diddy with. Diddy ain't taking a stand in his own case. For the love of God, Kanye, we love you. Don't take the stand in his case. Diddy ain't taking a stand in his own case. For what we know right now, you don't got no federal cases, brother. We know that's your man's. Throw him a couple dollars, give him some couple words of encouragement, show up at the goddamn trial to show that you there with solidarity, wear a shirt, but don't get on that stand, Kanye. Bad move. Bad move. You get on that stand. Somebody said Diddy's not taking a stand. Do you think Diddy, in most of these cases, none of these niggas take the stand? R. Kelly to the stand? Harvey Weinstein to the stand? Jeffrey Epstein to the stand? No. Bill Cosby to the stand? No. So my thing is, they're referring to you by pseudonyms and other shit. That's what they're doing currently. Why the hell would you want to go volunteer your own life? Because now you got to speak about some personal shit, sexual shit. Stop it.
Angeles residents. They already brought on the stand the guy that was in charge of searching Puffy's Miami house. They brought the dude who was in charge of searching Puffy's house in Los Angeles. He's from Homeland Security. Black dude. He took the stand. They found a Mossberg pump shotgun, a Glock pistol with a 10-bullet clip. They found 3 AR-15 Smith & Wesson rifles with the magazine, with 30 clip magazines, and then they found a drum, a 60 bullet drum that could hook up to the Smith & Wesson AR-15 joint. One of the serial numbers was scratched off one of the guns. All the other guns had serial numbers. And they found about 900 containers of Astroglide and about 200 containers of baby oil. They found ketamine and they found MDMA at his house.
Certified Munch on Kick. Yeah, it's one thing you say in the song that you sucked your cousin's dick. It's another thing when you're in a federal proceeding and you are giving the entire world, every camera is going to show up. If he takes a stand, it's going to be bigger than the first day of motherfucking trial, chat. So now every camera's in the world and you're saying on oath, me and Diddy do the same shit. I have freak offs too. Now they're going to ask you about your lyrics. Yo, yeah, you said it ain't one man who ain't had an altercation with a woman. Are you saying you beat your woman too? You're going to give the groundwork for a future indictment against yourself. Why would you do it? No.
All of that was brought out. I got all of my notes, and I will go deeper into that. In my afternoon session. Mark Agnifilo cross-examined him, and Mark Agnifilo did a magnificent job of cross-examination, because I'm looking at the screen and I'm seeing all these guns, I'm seeing the drugs, and I'm saying, like, this ain't good for Puff, right? But that's why I'm not a high-power trial attorney like Mark Agnifilo. By the time Mark Agnifilo was done cross-examining my man, what he said and all the evidence the government had meant absolutely nothing. And I'm gonna share that with y'all this afternoon. Court's gonna start back up at 1:30. Right now they got one of Puffy's assistants on the stand, and the assistants have found a hotel night video on.
By the way, shout out to Verselli for the 20 gifted subs on the kick. Big homie Ty as well for 10.
Puffy's iPad of Jane and a male entertainer and Puffy doing their thing, and one of the assistants found it, showed it to another assistant, then somebody outside the company got the video. They brought the video to Puff. Do you want us to delete? It's a pretty interesting story. I'll have that for y'all this afternoon too. Sean G, podcast was sold. It don't never stop. Shout out to everybody. I see y'all at about 4 or 5 o'clock. Pick. But yo, I may go early. I may leave early. So put your notification bell on, because these witnesses, this is nothing. You know, it's another Homeland Security dude. All right, we know what he gonna say. It's another assistant. All right, we know what he gonna say. You know, Jane Doe, Cassie, those were like the main ones. And their testimony pretty much, you know, didn't prove much because of all the lies they told in their testimony. So this is like small potatoes, but I'm still gonna cover it since I'm already here.
How was the fish?
Sean G, podcast was sold. What's your name, man?
How was the fish?
What fish?
It was in Harlem, man. Because our camera. Nah, I'm not academics. I was saying that at first. Not academics. Myron is down here.
You was telling people you was academics?
No, hell no.
Oh, okay.
Why the fuck I want to look like him?
No, don't curse now. Don't curse, because they're going to
that.
strike my video.
Why I want to look like that nigga? So I keep hearing it. I'm telling people I'm not. Then what happened is he did a video on me saying I'm trying to be him. It's a lie. Shorty called me that. I never told Shorty I was that nigga. So he called me. He violated me. He made all academics.
All right, well,
He called me the big
fat. But hold on. Academics been showing me love, so I don't want to disrespect.
You're not disrespect. I'm telling you what happened.
Right, I didn't know this. I didn't know this story that you telling now.
If you let me finish, you will know.
Unc, you know we turning you up.
Right, but hold on. This is my channel. You don't tell me. You don't tell me.
Nah, Unc, stand no business. Yo, chat. Oh, we gonna have to show Unc some more love. Unc, we gotta show you some more love.
I'm trying to tell what happened.
Right, but let academics know that I didn't know this story, so he don't think
he just know now.
Right, so academics, I didn't know none of this.
Oh, we fought with you, Unc.
No beef. Listen, people, understand this. The man made a video. I never disrespect the man. The man
Unc, I can see you're like, yo, this man's trying to lie. Yo, Unc, I know what's going on. Hey, brother. To this dude right here, Unc is having his moment. To you, sir, I get it. We get what you're saying. You're not trying to be me. Okay, but go over there. Unc, we cooking with Unc right now, okay? And I know Unc is like, bro, don't fuck up my shine. I'm been building with Ak. The chat been fucking with me. They're giving me donations. They love me. Don't fuck up what I got going on because you trying to get off whatever you say with academics. Sir, whatever your name is, hey, brother, you got it. We're cool with it. It's cool. Like, whatever. I just spoke on it one time. It doesn't matter. Let Unc cook, though. Please. I'm going to tell all y'all YouTubers down there. Don't interfere with Unc shine. Unc is giving, yo, let me tell you this. We and Unc right now is Kobe and Shaq. We're doing it 1-2. It's like bang, bang. So listen, please, let Unc shine. We love that he's going up. Don't interfere. I don't even want to watch the rest of this. Let Unc cook.
There was no gangs here. There was no Bloods here. There was no Crips here. No gang was here when I grew up. We didn't do that. It was every man for himself. You stand on your own square. New York was so violent in the 80s, right? 1,900 homicides a year. Look up the number of homicides in New York in 1988, 89. No Los Angeles gang, no Chicago, no gang could have come here in the mid to late 80s talking about
Let's take a shot for Unc, chat. Let's take a shot for Unc. We got 20,000 in here. Let me see how the numbers break down. We got 20,000 in here. Where did 20,000 from? They said we just hit 20K. It took a little long today, but we got there. How did we get to the 20K? Let me tell you where we at. We got 7,000 over the Academy, 7,000 over at King Academics. We got 3,500 over at Kick, and we got about 3,000 over at or is it 2,500 over at Rumble. So we made it work. Oh, I forgot to turn on Meta. You know, they gotta watch too. Here we go. Here we go. Take a shot. You feel me? Bang. Unc, we love you, brother. We love you. And by the way, Unc, I could tell you a loyal dude because I seen you cut him off mid-bro. It said, hold on now, brother. This is my broadcast, and he been showing me love. Hold on. Now, we fuck with you, Unc, and we know you a fair broadcaster, and we love your point of view. You know, I think you got a POV, and we like playing stuff, and I'm glad every time that the chat turn you up. So, you know, do your thing. You got that charisma, that pizzazz. You are Unc. I ain't gonna lie to you. You're Unc. You're Unc for us. You get me? And we don't gotta agree on everything, but we fuck with you because you are entertaining. So just let you know this is how we feel about you.
Setting up shop doing nothing. It wouldn't have happened. No dice. You know how I know? Because it didn't happen. So we don't promote no gangs here. Academics. I didn't know that story with you and my man.
Brother, we love you. I'm gonna just skip past it. I love you, brother. We love you.
And I see y'all later on this afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, by the way, when he gets back on, let him know Ak don't feel no way. Ak loves him, and Ak, you know, just tell him, yo, we're supporting him. Protect his energy. Protect his energy. There's a lot of YouTubers out there. And by the way, everybody who we watch, we want to turn up. You know, this weekend I'm gonna try to make sure I definitely do something for sure with Lauren. But you know, shout out to the people we watch. We try to get a fair perspective. We've been covering this trial for a long time, and we want to continue covering this. Okay. All right, beautiful. Here we go. All right, so we should get back to the tweets. I don't know what's going on with Twitter, but I think it's just specifically here. Okay, cool. So day 23, part 3. Look like my man Inner City Press is trying again. We got some more tweets. Here we go. And by the way, chat, I hope you understand my response to that. And that's why I don't want to give it too much, like, you know, attention. You know, there's times y'all see me with ego. Like, this is not one of those situations. Like, we fuck with Unc. I don't want to have no ego with it. Like, I'd never start fucking with Unc because, like, this is like, oh, yeah, nigga, I'm doing something for you. No. We genuinely appreciate you, Unc. Like, honestly, we appreciate you. Again, I'm not in court. I have this platform, and they've tasked me with trying to figure out the best people with the best sources that could kind of tell us this story in the best way, make it entertaining, informative, tell us any little thing we've missed. You're one of the people who help us out, brother. You know, so I know, you know, I don't look at it like, oh yeah, I'm doing something for you if I'm like, you know, playing your videos. Never. I look at it like you're doing something for us and we're helping you. And that's how it should be, okay? All good. So let's get some tweets real quick, chat. How y'all feeling? Everybody feeling good in here? I know it's lunch. I ate lunch before I started. When I start late, I eat lunch before. I should get the fruit going on. Says now, Sean Combs versus the U.S. This is part 3. This is after, you know, lunch. Hopefully, they will not interrupt. So Xavier Donaldson comes in before the jury comes in and says, Your Honor, we wanted to address the juror number 6. The judge says, and he said this before, we wanted to do that another time. Comey says, after Ms. Perez, we have exhibits to introduce so we could get our summary charts together over the weekend. The judge says, all right, we could probably do it around that time. It says, all rise. The juror enters, and then Smizer then starts to get at the Perez, who's an assistant for Combs. By the way, keep in mind, this is about like the 5th or 6th assistant. Those are the people who are cooperating. Now, remember this idea that the idea about conspiracy is that people were knowledgeable and had tacit knowledge, and they were complicit in some of this stuff happening, and they knew at least some of their, the overall goal was to probably help commit or facilitate a crime. We don't see the security guards being involved. Chief of staffs, they're not being involved. We're seeing some chief financial people, but they don't know nothing about nothing. The only people who kind of would know something about something is the assistants, and it kind of feels still like they're the lowest level people. Yo, go get me some Astroglide. Yo, go get me some this. Go get me some that. They're not knowing, hey, we're getting this because Jane Doe doesn't want to do it, but she gonna have to do it against her will because she's been sex trafficked. That's not what they think, right? That's why they're all getting immunity, because they're like, well, we need immunity because, yeah, we did some stuff that what y'all are alleging is sex trafficking, but we didn't think this shit was a crime. So this is still gonna be a problem. Anyway, Smizer says, Perez, were you subpoenaed or do you have an immunity agreement? Says, Smizer, were you subpoenaed or do you have an immunity agreement? Perez says, yes. AUSA says, let me show you this. It said, what is this? It says, Mr. Combs' Gucci pouch. It said, what was in the Gucci pouch? It said it was drugs and money. Smizer says, now some text. It said, who is this between? It said, this is between me and Rob. AUSA says, Rob says, will you locate his Gucci pouch in the bathroom? What did you say? Perez says, so Perez says, I texted, there was no residue and I did not steal any Addy. Huh. So somebody named Rob. Who's Rob? Rob says, will you locate his Gucci pouch in the bathroom? What did you say? I texted, there's no residue and I didn't steal an Addy. Meanwhile, what? Meaning what? It said Addy means Adderall, okay? Smizer says, a part of your employment, did you have any role in obtaining drugs? Perez says, a handful of times. I'd purchased or grabbed them from someone outside. AUSA says, who were you getting drugs for? Perez says, Mr. Combs. AUSA says, which drugs? Perez says, cocaine, Xanax, and Molly. Smizer says, how did you pay for the drugs? Perez says, cash. Where did you get the cash from? Perez says, security or the Gucci pouch? AUSA says, who in security? Perez says, Fahim. AUSA says, did your text here say that? Perez says, I texted Fahim, I need $700 for Guido. What's Guido? It said, for drugs. Smizer said, in this text, I texted that I'm waiting for the funds from TriStar, Mr. Combs' business manager. And so who'd you interact with at TriStar? So Robin Greenhill. Said, did you get a FaceTime from Combs from Jane's house? He says, yes. So I dropped him at Jane's house with his supplies. Then he called me a couple hours later. Combs says, how did Mr. Combs appear in the FaceTime? Perez says angry and annoyed. AUSA says, could you see Jane's face? Perez says, no, she was turned away. Smizer says, what did Mr. Combs ask? Perez says, for me to say that there had been another female. What? Perez says, Combs asked for him to say there had been another female on the trip we'd been on. I said no. Someone said, had there been? Perez says no. How did you react during this FaceTime? Perez says, pretty normal, I thought. What? That's kind of odd. This guy's saying that Diddy asked him to say if there had been another female on the trip. And he said no. What? So what did you do? I told Fahim and KK that Combs was arguing with his guests and that was going to pick him up. AUSA says, what is this? Perez says, the message between me, Fahim, and Mr. Combs on June 20th. It says, I wrote, need cash for his guest ASAP. Okay. Smarzer says, do you know what the money was for? Perez says, no. Did you leave working for Mr. Combs? Perez says, yes, to avoid a situation like this. AUSA says, how did you feel about Mr. Combs? Perez says, great. The same way as when I worked there. AUSA says, no further questions. Steele then comes up. Brian Steele says, is Mr. Combs a motivator? Yes, he is. Steele says, have you seen Mr. Combs cry? Let me show you something. Let me give you a second. The judge says, Your Honor, may I hand him a book? You may. They hand him 3605. Yeah. Okay. All right. Waiting on a couple tweets here. While we wait on that, chat, I don't even know. Chat, should I react to all that Toronto stuff? By the way, I don't know if you guys saw, Antonia Brown has been actually charged with attempted murder for the incident that went down at Aiden Ross's boxing event. So Aiden Ross's boxing event where he was getting back up, back up. That's him right here. Who's that? Oh, sorry. Apparently he grabbed a weapon and chased after them. He's running back here right now. You're going to hear shots in a second. Who the fuck is that nigga, bro? Look at a little pump with the chair acting like he think this is WWE. That'll make a nigga change his mind. Get down. Go. Nah, shots is crazy. Shots were fired. He was later taken into custody and detained temporarily for the shooting, but he was not charged at the moment. He was actually released pending an investigation on what happened. Now, it didn't take long for them to figure out what happened because there's 1 million cameras, and surprise, if you do a crime when 4,000 people are streaming, they probably have every camera angle of everything. Now, to just explain you what I'm familiar with Florida law, people keep saying there's a stand your ground statute. A stand your ground statute just means that if you're, and we could Google it, Florida, we meant to play Lauren Conlon after, so I'll just put it there. Florida stand your ground law. The law actually says it allows individuals to use force, including deadly force, in situations where they reasonably believe that they're imminent risk of death or great bodily harm without having a duty to retreat. Now, here's the thing. while he was involved in a fight, somebody would try to take his chain. None of that meant he felt he was going to die. That's what the law enforcement and the DA thinks. Obviously, he's going to make that point. You know. Obviously, if I'm his lawyer, and I don't know who's going to take this case, if I'm his lawyer, you know what I would say? They attacked him first. They then he hears someone says, you got to make it up. This is why they say it's better if you kill somebody, because the nigga can't show up to be like, I never said that. Be like, yo, I heard somebody say, yo, go grab the strap. You got to say something like that. Yo, go grab the strap. So when I heard not only they attacked me, I heard that they were going to go get a weapon. So then I got my weapon to defend myself. That could be a very valid defense. But the reason he's charged is they're saying that he got attacked, it got separated, and from how they've looked at this situation, he didn't look like he was in any danger of anything. Okay. So that's their whole point, right? They're looking at it like, hey, you didn't have to do that, right? Like, you didn't have to do that. And by the fact that you did that actually shows that you weren't standing your ground, you were just escalating. So, stand your ground, it just means no duty to retreat, which means if somebody pulls out a gun on you, right? I think this is a good example. Somebody pulls out a gun on you and they shoot at you. You run to your car, say they stop shooting. You run to your car, you didn't get shot, you grab your gun, and then you shoot at them. You have no duty to retreat. So, if you killed them, it is what it is. Same thing, obviously, this has a long history and a lot of different laws. Like, for example, places like New Jersey, and trust me, I know this, we don't have a stand your ground law, which means, if someone isn't a threat, you have to de-escalate. However, the closest thing they have to that is something called a castle doctrine, which is, you don't have to retreat in your own house or flee your house. Okay? But it doesn't exist outside of your premises, and basically that's why stand your ground doesn't exist in other states other than few southern states. Anyway, he's charged with that. I'll tell you what this. I don't know if they did a press conference about it. Antonio Brown. Let's see. So he's reportedly wanted. They're saying the warrant was obtained from there, and he's gonna post for a $10,000 bond and stay under house arrest until trial. The warrant was signed by a judge. But attempts to reach Brown on Thursday were unsuccessful. So he's going to turn himself in, pay $10,000. He's going to stay on house arrest. Per the warrant, an off-duty officer working security at the event told police that he saw Brown involved in a physical altercation with a man. Witnesses told police that Brown was the shooter. Brown did not have a weapon on him when he was patted down, but police did find 2 shell casings and an empty gun holster. So it looked like he had a joint on him, okay? In the X-Post the next day, Brown claimed that he had been jumped by people trying to steal his jewelry. He was led away in cuffs, but the former wide receiver said he was just being detained to share his account with police, and he wasn't arrested. He returned to the event after being released. Per the warrant, police found the video footage that seemingly showed Brown punching another person and sparking a fight. Wow. So that's going to be big. So they're saying Antonio Brown started the fight. Whoa. I'm going to be honest with you. That might be the cooker. You see, let me tell you this. When you down in Texas, as I know it might sound a little crazy, when you down in Texas, Georgia, Florida, you got to wait for the other nigga you got to tell him, touch a button. That's what we say in Jamaican terms, touch a button. You got to let the other person kick it off. You don't kick it off. Let them kick it off. When they kick it off, you end it. When they kick it off, you end it. That's it. When they kick it off, you end it. So they found the video footage, And it showed Brown punching another person, sparking a fight, with the footage later appearing that Brown grabbed a gun of a security officer. So he grabbed he didn't even grab his own gun. He grabbed a security officer's gun, I guess his own security, ran back to the person he initially hit, and he fired 2 gunshots as he approached the victim, with the accuser ducking. The alleged victim, who said he had known Brown since 2022, okay, the guy's cooperating. He's going to jail. He's going to jail. Chat, this is why you don't want to have no fights with nobody. A nigga will be online. A nigga will be online. A nigga will be online this entire time. A nigga will be online the entire time telling you A, B, C, D, and E that he gonna do whatever to you when he see you. It's on site. And you shoot at the nigga and he's talking to the cops. And I'm not saying, I ain't even saying it's wrong or right. What I'm just saying is that this is why you should probably not engage in certain games with anybody. So the alleged victim, who said he knew Brown since 2022, I guarantee they were both talking crazy to each other. When I see you, nigga, I'm going to violate you, nigga. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that, nigga. And Tony Brown shot at him. He talked to the police. He told the police 5 days later, Brown ran towards him with a gun and shot at him twice, potentially grazing his neck, as per the warrant. The two fought over the gun until the police arrived, at which point Brown walked away. The accuser was treated at the hospital. Brown is a 7-time Pro Bowler with a bevy of off-field issues. Last played in the NFL. He infamously known for ripping off his pads, leaving a team in the middle of a game. Chat, all I could tell you is this. I got to tell you this, chat. I must tell you this, okay? I must tell you this. Unless he has a clean criminal record, if this guy cooperates, and I ain't gonna lie to you, you got to pay this nigga off. Give him 10, 20 bands. Make sure he don't testify. He got to go ghost. I do think, per the security camera, there was a lot of people streaming. Chat, look at it. There's multiple angles. There's multiple angles. Look.
Oh shit, what? Oh shit, hey, AB getting strapped, nigga. Oh shit, wait. What the fuck, that security, AB? Shit.
Now, I will say AB's my mans. I want to be very clear. I love AB. But let me tell you this. I'll be damned in Florida if I put hands on a nigga. You put hands on a nigga, you better be wearing Kevlar. You put hands on a nigga first. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm having a hard time believing that AB just socked a nigga out. And if he socked a nigga out, I would think AB didn't plan to shoot a nigga. Because in Florida, it's stupid to me for you to put hands on a nigga when you know that most people are carrying some type of weapon. And it could escalate to that. Okay?
What the fuck, that security, AB? Shit. Oh, what the fuck, twin? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Now, this might be the individual here or this guy. One of these guys. This looks like security. This is AB. I'm going to assume it's not the guy in the white because AB's back is turned to him. And this guy over here, I can't tell who he is. He might be security too. This guy's trying to throw a punch. This guy's trying to throw a punch. So if it looks like, who knows? Now I'm going to be honest with you. And AB my mans. And I hope you don't get mad at me because I've been cool with him. AB doesn't have the best reputation. There's a few niggas who thought AB ran off on the plug with them. I'm going to be honest with you. In Florida. You know how it go. And like niggas will be like, yo, I'm going to say you this. Do this for me. They feel you ran off on them. If they see you in public and they might have thought you've done bad business, they might tell you or trying to confront you. Now, here's the thing. If they confronted AB and AB, it's really about who hit first. The nigga who punched first, he cooked. And I'm hoping it's not AB. But, and the reason also I'm hoping it's not AB, why would you punch first in a group of niggas that they clearly outnumber you unless you're just hoping that you're maybe that's his security? Maybe he thought he was going to fight with him. But he clearly got jumped, right? Clearly got jumped.
Oh, shit, what? Oh, shit, AB getting strapped, nigga. Oh, shit, what? What the fuck? That's security, AB. Shit. Oh, at the fuck, twin. Ooh. Ooh.
W commentator.
Oh, shit.
There's another angle.
Walk in. Yo, it's AB outside. Oh shit.
Now, I'm going to be honest, too. And not that this matters. This is why, let me tell you this. Gun etiquette, don't pull out your gun for play. AB wrong. I'm going to tell you what AB wrong for. If you take that gun off the holster, ain't no reason why you ain't empty the clip. Don't pull a gun for show, for play, for toy, for art. Empty the clip and deal with the concept. Once you pull that gun, dump it, the whole mag. So when I see 2 or 3 shots get fired, I said AB was playing around, if that was AB. It should have been bah, 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 bah. I'm telling you this because ask anybody who done took a concealed carry class. You not here to do warning shots. This ain't shooting the airtime. Bah, bah, bah. End it. It's over. Dead man tell no tales too. I'm telling you. You don't pull the gun off your hip. Shoot. Bow. Nah. You playing around. I'm telling you the truth. Again, I'm not, you see, some people come from some pussy ass states. I mean, I'm from a pussy ass state. Jersey's pussy in terms of with guns. But I'm a proud gun owner and I believe in all gun rights. For people who have weapons, if you pull your weapon, empty the mag, my nigga. That's a fact. Empty the mag. Empty the mag. Now, again, I don't think he's going to get convicted at the end of the day. I think it's a long way to conviction. The nigga wasn't shot. This is probably some hood nigga. AB going some way, give him some bread. There's going to be some reasonable doubt that maybe he had reason to pull his weapon or to shoot, or maybe this was a stand your ground. There's going to happen to be a couple witnesses who said, oh, I heard them say, yo, we finna get the Glock on this nigga. So it looked like AB just beat him to the punch. I don't think he's going to get, and that's what they said, attempted murder, which, it's not necessarily Florida, but see, Florida, you clearly were shooting at the nigga to kill him. I don't think AB's going to get convicted, but I could see him taking a plea for probation and some house arrest, or going through a lengthy trial trying to beat it, but having to pay off mad niggas to stay quiet or to not testify. So I think he's going to be all right. This is Florida. If this was Jersey, he's cooked. That's 20 years. If that was New Jersey, he's cooked. 20 years. 20 years. Facts. New Jersey don't play around. New York don't play around. 20 years. Florida, he's going to get some wiggle room. He's going to get some wiggle room. He's going to get some wiggle room. I think he'll be fine. But it's a lot more. And by the way, you could tell he's going to be fine. Bro, his motherfucking bond is $10,000. Nigga, you do that in New York, New Jersey, you're not getting out of jail. Period. You ain't getting out of jail. Oh, hell no, you're not getting out of jail. By the way, real quick. I want to also make this very, very clear. Let me just cover this thing yesterday. Chat, I didn't even want to talk about it, but, I wouldn't be me if I didn't, right? Yesterday, Kendrick Lamar went to Toronto and he performed. There's a couple videos out there floating around. Not gonna lie, I heard what I said yesterday. I said if he perform Euphoria, I gotta post it. Just gotta be honest, I gotta post it. I'm a hip hop guy, I gotta post it. This nigga not only went there to perform Euphoria, the nigga did not like us. This was in Rogers Center in Toronto, Canada. This will happen.
What's that
Okay. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Shit got so bad, they started chanting after he performed the song one more time. This was bad, chat. This is bad. This is bad. I couldn't believe. I couldn't believe, chat. I couldn't believe this. I couldn't believe this. Niggas even went live. Canadians went live, streaming the whole thing, chat. Now, this was the most shocking part for me. They even singing, rather let a Canadian nigga make Pac turn in the grave.
What is this, a praise? Hey!
He performed the whole song, chat. He performed the whole song, chat. He performed the whole song, chat. New Ho King afterwards. This is New Ho King in Canada. This is New Ho King. Toronto crowd was shouting OV hoes. They asked me to run it back. They say in Toronto they was calling. Look,
feelings, brother. Hey Drake, if you're watching, it's no hard feelings, brother. If you put me on your ghostwriter team, oh, you might have stood a chance. I don't know. Kendrick been the king of Toronto since 2013. To be honest, Ovi Host is crying. They gotta worry about affidavits right now.
Now, let me just say this. Let me say this. First and foremost, by the way, this out of these insecurity. Look. Now, let me just be very clear. Toronto, I've been saying it for the longest. Y'all my favorite city. I've never been more disappointed. I was going to Caribbean. I think I got to cancel that trip. I was about to go to the show last night. And I don't care who this applies to, whether it's Drake, team somebody. Nobody popped out and show niggas. Not even a cup thrown on stage, nothing. So you telling me this nigga on a worldwide tour just violating, and the only nigga popped up and it even had an argument with a nigga was Ak? Oh, nah, I'm good. This was crazy. I'm good. First and foremost, I will just be honest because I call a spade a spade. I think Kendrick, he did a softball performance last night. I'm the one that says when it's time for you to deliver the kill shot, you walk him down and headshot him. He should have performed not like us 6 times in the 6. That's how you do it. That's a fact. I got to keep it a bean. I'm hip-hop. 6 times in the 6. If ain't nobody going to do nothing about it, you should have dropped it 6 times in the 6. Nobody around? It's so sweet. Really? Should have did it 6 times. I can't lie. That's hip-hop. That's hip-hop shit. I got to keep it a bean. 6 times. So Kendrick really let niggas off light. Now, the issue with Drake and Kendrick has been litigated already. What was it? The Super Bowl y'all was waiting for? It happened. Was it the Grammys? It happened. Was it the pop out? It happened. it it all happened. It all happened. Last night, I wrote a letter to Trump. I said, Trump, we gotta get Canada as our 51st state. Ain't no way. It's no way. It's no way that should have been allowed to happen in Canada. That's when I realized, and this is not all for my Canadian people, because I love my Canadians, and I do love Toronto. It really was my favorite city in the world. They showed me so much love. But what I seen last night was a city that was misguided, broken, and not knowing the harsh truths behind some of what this battle is about. Let me make no mistake about it. If you are just a Kendrick fan and you're like, no, we're just glad Drake is catching a L or whatever you want to say, cool, you got it. But when I watch Canadians dance, sing till they're losing their voice box, the whole time I'm looking like, do these goofies know that the idea of not like us is not just Drake? It's none of y'all. You realize the sentiment about not like us is not only to Drake, it's all of y'all Canadians. You realize that's how niggas talk about y'all. That y'all have weird accents. Y'all style is from like 3 different countries, Jamaican, Somali, everywhere. That's when I realized, I'm like, yo, these niggas think that song was dissing all of y'all niggas. But then that's when I realized, I'm like, you know, I spoke to a lot of people from Canada. They said, yeah, niggas in Canada, they don't have no shared identity. You see, the West Coast, I'll give them this at least. They do have a shared identity. Canada, they don't know what's going on. Again, this is not a Drake thing. If you're saying that, by the way, listen, I call a spade. Big W for that. This is how you should do it. I went there when Drake performed back-to-back in Philadelphia. I'm hip-hop at the end of the day. When he did that, I said, that's how you're supposed to do it. Perform your biggest song, dissing that man in his own city. He can't do nothing about it. That's that W. That's how you crystallize it. Dot did the same. I think he should have went crazier. 6 times. I don't know if Drake could say he's a 6 god if this is how it's going down. This was last night I was in awe. What is going on out here? Now, granted, obviously, we're not saying Kendrick don't have fans in Toronto or Canada specifically. But what I realize is that I don't think people understand the idea and the overall themes that went behind the battle. This idea of they not like us. I want to let all of you Canadians, no nigga from the West Coast think any of you Canadians are like them. So to see y'all like, it's like the ones that's dancing, they don't think y'all like them either. They just did a robbery on y'all. Now, granted, again, Kendrick makes great music, so there's nothing wrong with just go support his music. But to watch people celebrate, it's not about Drake win or Drake loss. To watch somebody celebrate the idea of kicking the back end of your entire cultural and existence, I looked at Toronto as a place that was lost last night. I said, wow. Yeah, you see, I identify with people from Toronto. I'm going to tell you why. I'm Jamaican. It's a lot of Jamaicans that migrated to Toronto. Toronto is really a mixed hub of a lot of different races, cultures, you know, and oftentimes, you know, because we know how Americans are, they'll be like, yo, nah, there's no Canadian guy. Why do they talk like that? Why do they do this? It's a reason why when Drake got in hip-hop, he never used his original accent for a long time. So when I hear a song like Not Like Us, again, I know some people are like, you're making it more than what it is. Yo, if you're talking about Drake and Kendrick, the shit been over. I was definitely going to give the fucking cherry on top of the cupcake because, yes, you performed it in a city. But to watch Canadians, I just want to tell all y'all Toronto niggas, the idea of not like us, none of y'all are like what them niggas is talking about. None of y'all. It's the reason why it says, I'd rather do that than let a Canadian nigga. Canada has strived so long to be pretty much a city that's seen and accepted. So to see them laugh and dance to their own demise, Drake, I got to keep it a bean with you. It's time you start claiming Houston. It's Houston time now. It's Houston time now. It's It's Houston time. Drake, you got to leave Canada in the past. It's Houston time. It's Houston time. It's Houston time. Now, they might do it in Houston, but at least with Houston, it's a different story out there. But watching the Canadians sing a song or sing songs that was denigrating their whole existence, I sat there and think, do the Canadians think that this song is, the West Coast helped Kendrick win the public sentiment of this battle. You know that the fact that Drake's from Canada and people look at y'all like, who the fuck are they? That's kind of why Drake didn't have that much support. And y'all supported this. Yo, Toronto, y'all are cooked, bro. Y'all are cooked. I can't even lie to you. Y'all are cooked. Yo, Drake, it's time to claim Houston, bro. You got to claim Houston, gang. Go claim Houston. Nah. I ain't even going to lie to you. I don't think the Toronto Raptors going to win a championship for the next 40 years. This is a curse. The Blue Jays won't win no more. Toronto basically just said, West Coast. Let me tell you this. And I still think Joey Badass giving the West Coast hell is still because of that nigga Kendrick talking about he coming into New York kicking down the buildings like he's Snoop. No, nigga, you ain't doing shit. You see, New York is a prideful place. Last night, I saw Canada get emasculated. We're not talking. The battle with Drake and Kendrick been over. But the nigga dissed y'all exact existence. If you live in Canada today, from Toronto, think about you as a person, as a hip-hop fan. The nigga says, you're Drake. To Kendrick, you're Drake. Okay? To the majority of people who like music, you're Drake. You're not like everybody else. You're from Canada. That's how they look at you. I don't look at y'all like that. I love y'all. That's how they look at you. Watching y'all sit there and parade to it, I said, they might be right. Them niggas might be right. Drake, you got to start claiming Houston, bro. You got to start claiming Houston, bro. It's over. Got to start claiming Houston. Yeah. Watching that disgraceful output by Canada last night, I realized that, like, I won't say Canadians got no pride, but them Canadians in that building had zero pride. Nigga, I would at least censored myself on certain lyrics. Even if I was a fan. Hold on now. If I'm a fan of you and you dissing, you said all these Jamaican bitch niggas, I'm like, hold on now. I realized them niggas had no pride last night, man. No pride. Because I asked y'all the question. Y'all think Drake could go over there and say, the West Coast ain't got no this, the West Coast ain't this, da-da-da-da-da, and West Coast niggas sing to it? Nah. Even if they like Drake, they just won't sing that. Canada, Toronto, I'm going to holler at Trump, man. Y'all got to become the 51st state, man. After what I seen last night, y'all need some exercises in pride. This is where we from. Fuck that other shit. It ain't even about Drake. But y'all don't got it. So, y'all might as well just fold on. Y'all could come in after Idaho. You know what I mean? Yeah, we just adopt Canada. That shit was crazy last night. .W. I keep saying dot. You got the second night tonight? Perform that shit 6 times. There's no pride there. There's no Canadian pride. Just perform that shit 6 times. If I'm dot, I would perform every day. So I don't even perform no other song. Just to let niggas know. That nigga's on the stage just violating Canada the whole time. I'd rather do that than let a Canadian nigga, Big Pac, turn in his grave. What the fuck? Again, it's not about, if y'all want to say the Drake Kendrick shit, that's a dub for Dot. I gave Drake a dub against, I call it spade a spade. I gave Drake the dub for doing it in Philly. I gave Drake the dub for doing it in Philly. But trust me, Philly niggas got some pride. If there was a song that said all these bitch ass Philly niggas, they're not singing it like that. It's not happening. To me, when I listen to that shit, both Euphoria and that, the idea of they not like us, a lot of it is Canada, which, by the way, he literally spells it out. This is what a lot of niggas think about Canada, not I. They think y'all niggas are cultureless because when they hear y'all, they hear Jamaicans. When they hear y'all, they hear some of y'all beats sound like the UK. They hear y'all, they hear other places. That's why Kendrick say y'all run to this, y'all run to that, y'all run to this, y'all run to that. And that's what people think of Canadians. It's crazy. No, I'm sorry. Not me. I love Canada and I love Toronto. But last night I realized, and it's not all Canadians or Torontonians, it's the niggas that was in the building, they're culturally clueless. They don't realize that Kendrick is dissing their entire, he's dissing Drake, 100%. But he's dissing their entire existence. After that, Drake, you better start claiming Houston, bro. That shit's over. That shit's over. I don't want to hear no more. That shit's over. Disgraceful. Shit was disgraceful. That shit was disgraceful. Disgraceful. And if you say this ain't about where you from, it's just about who you are, it's a reason why he said, you think the Bay gonna let you disrespect Pac, nigga? Yo, Pac was born in New York. Yo, Toronto, who y'all got? Cardinal Official and Bieber? Shout out to Weekend. That's what y'all should say. You think Toronto gonna let you disrespect Drake, nigga? Yup. Yup. That's crazy. So don't tell me the nigga wasn't using identity and where you from politics. The nigga says on the song, you think the Bay gonna let you disrespect Pac, nigga? I think that Oakland show gonna be a last stop, nigga. Can't even lie. I think that Toronto show might have been Kendrick's best show. Shit's crazy. I can't believe it. Toronto niggas is something different, bro. It's something different. I gotta call top 5. It's Toronto niggas is a special breed. I've never seen this before. You can't disrespect Detroit and go perform that in Detroit. Won't happen. You can't. Let me tell you this. You couldn't disrespect Chicago and go to Chicago and perform it like that. Fuck no. Nigga, you couldn't even do it in Broward County and go down to Miami and do it. But Toronto, different place. It's a different place. I don't know what's going on in Toronto, but God bless y'all. God bless y'all. After I seen that, I said, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Let me see. I gotta try to call top 5. That was crazy, sir. That was crazy. I gotta call a spade, bro. That shit was crazy. I ain't even gonna lie. I watched that shit last night and I said, yeah, I think it's time we move on. That shit's over. It's time we move on. That shit's over. It's time we move on. That shit's over. That shit is over, bro. It's time we move. It's time we move on, bro. Like, no way. They let an LA nigga go to Toronto and called him the king. Well, obviously not everybody, but the lack of pride is astounding. I'll leave it there. I was just disappointed. Nigga, I looked at that and I'm so hip hop. I looked at that and I was like, all I heard Drake fans did, they had a karaoke outside the event. Chat, last night I realized I think I'm the realest nigga in this shit. Nigga, at least I popped out and show niggas, nigga. Nigga, I went behind enemy lines. Nigga, I popped out and showed niggas. It could have went left, right, center, up, down, right, or whatever. I popped out, nigga. Didn't give a fuck. Nigga, last night they said it was the most peaceful show and the best show. I'm good. Toronto, y'all niggas got it. Peace out, okay? Drake, just start claiming Houston, because Toronto ain't it. I'm sorry. Toronto, I love y'all. I was going to come to Carabana. I got to cancel my trip. I can't come. It's no way. It's no way. It's no way. It's no way. No way. Y'all got to get some pride. Y'all got to, like, listen, you see that flag back there? You see that flag back there? It's a reason why I got that flag back there. And I'm an American citizen, but that flag right there is where I was born. That shit is embedded in my heart, my soul. Nigga talk bad about it, nigga, that shit hurts me. Not the Canadians, bro. I'm good. I'm good. I think Trudeau got these niggas fucked up. All right, we got to get back to the Diddy case. I never seen some shit like that before, bro. Dot, you got it. Yo, that was a hip-hop move last night. The only thing I give you a B instead of an A. You got to do it 6 times. 6 times. 6 times. You got to, nobody going to do nothing. Ain't nobody stopping you. You got to do that shit 6 times. Nigga, you standing on Canadian soil talking about Canadians ain't like that. They're dancing to it. You're saying, niggas don't like the West Coast and I'm here and they're dancing. Fuck it. Keep violating. Keep violating. Keep violating. I can't even lie. I had to check out after that one, chat. Chat, I'm so glad I didn't go to that concert. I would have cried tears up in that. I would have cried tears up in there watching the soulless, prideless Canadians just what? Only thing I ask y'all think Drake could go perform Family Matters and get that type of shit where they're like, fuck Kendrick, fuck Kendrick, fuck Kendrick, fuck the West. Fuck no, hell no. I don't think so. So anyway, I'm checked out of that. Dot, okay, this is the longest victory lap of all time. All right, wrap it up now, gang. Wrap it up. It's over. Dot, wrap it up. Dot. And this goes for you, Anthony Sala and Dave Free. You was emotional, Dave Free. You had tears in your eyes. It's a fact. Y'all done been on a victory lap for 3 years now. Enough is enough. Y'all performed in that man's home country. Y'all got his own home country dissing themselves. They don't know what's going on. Wrap it up then and keep going on to some other shit. I'm tired of this shit now. God damn it, bro. Wrap it up then. Wrap it up then, man. This shit was embarrassing last night, man. Last night, I was just like this. Ain't no fucking way. Somebody said I was going to cry in the car. Nigga, I was crying almost damn last night. I'm like, nah. Nigga, I love Canada, man. I know they prideful over there. Nope. Cap. Nigga, you couldn't even do that in Cleveland, Ohio, nigga. I ain't even going to hold you, bro. Detroit won't let that go down. Facts. Chicago won't let that happen. Facts. Can't do that. Listen, like Philly, well, that did kind of happen in Philly, but you can't diss Philly in Philly. You can't diss Philly in Philly. You can't diss Philly in Philly. You could diss one Philly nigga. You can't say, I'd rather do that than let a Philly nigga. You crazy as hell. That stage will be filled, bruh. We in a different age, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got it, bro. Last night, I realized I said, let's get back to the Cassie case, bro. Canada danced to a song dissing their very existence. You know, I realized they lack self-awareness. What niggas say about Drake, they say about every one of y'all Canadians. They don't think none of y'all black enough. You know, the funny thing would be like, yo, this part where they're like, yo, we don't want to hear you say nigga. They don't think none of y'all Canadians should say nigga. They think y'all sound weird. That was the shit. I was like, wait, Canadians are agreeing with Kendrick about this? They're cooked. They're cooked. I'm sorry, I can't defend it. Y'all got it. Dot, I don't know what you done did. You done, boy, you done did some shit, boy. You done did some shit. You found the right ones to play with. You found the right ones to play with, Doc. Maybe you could play that with Toronto and Canada, but you play that with somewhere else, they fuck you up. Stop playing, Doc. You found the right ones. Them Canadians was playing, they were just having a good time. I don't know. And I know some real Canadians, but I don't know what was going on last night. I'm like, fuck him dissing Drake. If the nigga was solely dissing Drake, let him say, Drake, you a bitch. Drake suck a dick. Drake. The nigga at a point started substituting Drake for Canadians. You niggas run to Atlanta. You niggas run over here. You need culture. Y'all don't got shit. Y'all come steal from us. And I'm like, oh shit, he's dissing exactly the epitome of what Drake is. A Canadian rapper. Once I seen that, you can't ride for niggas who ain't riding for themselves. This is one of my favorite Bible scriptures is God helps those who help themselves. I'm like, hold on. So, where the Canadians at? Nobody? They ain't even throw some Canadian, like Canada Dry at them? Maple syrup? All right, y'all got it. You cool. All right, let's get back to this Diddy trial chat. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm in disbelief. I'm in disbelief, Jay. That was bad. That was bad. All right, people. Chat, they could get clipped. That's why I really feel. I really was just like, yo, I'd never seen Canada like that last night. And I just want to let the entire Canada know what Kendrick was saying is not what they thought of one of y'all. It's what the majority of Americans think of y'all. Y'all know I'm really close to Canadian and Toronto culture. Why? I'm Jamaican. Jamaican culture is infiltrated there. So that's why, like, sometimes I'll hear people like, yo, why you having an accent that sounds like them? No, I'm Jamaican. Me speak patois. So when I speak it's not language, it's dialect, patois, that's how their accent is infused. You have a lot of Jamaicans there mixed with Somalians, this and thirds, a cultural mixing pot. So I identify a lot with Toronto culture. So I fuck with them. I don't look at them as weird because I don't think I'm weird, right? But a lot of people in the United States, when they hear Canada, they think of it like a fucking joke. They think of it like these are some weird niggas with weird accents that ain't bout shit, that's soft, that have no culture, that just be following and be on our dicks. Y'all just proved it. Sorry. That's true. Y'all can't tell me nothing different. That's exactly that's not how a lot of Americans think of Canada. Be honest. Ain't that the premise of the song? Yo, y'all niggas just be on our dicks. Like, y'all niggas don't got nothing going on. Like, we the real culture. Y'all steal our sauce. Y'all be just trying to, like, come over here and try to get whatever, and try to. And then the Canadians just like, yeah, pretty much, yeah, you're right. Okay, let's just dance to you telling us what we are. I'm like, okay. That's a good one. That's a good one. Drake, we got to start claiming Houston. Houston. What's that song called? Raining Over Houston? Yup. Yeah, I gotta call it top 5. We gotta call it top 5. Oh, no, he has a new number. My bad. The feds tapped this one. Let me call his other number. His new number, chat. The feds tapped his last number. Let's see if we can get this here. Yo.
Big Wack.
5.
Talk to me, Wack.
5 almost cried tears last time. What's going up in the 6, man?
Those are the same cops that take me down every time they arrest me.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. So before we get to that, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm so conflicted, cause you see, everybody know, yo, I'm a Jamaican born man. Man, I love Toronto. I feel like Toronto is like Toronto, my cousins. Like when we get together, we vibe. Yo, you know what I like about last night? And I know Kendrick got fans, whatever. I didn't like the fact that they turning up to him dissing Canada. Like he dissing
That was fucked up.
the essence of what you people are. Like, yo, you my dog. Like, he's...
When I seen the crowd scream one more time, I'm like, fuck, that's fucked.
Yo, what's going on in Toronto? Like, what's...
Illuminati, it's the Illuminati attack.
Yo, no, I'm gonna be honest. Last night I was just like, yo, is it like hate in the city? Like they don't have no pride? Because put it like this. Put it like this. You can't go to Philly and make a song saying, yo, I'd rather do that than let a Philly nigga come do A, B, or C. They're gonna go crazy. They're not going for it. You can't talk about a city, a group of niggas. You could diss one guy. You could diss one guy still. But you start summing it up like, yo, them Philly niggas, they're on your ass.
How pussy is this? You went to New York to sleep for the night?
Wait, who went to New York?
Kendrick Lamar went to sleep in New York for the night?
Dot went to New York to sleep?
Come on, you know this. The whole streets of Toronto could tell you.
Nah, I thought he was at the Noble. He was like, he had the presidential.
After that video,
yeah,
he didn't go back. He went to go sleep in New York for the night. And it's coming today again with 25 police escorts. You know what I mean?
Man, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you.
You know I get all the calls. She's at the one hotel. You know I get all the calls at.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. This is a bad look though.
What can I do?
Hold on. Well, you the only one on the front line still.
Hold on. If a man's rolling with 50 cops with AR-15s and fucking police escorts, look at the video, bro. You're not a biased guy, bro. How come you're not posting the video?
No, well, I post everything on both sides. So because like if I post that, I gotta post like 10 videos on their side too. You know. But Academics TV posted. Hey, no, I get you. No, and I do believe that. I think that's smart for them. And really, I'm not even mad at that.
Hey, hold on. I just seen your page. Ye's in New York for Diddy's
Yo, I played the clip yesterday. Oh, you must be out of the loop. Remember when you were streaming with Ye and you said to him, and you said, yo, Ye, but Diddy, man, blah 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 blah. Yo, you know the update? 50 Cent baby mama was in that freak off shit. You know, right? Yo, here's the thing. She said one time she did a freak off, or she went to a freak off. Diddy wasn't there. She said she go to Vegas and it was a mogul and his girlfriend and 5 other people and they watched somebody fuck on a bed.
You're lying.
Yo, the way it kind of looking, you know who they say the mogul is? Yeah. Yo, it all makes sense, man.
Listen. Yo, can you tell Kendrick to drop the police?
Nah, he not gonna do that. Hey, the J3 hitter said he said he went to New Ho King last night.
He's a fucking liar. I FaceTime him. He's in fucking California.
He ain't go out there?
He's a liar, man. That guy is just fucking lying, man. I didn't call nobody. I went for myself. Well, 100 young boys trying to see Kendrick Lamar, man. Man locked the door on me, man. Next day, there's fucking emergency task force, everything.
Yo, listen. Yo, this is my only request. And you know me, and I'm making this request publicly. Number one, no violence. But let me say this, because my favorite city is Toronto. Y'all can't have a nigga from Compton make Toronto just look washed. That's my only thing. I'm not saying no violence or no nothing, but it's like I gotta see some pride because it's like it's kind of like he's moving kind of different, like
yeah, but
this
the way
shit,
the crowd was saying one more time, that broke my heart. Like, it broke my. I can't even go out today, man. I can't even go out today,
yo,
man.
I was gonna come to Caravana, but I said I might have to. Yo, I might have to link you somewhere else, bro. I don't know what's going on. Yo, what I know about Toronto, you guys are dope, prideful, energetic, cultural people. When I seen that, I said, yo, I never seen that part of the city that's dick riders.
So do me a favor. Go tell Kendrick and I'll drop the police.
Nah, he's not gonna do that.
Drop the police, bro. I'm not saying anything's gonna happen. Just drop the police. I'm in Toronto, brother. Wait. Hold on. He's worse than Taylor Swift. He has fucking more cops than Swift.
Yeah, I do gotta. I'm not coming there tonight, but I got a suite there tonight. I got a suite up in there.
I ain't going.
They ain't gonna let you in?
They have a fucking thing that says call 911 if you see this kid.
No way.
You want me to call the bodyguard for you?
Yo, so you can't just go take in the show?
Nah, they don't want me in there. Bro, I heard the man has snipers on the roof.
What?
Yeah. Nigga has the same cops as Trudeau. Remember I told you this, man? You didn't believe me yesterday when I called you. Before the videos went out, I was there chilling at the Noble, man. Seen a fucking whole roster of cops. I'm like, I gotta go.
Yo, somebody told me he got the whole Watts out there. You hear about Watts? There's some real niggas out there.
No, they're not here. He doesn't even have his.
I hear niggas out there with all type of color rags. They going crazy.
He's lying. I waited outside the Noble for fucking 7 hours, bro.
Damn.
Ak, let me tell you something. You know what? I'm gonna call you. I waited to see him. I didn't want no violence. I just wanted to see him, meet and greet.
You just have a little conversation with him. Ain't nothing too crazy.
I got something special for him. I want to give him a meet and greet, man.
Yo, nah, that's a good guy. It's just. I'm gonna be honest with you. Again, I want nothing bad to happen. I just want to see Toronto.
He's short too. I don't need nobody for this guy. He's short.
Wait. Yo, they tell me he's jogging around the city. He's not jogging around the city, is he?
Probably the fucking, bro, he has the same cops as fucking Trudeau. Trump. And then they have the balls to tell me, these street Compton niggas have the balls to tell me, oh, he's the biggest rapper in the world. And they just fucking dropped his ticket price to $60. The suites cost $2,500.
Yeah, oh no, this is Detroit. Supposedly goes on a jog in every city.
Let him go on a jog in Toronto.
And I'm like, yo,
come back around with him.
If he goes on a jog on Bridle Path, I don't know. Bro, I don't know, bro. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm so shocked last night it went down like that, bro.
Look at this act. You don't see the fucking cops?
Yeah, but no. I get that. No, I get that. No, I'm talking about. I didn't know there was so many people in Toronto that like hate themselves.
You don't see these cops? Yoak, you gotta post this. You can't be biased. Ak, before remember, I just woke up. Ak, if you're my brother, this is crazy. This is nuts. You don't see this after show, Ak? How the fuck am I supposed to pull up? Look what I just said. You play this on stream. Tell all your streamers how the fuck do I pull up on this guy?
Let me see what's going on still. Yeah, but you got to realize though, like, he was gonna pull up a certain way. Like, he wasn't gonna come like with him and J3 Hitter. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen a J3 Hitter dude on tour with him at all.
on the other side, please. Watch yourself.
God damn, how many vehicles is this?
Kendrick last night in Toronto, Hack. I want you to go tell your whole streamers.
Yo, wait. Damn, does Trudeau roll around like this or no? Jeez.
Yeah, Trudeau rolls around with that.
Whoa.
So, Hack, I'm going to go take another nap since I can't see my boy today. And I'm calling you back when I wake up, Hack. But I want you to go post that and be fair. You're not biased, Hack.
No, I posted still, but yo, it sounds like you need a backstage pass to the concert tonight, man.
Send one. No. So what, they can rush you, send 10. No search.
No, they're peaceful guys. No, I talk to these guys. They're peaceful. They're not like that.
Tell them give us 10, no search.
Man.
I'm calling you when I wake up, Hack. I love you, academics. Right, talk soon.
Damn. I think Dot done took the heart of the city, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I never thought it would get to here, bro. Holy. I mean, I could post it, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, the only reason, the reason why I don't care to comment, about how Kendrick pulled up there or left. Bro, I went to Philly, bro. Nigga, Drake left with like 30 cops too. That's a fact. I'm just a fair person. I'm gonna be fair. And I didn't think about that even when I gave criticism of Meek. I said, nah, this is your city. And by the way, none of what I'm saying means go crash out. I want to see how much your city rock with you. Is your city allowing this type of disrespect? So I'm gonna be honest with you. Me personally, I don't take anything away from from Kendrick. I mean, does anybody think Kendrick's a gangster? Bro, Kendrick is like 4'8". Nobody thinks he's a gangster, right? Bro, he's 4'8", like 130 pounds. Like, nobody could think that guy's a gangster, right? So him coming with security is like what he should do. Like, why would I be mad at him coming to security? Jeez. Another news, Drake did drop a song. All right, let's just move on, man. Okay, here we go, people. Here we go. So, back to the Diddy case. They ask Smizer, hey, listen. Smizer asked, this text, what is this for? He said, I was waiting for funds from TriStar. That's Combs' business managers. So who would you interact with them? I would interact with Robert and Greenhill. Did you get a FaceTime from Combs from Jane's house? Yes, I dropped him off at Jane's house with his supplies, and he called me a couple hours later. So how did Mr. Combs appear in a FaceTime? Angry and annoyed. Could you see Jane's face? They said, no, she was turned away. What did Mr. Combs ask? For me to say that if there had been another female, on the trip we were on, I said no. Had there been? No. And so how did you react during this FaceTime? Pretty normal, I thought. What did you do? I told Fahim and KK that Mr. Combs was arguing with his guests and that I was going to go pick him up. What's this? This is a message between me, Fahim, and Mr. Combs on June 20th, 2024. I wrote I need cash for his guest ASAP. Did you know what the money was for? No. Why did you leave working for Mr. Combs to avoid a situation like this? How did you feel about Mr. Combs? Great. The same way when I worked there. No further question. Mr. Steele. He hops up. He says, is Mr. Combs a motivator? He is. Have you seen him cry? Let me show you something. Give me a second. Your Honor, can I hand him a book? You may. 3605. Says, I can't remember if he was crying, but this does remind me that he was upset. Steele says, look again. Perez says, it doesn't refresh. Steele says, okay. You said there was a lot going on. Do you remember the March searches? He says, yes. Did you see the news? Yes. Have you been in a bedroom at 2-Star Island? She says, yes. Did you see any guns there? No. Did you ever see him with firearms? Never. I only saw him with security. Steele says, because he's a man of note, right? He says, yes. Steele says he's a man of respect in many fields, though, right? Objection. I'll ask this. Have you worked with other celebrities? Perez says yes. And many of them have security, right? Yes, they do. You mentioned Jane. Was she nice to you? Yes. You called King Knight's personal time, right? Yes. Mr. Combs worked long hours, right? Yes. Because you worked out of his home, sometimes business and personal got mixed, right? Correct. Setting up a King's Night, was his business or personal? Perez says personal. Buying drugs. Not saying you did it often, but that was personal too, right? Right. And buying lingerie for Jane. Was it personal? Personal. Did Jane always appear to you to be a willing participant in King Nights? Objection. Overruled. Yes, always. Ooh. So he says Jane always was with it. Steele says a small amount of drugs, personal use. Ayo says objection. Judge says that's sustained. Can you estimate percentages of your work and business, business and personal? He said, I said personal was 1%, and then 99% was business. Steele says Mr. Combs needed help to help with connection to Bluetooth, right? He says, yeah, he wasn't high with tech. Okay. Says he was working on an album very, very hard, right? Yes. You said KK and Mr. Combs was close, right? Yes. But you're not saying it was sexual, right? I am not. The argument you saw on FaceTime, was it verbal? Not physical, right? He says, yes. You learned it was about jealousy, right? Yes. Jane was very jealous, right? It's objection. Sustained. Steele, you're about the same age as Jane. Yes. Was Jane a strong and independent woman? Yes. You made purchases in sex store with the company credit card, right? I did. But you did not know if Mr. Combs paid. What? I don't. The hotel was put in your name. You had to go set it up. Right? Yes. And the room was registered as Sean Combs. And if the room was registered as Sean Combs, then there might be cameras outside, right? Right. For those asking how Kanye West looked as he came in the courthouse, here's a photo of Inner City Press via Josh Russell. So I guess that's his brother. So Matthew Russell's the guy we talked to, or talked to us. This is Josh Russell. He also did the cover photo. But okay, cool. Steele says, we propose an exhibit. AUSA says objection. Do we need a sidebar? There's a number of objections. We do need a sidebar, Your Honor. Judge says okay. Judge says you may proceed, but without showing this exhibit to the public in the gallery. Steele says so, Mr. Perez. AUSA says make sure all the camera screens are turned off. They were, and they are. Steele says these are between you and Jane. What did you say to her? That I was setting up a King's Night. She was telling me what to get. She's cooperating and setting it up. Here, the chef says she's making her avocado toast. She asked for hot tea and honey to go with her heart emoji, and you replied, I loved it. And you wrote, I wrote, have a good flight and dinner. I want photos of you and the something gang. Cool. Let's get some more. She wrote to you, he's looking for smoke, and you wrote, coming. Yes. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions. Judge says, Smizer, was getting those things for Jane part of your job? Yes. Did you ever set up King's Night on vacation? No. We can turn the public screen back on. This item, new hookah, is that personal? Not necessarily. Baby oil, personal. Part of your job? Yes. It was TriStar that designated the payments, not you, right? Right. Nothing further. Thank you. Judge says, let me see the attorneys at sidebar. They're back. We move to introduce these exhibits under seal. Judge says, granted. Jurors, you may leave for the weekend. Don't talk or read about the case. Judge says on Juror 6, under the Fazio case, Second Circuit, District Court have broad discretion. Okay. So they dismiss the jury for the weekend. Judge says in the morning when we addressed this, I said, based on the record, I was not sure an inquiry was needed. During breaks, I looked at a transcript in the Robin room and from the voir dire, that's the questionnaire, there's not evidence of bias. The juror indicated he moved to New Jersey with his girlfriend. It may not be permanent, but has been for the past few weeks. That was initially. There was a long break to confer when the juror entered the court and asked, and he said he was in New York for 4 to 5 days a week. The judge also says in the Robin room, he said that his daughter lived in New Jersey. He said that in the Bronx, he was there with his aunt. And in the voir dire, he said he lived with his girlfriend who lives in New Jersey. These are inconsistencies. There's more in the U.S. letter. Okay. Wow. I don't know. Okay. Give me a second.
Here I can see how it's enterprise. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Here we go.
If Diddy isn't convicted, is it poll up? Asked about Kanye West. Kanye West arrived at the courthouse to show his support.
Let me take a piss.
Do you think Diddy was happy to see him? 69% say yes. 30% say no.
That's a good question. Was Diddy happy to see him? I got to say yes because his son greeted Ye. But here's the thing. Diddy's lawyers have been really pushing, and I think it's a defense strategy to kind of dox Ye. They want Ye's name to be said. Now, why do they want his name to be said? Do they think he should be charged too? Or, oh, if you want to arrest me, arrest him too? I don't think that's the case. I think what they're trying to say is that, hey, listen, I know some of y'all are going to demonize me for my freakish behavior, but other people do it too. Like, this is what we do. It's consensual, though. Women know about it. This is almost like a really consensual thing that certain people do. I'm not the only one, because what happens is that when Diddy's singled out as his only person that's doing this to women, it seems like, this guy is, we got to get him out of here. When you say like, oh no, other people do it too, but it's all consensual, seems a little bit better. Give me a second.
Curious why people might think he wasn't happy to see him. Joe, got a question from MC. Hi, Jesse. This is my favorite channel covering this case. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. If Diddy isn't convicted, is it possible that the government will investigate Christina Quorum and reopen this case?
Probably not, because going after KK isn't as sexy. Going after somebody else isn't as sexy. They could have indicted and prosecuted other people in this case, okay? And they decided not to do it. So it's not going to be, I don't expect a, quote, reopened investigation. Whatever they had, they probably had enough to indict someone else, particularly because if you're alleging something that takes a conspiracy, C-O-N meaning with or together, that means there are unindicted co-conspirators. If you just chose not to prosecute them. So I believe this is their only go around, unless of course the jury hangs and they want to go after P. Diddy again. I don't believe that they're going to add anybody else unless they feel like they need to do that to get another shot at Diddy. I don't think they're going to do it separately, because if they were, they should have done it already.
Tyler, interesting question from Naturally Now. So it came out yesterday that after Jane finished her testimony, and I think we have some courtroom sketches of this, she hugged Tenny Garagos, the defense attorney, and I believe she also hugged the prosecutor in this case as well. I think Maureen Comey. The question from Naturally Now is, thanks so much for access to an expert panel and the great show. Thank you so much. What does it mean to the jury and us that Jane chatted or embraced defense when leaving the stand? What can we deduce from this, if anything? Now, I can't confirm if the jury saw this. I believe they might have seen it, but I can't confirm they saw it. Assuming they saw it, what do you think the effect is this going to be, though, Tyler? And what can we deduce from this, if anything?
I think the juror seeing her hug both sides, which is being reported, she hugged the prosecution and the defense lawyer. I think it kind of more so humanizes her. I mean, she was on the stand for 24 hours. She also was subject to a pretty rigorous recross examination where she snapped back at the defense. And I think maybe her hugging the defense lawyer there, humanizing her, and shows that she was trying to let the defense know, I know maybe you were doing your job, hugging the prosecutors as well, saying that they were doing their job as well of eliciting the testimony that she gave. And I think it just really, because she hugged both sides, I think just makes her look more of a sympathetic witness, because her testimony is very complex and nuanced on either side, whether you believe that she was forced to engage in these freak offs, or if you believe that she was a willing participant for the benefits that she allegedly received.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. Why? Because Elizabeth Milner is going to come up. I want to know what it was.
So it was kind of an interesting morning. A lot of rumblings just about whether or not Kanye West was here, whether he was actually here, because there was rumors yesterday that he was here too. But yes, I can confirm that he was here at the courthouse today. Now, as far as being inside the main courtroom, no, he was not inside the main courtroom. I did not see him in there. But at first I was thinking, okay, maybe he might come into the main courtroom because they cleared the floor. They, being the marshals, cleared the floor. So I thought maybe it was to bring him into the room, but that didn't happen. But I did hear that he was sent to the overflow room, and maybe that wasn't where he wanted to be today. And so what ended up happening was I think he was there for maybe 15, 20 minutes and then ended up leaving. So no, he was not in the main courtroom, but I did hear he was in the overflow room for just a little bit.
Yeah, so we got this question from Olivia E., any jury or court reaction to Kanye being there. So I'm glad you set the record straight, because it wasn't entirely clear what was going on. Oh, we had this happen today, too. Shopgirl asks, it was reported that Diddy was shaking his head again in court, during cross-examination. Did the judge admonish him once again, and did you observe any of that?
Well, I did, yes. I did observe him kind of nodding along with Mark Agnifilo, even towards the end of Mark Agnifilo's cross to the HSI investigator, or HSI agent, special agent, I should say, that I saw Diddy kind of give him an under-the-table thumbs up that I was able to see from my angle and my point of view. But afterwards, Maureen Comey kind of stands up. This is after the jury is dismissed for a break, and she said that her colleagues in the back of the courtroom, who have a better view of Diddy because the prosecution sits in front of him, so they don't get a view of him, obviously because they're in front of him, but that the colleague had told Maureen Comey that Diddy was kind of nodding along with the cross-examination, and the judge was kind of like, he didn't admonish him necessarily. He was like, it's normal reaction for humans to kind of have this reaction, and I can't police every single reaction that the defendant is necessarily having. So it wasn't a stern talking to like it was the first time, but he said that if anything does happen again, he'll do the appropriate measures. But as far as Brian Steele kind of defending the defendant there, Brian Steele was kind of like, he's been nothing but professional. I'm sitting here right beside him every single day, and he's not doing what he was doing before as far as turning to the jury, nodding at them. He tries to make sure he's abiding by the judge's rules, not even looking at the jury when they enter and exit the courtroom today. And so it wasn't a tough talking to this time around, but I'm sure if something else were to happen and the judge notices something.
That's kind of odd. Like, I think he should be allowed to, look at the jury. Not, kind of, try to, do the most, but he can't look at them when they walk in a room? That's crazy.
That it might be a different type of talking to after that.
And if you just want to add to that, this is from Mary Baracco. How was Diddy today? How does he appear? How does his demeanor like?
Yeah, well, Diddy today, he was wearing his brown sweater, white undershirt, and khaki pants. As far as his demeanor goes today, I think maybe he was also possibly anticipating that Kanye West would be in the main courtroom, kind of show that level of support between friends. But he seemed kind of as usual, just, taking notes over at the defense table, speaking with his attorneys, nothing out of the normal as far as what we saw today in court. Definitely still participating in his own defense, taking all the testimony in, and then jotting appropriate notes down at the appropriate times too.
You got to explain to me what's going on with these audio tapes. I'm not sure I quite follow them, Elizabeth. We have these tapes of what appear to be Christina Coram speaking with Jonathan Perez. What do these tapes sound like? And by the way, isn't this the first time that we've actually heard the voice of Christina Coram? What is going on in these tapes?
Yeah. Yeah, I think to me that was kind of the most surprising thing, not only because she had recorded this conversation, but also because I'm like, wow, we've only seen her in photographs. Now we're hearing her actual voice. But Jesse, I do want to take a step back as far as why we were hearing that particular audio recording. And it had to do with Jane, because apparently staffers over at Diddy's home saw that there was this sexually explicit video on an iPad that normally the staff uses. And so there was kind of conversations had amongst the staff about how this was found, what do we do, that type of thing. So when Jonathan Perez was on the stand today, he was explaining that that he didn't know that this conversation was recorded, but before even this recording happened, that he had spoken to Diddy about it personally. And now when Jonathan Perez is on the witness stand, he refers to Diddy as Mr. Combs or Mr. C. So he said that he spoke to Mr. C about this recording and then spoke to Christina Coram about this particular video recording. I should kind of specify. No, there's the audio recording of Christina Coram, but as far as the Jane recording of her with another man, Jonathan Perez said he spoke to both Mr. Combs and Christina Coram about it. So then the conversation is brought back up again weeks after this initial conversation was had. And so we did hear this audio recording from KK and Jonathan Perez. It was dated January 30th of 2023. And I tried to write down as much as I could because finally and thankfully we're able to see the exhibits. So we finally were able to see the transcript. So I was trying to write down as much as I could. But Christina Coram is kind of like, I don't know how to bring this up. Bring that Bosu ball over here and sit on it so that you aren't standing. It was brought to my attention last night. And tell me step by step what happened. An outside person brought it up. Did you talk to anybody about this particular recording of Jane? Now, she didn't say, Jane or anything like that, but did you talk to anybody? So then Jonathan was like, well, I didn't talk to anybody. Christina Coram is like, well, were you in the house? And then Christina Coram said, where were you in the house? Jonathan said Brandon was there. He was talking about something on the iPad. Christina Coram is like, okay, well, who was all in the house? We can check the cameras in the house. Jonathan is saying, well, I was just trying to saving him as far as Diddy specifically so that way he could delete it. And then Jonathan said he didn't talk to anybody else about it. He said that Brendan wanted to tell Rob about this, said the advice was to initially just delete this video. But then Jonathan said he didn't want to delete this video in case something were to happen and it be brought back up, that type of thing. And so Diddy initially wanted to launch an investigation. Now, we didn't hear Diddy's voice on this audio recording, nor do we think that he was kind of even around when this recording took place. So really, we were just hearing the voices of Christina Coram and Jonathan Perez in this particular tape. But Christina conveyed to Jonathan that Diddy wanted to launch this investigation and how it got onto the staff iPad. And so Jonathan believed that this video was recorded on the iPad, but then Christina asked if other people like Brandon might have told other people about this. Jonathan said that Brandon was actually freaking out about this particular explicit video. And Christina Coram was like, well, was anybody else there? Think, the housekeepers, the chef. And Jonathan said that Chef K might have been around in the theater location when the staffers were kind of talking about this particular explicit video, but that Jonathan didn't relay to Christina Coram that that Chef K was in the theater. He said he didn't want to make it a big thing. And so there were no follow-up conversations after these particular recordings were recorded, but the conversation was then brought to another person, another staffer, that being Fahim, who is Diddy's driver, as well as kind of, I think he was the head of security, that he brought it up a couple weeks later after Christina Coram brought it up. And then Jonathan said that he had told Fahim pretty much the exact same story that he told in court, also that was recorded on by Christina Coram too.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear this, and also wondering if she's not going to be called as a witness. Right now, there's no indication that she's going to be, which was a surprise to a lot of us following the case. We have a question here from Blessing Eek. Why was Diddy's son allowed to get to attend court yesterday wearing a Free Combs t-shirt? I thought that was against the court rules. Is that true from what you know?
Yeah, and I saw this shirt myself, and we were all thinking, because I was sitting by another reporter, we were like, how is he allowed to be wearing this inside the courtroom when the jury is present? Now, I don't know if the jurors were able to see what the words were that were actually transcribed on this particular shirt, because it was like a black shirt with red letters that say Free Sean Combs, and then what Christian had over top of it was kind of this mesh top, and so I don't know if the jury was able to see those words. But what I did see was Marshall kind of go up to Christian questioned Combs, look at his shirt, and I thought, okay, well, maybe she's going to tell him, take the shirt off, or you're going to have to change your shirt, change it inside out, similar to how Charlucci was when he was wearing his free puff shirts or free puff sweaters and hats. But that didn't happen, and so he was able to continue wearing this shirt, something that I thought was pretty surprising given just the amount of attention that is on this trial, but also because of what had happened weeks earlier when they had told another person who was wearing a free puff shirt to turn their sweatshirt inside out.
I want to go back to yesterday. We were talking earlier about how Jane apparently hugged both the defense attorney and prosecutor in this case before she left the courtroom. We got a question from Danny. Did Jane stare down Diddy when she got off the stand when she was going out there and giving hugs?
I didn't see that from my point of view, and I think even there was like a split second because everything kind of happened so fast where I like look down, then I look up, and all of a sudden I'm seeing Jane hugging Tinny Garagos, and Tinny's kind of just like sitting there a little still in that matter. But I didn't see her stare down Diddy necessarily. From what I saw for most of her testimony, she avoided eye contact with him at all times. That's why it was really surprising to see her hug his defense attorney as she was getting off the witness stand.
By the way, Elizabeth, there was some controversy at the beginning of the day regarding a juror. There was talk about whether or not this juror would even remain on the jury. What did we learn a little bit more about what the confusion was with the juror, what the issue was with the juror? We had a lot of questions, I think, during this week in our chat about it. So what happened with this juror?
Yeah, well, we learned a lot more as far as why this particular juror was kind of being questioned and why the government might possibly want this particular juror off of this case. But the judge was like, well, why don't we bring this juror out? We asked him some questions so that way we can possibly get to the bottom of everything. And so we can ask about possible deceit. And then the defense was like, well, I don't think we're at this point that we need to ask any more questions, because apparently they had already been asking this particular juror questions twice already inside the robing room or the judge's chambers. And so the defense was like, you know, this is harmful. This he didn't have deceitful responses on the questionnaire that he had submitted in order to even be on this particular jury. And the defense was like, I'm hesitant to raise the issue again because I think that we think that the juror might have believed that something was wrong, and we don't want to kind of single out this particular juror. And so they said that they, being the defense, says we're concerned about his residency and we figured it out. And so this is kind of a measure of good faith. And the government is saying, well, this issue is an issue. And they said that multiple things can't all be true at one time, and there's inconsistencies with this juror statement. And then the judge is kind of like, okay, well, maybe there's just an innocent explanation to all of this, and that there's just no basis, because the judge, after the defense was kind of like, oh, well, the prosecution just wants to dismiss another black juror, and the judge was kind of like, there is no basis that the government is being biased to try to dismiss this particular juror, and that the situation came up because the juror made a comment to the jury staff. The jury staff brought it to the judge's attention. So they say it's fair that the government would want to raise this particular issue. And so then the defense kind of had like a quick huddle to figure out how they wanted to proceed. And so the defense said that we considered calling this juror back, but they believe that it'll have that negative impact on the juror and just how they're treated amongst the other jury members too. It could impact deliberations going forward, and they feel like the juror would be singled out and there's just no reason to question him further. And then the defense said they even spoke to Diddy about this particular thing, and that Diddy is totally fine with this juror still staying on, possibly to deliberate too, because this isn't an alternate juror. This is one of the main jurors. And so then there was a point the judge asked him, okay, do you waive something? And then Diddy, in his defense chair, is like, I waive. And so Diddy is completely fine with this. Then the judge kind of revealed a little bit more, and it has to do with this particular juror and their residency. And so the judge is like, well, he said he lived in the Bronx, and then the government said, well, the most prudent thing to do is ask this juror more questions. Specifically, does your employer require residency in New York? And then the defense chimed in. They're like, well, this is harassing the juror at this point. It's gone to a far field, and this suggestion would be pretty troubling. And so the government is like, well, I don't know why the defense is so adamant that we just ask this juror another question. And so the judge said, I'll review both sides' arguments and then I'll make a decision later on. So as for now, every single juror is still there. Nobody has been dismissed. And so we did see that particular juror still in the jury box, still paying attention to all the testimony today, just as usual.
Well, Shop Girl says, yes, thanks, Jesse. That juror thing this morning really confused me, so thank you, Elizabeth, for clarifying that. By the way, one more thing about Kanye West. It was reported that, yes, he did go to an overflow room on a different floor, reportedly sat next to Christian Combs, obviously one of Sean Combs' sons, and then left shortly thereafter. How's the jury doing? How are they reacting to today's testimony so far, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think, for the most part, it's maybe, and this might have just been my interpretation, I think maybe it was kind of a slow start this morning. So, for example, there were exhibits that were entered into evidence. There was a bunch of stipulations, and they had heard testimony from Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Andre Lamar. And then, it was kind of like maybe a slow start, but that just might be me as far as just why are we seeing these particular exhibit photos of baby oil and guns, and what does this all mean, and what does this particularly tie into? And then for the most part, even when Jonathan Perez had taken the witness stand too, I feel like they're still kind of engaged. They're still taking their notes down. They're still listening to all the testimony, but I haven't seen any kind of like overtly emotional or crazy reactions from them today. They're all just kind of sitting in, doing their part and doing their civic duty.
What did you make of the testimony of the special agent and all the weapons and drugs and baby oil and Astroglide that was found at Sean Combs' LA property? I mean, to read it and hear about the arsenal, to hear about armor-piercing rounds, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you take away from it?
Well, you know me, I took all my notes down, especially because there were just a lot of exhibits that were shown.
You took all your notes?
Saw an exhibit photo.
No way, Elizabeth. No way.
I did.
I know. 15, 20.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Today, I don't think there's any big development. So let's kind of recap. Jane Doe's off the stand, right? They bring up this agent. They're telling us some shit that, I'm going to be honest with you, yes, it does seem exorbitant. But if your case that he's a sex trafficker is that he's a freak and he had 900, I get it. Bro, 900 bottles of baby oil or Astroglide is crazy. 900 is crazy. 200 bottles of baby oil. So 900 bottles of Astroglide, 200 bottles of baby oil. Crazy. But that don't make him guilty of a crime. That don't make him guilty of a crime. And they bring up this guy that does the search, and the search doesn't find anything. I'm sorry. I'm not going for it. Just because homie got mad baby oil and Astroglide, he's guilty? I'm not going with that. Okay? Now, the baby oil and the Astroglide. That doesn't do anything for me. But then they bring up a gun. Diddy's not accused of shooting no one. They're talking about armor-piercing bullets. These are legal bullets. These aren't banned bullets. Now, the serial number being filed off, I know definitely that's not legal. 100% that's not legal. But even then, everything supposedly is securities. So they didn't find anything. You know what I wanted to hear them say? We found the tapes. He had tapes of him with women who were passed out, fucking them. He had secret tapes of other people having sex. He was a voyeur after all. We wanted to hear that he had hidden cameras in rooms, spying on people, jacking off to them, whacking off. That's what we wanted to see. Not the fact that the boy had lube and condoms and fucking baby oil. So I'm a little bit confused by how that's something that needed to be testified for. Now, they bring up this other guy. His name is Jonathan Perez. Jonathan Perez pops up. He's like, yo, bro, I set up the freak off rooms. And he basically kept teetering in between, is he doing this for business or is he doing this as something of a personal matter for him and Sean Combs? Not for him and Sean Combs, but for Sean Combs. And I'm saying, like, okay, that kind of makes a point. KK's instructing him to set up these rooms, and he's getting lingerie for Jane Doe, but he testifies as well. Oh, I thought everything was consensual. I had no idea. I've never seen nothing that she didn't want to do this. So it's like, why is this guy here? Again, the prosecutor got to tie these people into committing a crime, knowing about a crime, knowing about it and still committing it. Because none of these are looking like co-conspirators. These look like just random assistants doing their job. Let's see if we could get, I know Unk probably on right about now. If not, Lauren Conlon definitely is. By the way, we hear a different name. It's called King Nights. So Diddy was calling the freak-offs FOs with Cassie, Hotel Nights with Jane Doe, but some other people knew about these nights as King Nights. This is King Night, you know? Different location for Unk.
In the security room, they found a gun safe. On top of the gun safe was buckshot shells, and they laid out 2 chairs. It was a chair on the left and a chair on the right. The chair on the left, the first gun was a bolt action Ruger rifle. Dark-skinned Jermaine. Also on chair number 1 on the left was a Smith & Wesson MMP rifle, semi-automatic AR-15. And then he had a Glock 9mm. On the chair number 2 on the right, he had a Mossberg pump shotgun, 1 MMP rifle, and another MMP rifle. The MMP rifle, both of them had green tip ammunition. Ashley B. The green tip ammunition.
By the way, we could look that up. Armor piercing rounds. Is it illegal? Maybe it is. In general, possessing it is not inherently illegal under federal law. And that's all we got to read. Under federal law. But there is restrictions on manufacturing, importing, and selling them, and illegal to possess them while committing a violent crime. The federal definition of armor-piercing ammunition includes projectiles made to specific metals like tungsten, alloy steel, or iron. So it's not necessarily illegal.
Can penetrate body armor. Go right through it. You wear body armor, the green tip bullets.
Ray, you ain't got no goddamn armor-piercing bullets. Stop playing.
Can penetrate body armor. That's what the dude from Homeland Security said. One of the guns had the serial number scratched off. It was either sanded off or scratched off. Also, they found a drum magazine that holds up to 60 rounds of bullets. They took all the bullets out and it had 59 rounds in the drum. The Glock pistol had 10 round magazine, it was loaded. And the 30 round magazines for the MMP rifles were all fully loaded with 30 bullets in each one. They had all the guns laid out. They put the picture up on the screen. And that was that. Surprisingly to me, the government, the prosecutors, cut their direct examination off right there. And this is where it got magnificent, because I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, how is Puff gonna get out of this? They found the drugs, the ketamine, they found the MDMA, they found all these guns, and this is all in his indictment. Under the RICO conspiracy, guns and weapons is outlined in the indictment. I need 500 thumbs up. I need 500 thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up button and share this video. Hit the thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. So, Puffy's lead attorney, Jamal Porter, what up? Thank you for that super chat. Mark Agnifilo does the cross-examination. Yo, this is why I'm an accountant, or I'm a trained accountant. I used to be an accountant, but this is why I'm a YouTuber, and this is why trial lawyers are trial lawyers. Mark Agnifilo got up to do the cross-examination, and it was amazing. First question to Andre Lamar, the head of Homeland Security that did the search warrant on his property in Los Angeles. Mark Agnifilo asked him.
Why am I hearing a countdown? Oh, that's the light, right?
And Mark Agnifilo always starts his cross-examinations off. He goes up, he says, I'm Mark Agnifilo, I'm Puffy's lead attorney. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If there's something that you don't understand, say so. I will more than feel free to ask you again. He say that every time he get up there, every time. Mr. Lamar, Puffy has a security service that protects him and his property, right? Yes. Puffy also has a dedicated security office for his security team that he's paying, right? Yes. Andre Lamar, every gun and all ammunition were found and recovered in the security house. True? Yes. Did you find any guns in Puffy's children's room? No. Puffy has kids, right? Yes. Did you find any guns in the kitchen? No. Mr. Lamar, did you find any guns in the bathroom? No. Did you find any guns in Puffy's bedroom? No. Andre Lamar, no guns were found nowhere else but in the security house, right? Yes, all the guns were found in the security house. Andre Lamar, was the door locked to the security office?
Yo, chat, I don't even know why I'm thinking about this. Yo, did Drake ever post Wayne's album? Did Drake ever post Wayne's album? I know Nicki posted that shit. Nicki even did a remix, right? Posted Wayne's album. By the way, none of the pictures include Drake. Not saying they have to. She also did a remix to Band from New Orleans.
Money now, kill them later.
And I think she
now, kill them later. Big bitches know they.
Let me see if I can find this song, the full song. I think I could play it. Not closing out that Lauren Conlon link, you know? That's a, by the way, Low Life Brave say, yo, Drake and Wayne beefing. I don't know. I don't think they beefing, but it's kind of odd. Like, I haven't seen, like, the love between them. It's kind of odd. NFL fires some niggas, then call us. Yeah, that's a shot. That's your shot at Jay-Z. Nicki don't fuck with Jay. And I don't think necessarily Jay-Z. I think it's just Roc Nation. A lot of people who Roc Nation has been involved with, including, what's that dude, Azoff. The guy, I think he used to manage or do some business with Nicki. Yeah, I think, Nicki's calling it out. One thing I like about Nicki, me and Nicki, we ain't never been really seen eye to eye. Like, we never really had no relationship. But I do like, Nicki a straight shooter too. Nicki a straight shooter. A lot of females in this business, they straight shooters. I think Nicki and Cardi, they both straight shooters. Like they gonna say they both got their ways, but they straight shooters. Nicki been taking on the industry for a long time. I think she just know, man, there's some hate going on up in this bitch. So you tell me that Super Bowl come to New Orleans, Wayne don't get it. We never did no Super Bowl, but we seen all type of weird ass motherfuckers up on that stage. Nah, hell no. Nah, she right. But I'm more interested in what's going on with her and I don't think her and Drake got nothing going on. Is there something with Wayne and Drake? What's going on still? Like Drake is posting Smiley's new record. Bruv, you can't post Smiley's. Yo, Drizzy. I ain't gonna ask him about it but like, bruv, you can't post Smiley's new record. And I get it, you're on it. Mr. Don't, Mr. Gucci. I get it, you're on it, bro, but you're posting Smiley's new record, you're an artist, but you didn't post. Am I wrong? Did he post Drake? On Wayne? Bruv, you gotta post Wayne, bro. Like, you gotta post Wayne. Yo, Drizzy, you gotta post Wayne, bro. I'm with Smith-Alino, I'm with Smith. Right? Nicki did at least a remix of Field, man. Consummate professional. With all due respect to Lauryn Hill, I think when it's said and done, Nicki's so much number one. I think Nicki might occupy the first 5 spots in best female rapper. Just rap. Like, one thing about Nicki, bro, like, trust me, I don't even like Nicki. Y'all know I don't like Nicki, right? Like, me and Nicki, we ain't never had no positive interaction. But one thing this chick do, this bitch always rapping. She always rapping. She always got bars. She always just like, yo, this is what I do. This is my thing. Like, Nicki ain't really good at nothing else. Ain't no disrespect to her. Anytime Nicki start getting sexy, she look like auntie. I ain't gonna lie. She look like auntie. One thing Nicki good at is bars. I'll give Nicki that. She like the only female that just still rapping out here. Still care about it. The rest of these chicks, they really like influence. They just act slutty and then drop a slutty song. No lyrics, but like, yo, I will fuck you there. Blow a bag. Like, Nicki's like still punchline barring niggas up. I'm like, yo, Nicki's still winning from like the 20 years ago formula because she could rap. I fuck with it still. Me and her are never going, because the Barbers hate me and I hate them too. We ain't never going to get along, but I could get that to Nicki. Drake. This is the perfect time, Crody. You got Kendrick over here just doing some dumb shit. Bro, lock back in with your crew, nigga. Like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. A little EP with y'all. I'm gonna be honest. We don't want to see you and Cole go on tour again. You and Savage is fire, but we're good off that too. You know what would be dope and refreshing? And I don't know, maybe Drake is just like trying to appeal to the new, so like nostalgia shit don't really work with him like that. Cause Drake don't really do nostalgia shit. You know what I mean? Like Drake was about to do a stream of Kites, you know what I mean, like a day ago. So it's not like Drake is like, nah, let's bring niggas back to 2015. He's like, no, let's go on to 2020 or 2030. But it would be dope, bro, do a 7-song EP. Y'all 3 go on 15 cities stadium. 15 cities stadium. One, like y'all are all titans, moguls. Y'all are the GOATs. 1v1v1. That's all we want. 1v1v1. I like that tour. Remember the idea of the tour that Drake had where him and Wayne was kind of going back at it type shit? I would love to see him versus Nicki versus Wayne. And what happens is, each city, somebody, like, they obviously get comparable amount of performance time, but somebody get eliminated every night. Then they have a one-on-one contest. They have 3 stages, bro. bro, like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I don't know the personal issues. Maybe there's some personal issues, but like, bro, yo, you could only find Wayne once in a lifetime. You could only find Nicki once in a lifetime. You find Drake once in a lifetime. Like, all these other niggas, yo, put it like this. All that TDE cock riding and shit like that, bro. They have one nigga. They have one nigga. The other nigga blind as a bat. The other dude, he cool. Like, what? Like, they don't have 3 superstars, first ballot Hall of Famers. Yo, Drake should be shitting on the game right now. Like, all you got to do is use your resources. You, Wayne, Nicki, go on a 15-city stadium tour. You drop a 7-song EP. Yo, listen, y'all a family, but it's about, yo, y'all are the best of the best. Bar it up. Make some cool songs. 7 songs. 15 cities. Yo, it takes a month to do it. A month and a half. Historic. Y'all gonna sell tickets like it's going out of style. Y'all all do stadiums. Y'all tickets could go for $400 for the nosebleeds. Why is this not happening? Why is this not happening? Everybody's clicking up and linking up. You got Kendrick and SZA. Like, why are we not getting the real 3 GOATs? Yo, 15, I'm telling you, stadiums. You know how the barbs will show out to make sure Nicki is fucking, like, no, it's some competition on some friendly shit because they love each other. To make sure Nicki's is winning every night. You know how Wayne fans who've been listening to that nigga since 2004 is gonna show up? And you know how OVO fans are gonna show up for Drake. That's gonna be a movie. Now I know some people like, well, that's what we're gonna get when we get the YMCMB. Like, bro, these artists, like, obviously, like, they're all like pushing 40 or they're in their 40s. But bro, like, we don't want a reunion tour from them unless they're 50. And like, because they're all still around or hovering their prime. Would anybody say Nicki's washed? Nah. Like, Nicki just dropped some dope album. Nicki still could give it up. Now, Wayne, I ain't gonna lie. We don't have 2008 Wayne, but we still have Wayne. Even with his last album, we like, nah, we just need to get him some better production, curate the shit a little bit better. Drake, that nigga's still battling it out. Come on now. I don't know why they don't do that, bro. Who? Yo, it don't got to be a full tour. Yo, here's the thing. You can't give everybody a full tour. These are mega stars. You just tease it. You tease it. You give them 15 dates. 15 dates. 2 nights in New York, 2 nights in LA. You go to Houston, you go to Miami, you go to Atlanta. You go to, I said LA already, right? You just go to the big cities, right? And then you go to London. You do the, what's it, 03? Like, what's the stadium out there called? I've heard, Wembley? You got to do the stadium out there. Just do 15 dates. I don't know, man. I just want to see that shit, bro. But I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I haven't seen Drake say nothing about Wayne since that whole shit. Anyway.
Homeland Security do? I don't know. Andre Lamar, did the door to the security office have a lock? Do you have any photographs of the door that shows the door to the security office don't have no locks? No, we ain't got no pictures. Was the door forced open? Special agent, I don't know. Now, I forgot to tell y'all this part. Under the direct examination by the government put up a picture of the gun safe. And inside the gun safe were little slots, like 4 slots where you can place, you can stand the gun up, the rifle up, and you can stand 4 rifles up and put them in the slots. The prosecution put up a picture showing the safe, the gun safe, with the door already open. And the guns was on the left chair and the other guns was on the right chair. Check out Mark Agnifilo. Check out Mark Agnifilo.
There we go, y'all.
Talking to the government witness, Andre Lamar, the case agent, the chief agent who did the search of 200 Mapleton in Los Angeles. Mark asked him, was the safe open before law enforcement came? Special agent, we had a locksmith, but the locksmith didn't touch that office. Mark Agnifilo, did any officer ask the guy on site, the security on site, to open the safe? Mark Agnifilo, do you know how the safe got open? Puffy wasn't there, right? Puffy was with his daughters getting ready to fly out of the country when you did the search. Puffy wasn't there, right? No. Mark Agnifilo, was this a gun safe? Special Agent Lamar, it looks like it was built as a gun safe. Mark Agnifilo, do you have another picture showing that the gun safe was closed before you opened it? Special Agent, no. So you don't know if the long guns were in the safe. Special Agent, I don't know. Mark Agnifilo, would anybody know? Special Agent, maybe SRT. So you mean that, Mark Agnifilo, you mean to tell me you were the lead agent, you were the case agent, you were in charge of the search, but you don't know if the safe was closed, if the door was locked, if the door got locks, was the guns in the safe? You don't know none of that, and you the lead agent? You the lead agent? You don't know none of that? You don't know none of that?
Your got some swag.
Mark Agnifilo, well, what do you do? What do you do? You the lead agent? You overseeing all of these men? What do you do? You don't know if the safe was open before y'all came? You don't know if the officer asked the guy to open the safe? You ain't got no picture showing the safe was closed? No video showing how the safe got open? The safe is in the security house. No guns in the bathroom, no guns in the puppy bedroom, no guns in the kitchen, no guns in the closet, no guns in the living room, no guns in his kid's room. All the guns is in the security house of the security detail that Puffy paid for to protect himself and his property. But you don't know nothing. You ain't got no answers for nothing. What do you do? What's up, man? What's up, man? Well, what do you do? Special Agent, I inventory all the guns. Mark Agnifilo, Wouldn't it be important as the lead agent to know where the guns were found? You don't know whether the guns were in the locked security room or the locked safe, Special Agent. No. Any video of the closed safe, the safe being closed? No. What is the protocol to do the search? How did you conduct the search? What's up, man?
Yo, my wife want to know you on TikTok?
Instagram, YouTube. Podcast for Soul.
Podcast for Soul.
Podcast for Soul. Appreciate you, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I didn't want to interrupt you, sorry.
You good? Check mark Agnifilo out. Check mark Agnifilo out. Check me out. You knew this was Puffy's house. Homeland Security New York and the Southern District of New York told you to go there to look for guns. What is the protocol to do the search? How are you going to conduct the search? Sidebar! Sidebar!
Sidebar! Sidebar! We got a sidebar chat. 50 Cent looked like he's about to switch up on Diddy. Not Diddy, I mean, he about to switch up on Ye. He's always talked positive about Ye. He posts himself in a white suit. Look in the caption, he shows Ye in a white suit. Posting the caption, Ye getting out the Maybach in a white suit. And he said, "We are wearing white in honor of the freak-offs." Damn, Ye, you should have brought your dirty little wife with that Grammy outfit. Ye got to turn up on him. Ye, gloves is off. Ye, gloves is off. Fifth is in his feelings that y'all used to have his baby moms doing the do. Ye, gloves is off. Ye, gloves is off. Ye, you know what your girl about. You know you had her on the raft in the river in Italy or Paris or whatever, and she was doming you off. You know what it is, Ye. She don't surprise you. 50, I love 50. 50 my mans. I would never go at 50. I love 50. But 50 acting mad surprised that his baby moms is a whole bop. You can't be mad at Kanye, Fifth. You can't. Fifth, your baby moms is one of them ones. Ye knew she was one of them ones, and Diddy was piping her out and treating her like one of them ones. Ye just showing up to say, I know that bitch. That's a scandalous bitch. We all done fucked her. Yo, Fifth, you funny. And we all love your humor. You the greatest. You the best. I love you, Fifth. But you can't be tender. When you getting that Ye, you're being tender. Your girl, your baby moms, is on the stand trying to send Diddy to jail. You know she's an original freak. She used to be with Peter Nygaard. Google it. She's done freaked off with dumb rappers. And you gonna call out Ye? Cause he knows she a freak and he wanna show up to support his mans cause he knows ain't nobody victimized this girl. This chick was telling us other people to bring into the freak off. Stop playing. Fifth, we love you, but you can't be tender. You can't be tender. When you disrespecting Ye, it's like you protecting her. She's gone, my brother. She's gone. She been having freak-offs with other men. We heard the stories. Apparently, there was a video of her fucking another man that got leaked. She went to a freak-off that they claim Ye and his girl was at. Fifth, you saw something in her that ain't true. She bamboozled you. It was fugazi. You thought she was wifey material or at least good enough to be the mother of your child. These niggas were freaking off with her. You can't diss them. And I understand sometimes as a man, you gotta violate another nigga who probably was with your girl because you like, man, nigga, you ain't shit. Blah, blah, blah. Yo, your girl is a freak and trying to send these men to jail for life. Yo, Fifth, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. Your baby mom's is the freak of the week. She even worse than Cassie. She is trying to send niggas to jail for life. You got to chill. You know what? Ye showing up? Because Ye's like, if this bitch got a story on him, imagine the story she got on me. Who you think was wilder? Come on, man. Diddy ain't never touched them billions that Ye touched. Didn't Ye tell you? He put Jay-Z, Kid Cudi, Travis Scott, Drake, Rihanna. He put, who else? Kim Kardashian in a group chat and said, all you bitches, I got more money than you. Y'all ain't hear that? Oh, y'all ain't hear that. Y'all ain't hear that. Y'all ain't hear that. Y'all ain't hear that. If y'all think that Diddy was the worst, Ye was talking that shit. He ain't never had no Kanye money. Kanye put group chat Jay-Z. Here we go. Here we go.
I put everybody on a group text. Everybody gets a group text. Who's in this group text? It was Kid Cudi, Pusha, Drake, Jay-Z, Kim, and Trav. One of the lines I said that was legend is I said, I'm worth more than all of y'all on this text combined.
Let's end it right there. Fifth, when you see Ye showing up, let Ye show up. Your baby moms was out of pocket. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your baby moms was jumping off the page. I'm sorry. Ye not showing up for his own health. Ye showing up because he's like, yo. You know I got a lot of words, but I love Fifth. Fifth, you know. Fifth, you can't, Fifth, we love you, but you can't keep getting mad at the men who are smutting her out while she's trying to send them to jail. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Don't get mad at the men smutting her out when they're showing up to just defend themselves to not go to jail. You know why? Because now you look like the person that believed her when she said, I never wanted to fuck none of them niggas. They took advantage of me. I only wanted you. Fifth, I would never do that. I would never have a freak off. Fifth, come on, you smart as a motherfucker. You called her a little sex worker for a goddamn reason. What I'm saying is let Diddy and niggas like Ye get to at least put up a solid fight. We get it. They're way more freaky than you. But don't start blaming them. And then also don't start saying bring that little nasty wife, your little dirty little wife with that. Because whatever his wife is, I don't need to say the rest. Whatever his wife is that you're thinking, what does that make? I love Fifth too much. Fifth is undefeated. Nobody's ever defeated Fifth online. Fifth, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. Because we're starting to see you're crying through the tweets. I love you, Fifth. I love you. But Fifth, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. Talking about we wearing white in honor of the freak-offs. Damn, yeah, you should have brought your little dirty with you. They saying Fifth keeping it real. And I don't care who wife you call dirty. But here's the thing. It hit different when nigga called the mother of your child dirty. If Bianca dirty, Ye don't got a kid with Bianca. A quick divorce settlement and a paperwork party with the damn lawyer, snip, snip, she's out of here. You got that woman for life. Let's be honest. We got to keep it a bean. We got to keep it a bean. If Bianca is dirty, what do we call the one understand? If Bianca is filthy, what do we call the one understand? Fifth, we love you. But we don't want to see you go out tender. We don't want you to go out tender. Your baby mom's just like all of them. They all in a mix together. And if you gonna clown him, because I think Ye is supporting that man that he don't go to jail. If one should go to jail, they all should go to jail, including your baby mom's, Fifth. I gotta keep it a bean. So don't start with outside the home. Start with your child's mother. And I hate to say it because I love Fifth so much. I love Fifth. Fifth's my guy. But I could tell this is a hurt tweet. It's a hurt tweet right here. This is a hurt tweet right there. Fifth, you the first nigga who told us your baby moms was getting an allowance from Diddy. How did you know? That's what we want to know. How did you know? Ye done told us, I want niggas to fuck my bitch. He's telling us he's on the cuck shit. He got a song called Cuck. You never told us your baby mama is a freakazoid. Is the freak off head coordinator. We didn't know. So now we know. Fifth. But you wouldn't want to talk about that. Fifth, we love you. I love you. Listen, I hate to talk about this like that. Yo, Fifth and Cam, I grew up on them. If Fifth ever said something bad about me, I'll probably cry. I still come on here and talk about it, but I probably cry. I love Fifth. Fifth, I love you. I love you so much. But I could see through this tweet, you can't say his filthy wife when your baby mamas was right with him. Facts. Your baby mamas was right with him. Facts. Now, granted, some people going to say, well, Fifth did keep it fair. He told Shorty, don't kiss my son with that fucking mouth, you filthy LSW, whatever that means. Little worker, you know what I mean? Anyway, let's get back to it, chat. Let's go.
That was one of the elements of the text.
Okay, this is an intense group chat.
As soon as I start dropping bars, oh my God, he's in the episode. Oh my God, he need to go to the hospital. Oh my God. I put everybody on a group text. Everybody gets a group text.
Who's in this group text?
It was Kid Cudi, Pusha, Drake, Jay-Z, Kim, and Trav. One of the lines I said that was legend is I said, I'm worth more than all of y'all on this text combined.
Let's keep it going, chat. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Take it away. Sidebar.
Didn't you meet with your team of agents before you went to do the search to say, yo, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to go over there, we're going to go over there, we're going to do this. This is how we're going to do the search. And I'm the lead agent, so y'all do what I say. Mark Agnifilo, what is the protocol to do the search? You were looking for guns, right? How were you gonna conduct the search? Don't you wanna know, as the case lead agent, where the items were before they were moved? Special agent, yes. Mark Agnifilo, did that happen with the guns? Special agent. SRT wouldn't let me do that. SRT stands for Special Response Team. They're like a SWAT. So what my man said and the other Homeland Security dude said for the SRT, these the dudes that got the body armor, the shield, and they go in first to make sure the coast is clear. They go through and make sure the coast is clear. Ain't nobody in there. Ain't nobody in there with no guns. You understand? Secure the weapons, that kind of thing. SRT wouldn't let me do that. Mark Agnifilo. We don't know where the guns were. Does SRT have body cameras? Do your men have body cameras? We don't know where the guns come. We don't know where the guns was at. Special Agent, right. Mark Agnifilo. Nobody took any pictures or video. You didn't say, as the lead team agent, you didn't ask anyone, I want to know where the guns were when y'all was setting up this search. The dude had nothing to say. He said, well, we can't influence what SRT do. You know, he came up with some explanation. But check this out. This was the killer right here. Gotta give me some water.
Hydrate, Unc, hydrate.
How'd you follow that? All right. Mark Agnifilo. How many times did you say, how many searches have you done in your career? He said 50 to 60 searches. And you do human trafficking. You do sex trafficking, human trafficking. These 50 or 60 cases were real human trafficking, real sex trafficking. Mark Agnifilo. In those 50 or 60, he said, how many times have you found baby oil and Astroglide in your 50 to 60 searches for human trafficking? The special agent said, this is the only one. Killed it. Killed it. Mark Agnifilo. So in your serious job of hunting down human traffickers, SEX traffickers, SEX selling of the body, you've never found baby oil and Astroglide in a real human trafficking search? He said, nah. So what this did is just let this know this ain't no human trafficking case. Puffy's a freak. He like to have sex with women with baby oil and Astroglide. You understand? Yo, when he said that, it was over. It was over.
Yeah. Oh. By the way, I just remembered a point. Yo, Canada, y'all know I love y'all like second to none. Like not like Jamaica, but like right about there. But like, yo, all y'all Toronto niggas, I need y'all to explain to me how y'all was singing all them Kendrick songs, and maybe you I think it was a humiliation ritual. It's like they thought, oh no, he dissing Drake. No, he dissing you, nigga. He dissing you, fuck nigga. Whoever was that he was dissing you. I know some. Nah, he's just dissing OVO. The nigga said, I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all bitch ass niggas didn't deserve him neither. If you don't know, DeRozan was a basketball player who played for the Toronto Raptors. Kendrick is saying the city is so bitch made, they didn't deserve a good basketball player that came from Compton. Y'all ain't deserve him. Come back over here. I ain't gonna lie. Toronto, I'm gonna have Trump make y'all the 51st state. Y'all don't have no pride. Y'all don't have no pride. He said, I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. You think that's Drake? You know, they're like, no, he wasn't dissing Canadians. He was dissing Drake. He was only dissing. I'd rather do that than make a Canadian nigga turn in his grave. Okay. I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. Who's y'all? DeRozan sucks in my book. I don't want him on my team. Actually, I don't care. I don't got no team. I don't got no team. But still, who he talking about? Toronto Raptors. Basically saying the Toronto mans is waste men's. Glad D Rose came home. Y'all Toronto niggas didn't deserve him. Whole time he's comparing it to what y'all couldn't do in LA. He's comparing it to Pac. Toronto, we should have a prayer vigil tonight, and I'm down to lead it. I'm down to lead it. We got to get y'all pride back. This was crazy. This was an emasculation of the whole city. I'm sorry to tell y'all. There was niggas in Toronto singing, I'm glad D Rose came home. The funny thing is, stupid. That's your home, dummy. Dummy. He left y'all team to go to America. I'm glad D Rose came home. We didn't deserve him neither. Dummy. What's going on in Canada? In Toronto? This is what, again, yo, the nigga been doing his victory lap on Drake. We're not trying to take nothing away from him. Like, he got a victory lap at Super Bowl. He got a victory lap at Grammys, whatever. He got a victory lap here. We just wondering why Toronto niggas is doing a humiliation ritual. They're dissing themselves. This is a line they're crip walking to. How y'all crip walking in? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Anyway.
After that, Mark Agnifilo said, I ain't got no more questions. I ain't got no more questions. I ain't got no more questions.
Toronto, the most poppin' or famous city in Canada. So if Toronto take a L, the whole Canada take a L. I'm sorry.
Mark Agnifilo said, I ain't got no more questions. Coach King, what up?
Now, stand on business out there, man.
Next
What's
week.
He sent me I seen it. Oh, I gotta text him. What's Unk's Instagram? I know he sent me his number, but I forgot to save it. I gotta find his message again. What's his Instagram?
This was a key witness.
Unk was a real nigga early.
Y'all going to the Mets game?
Yeah.
Who they play?
The Rays.
All right. Be safe. Let's go Mets. What's up, man? You going to the game?
Yeah.
So, what Mark Agnifilo did was to establish to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that these guns that were found in the security office where Puffy's licensed and hired security staff hang out at to protect him and his property. Mark Agnifilo also mentioned that you would consider Puffy a major celebrity. True? Yes. You know that it's common for celebrities of his status to have a security staff, a licensed security staff that carry guns. And so what Agnifilo did was just, stop with the nonsense in the indictment that he got all of these guns. Now, one of the guns did have the serial number scratched off. What's up, man? The next witness is even better for Puff. Check this out. Check me out. The next witness for Puff is a Spanish dude by the name of Jonathan Perez. He was Puffy's personal assistant. He's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 35 years old, and he got a Bachelor's of Science degree in communications. He took the stand at 11:51 a.m. His schedule is from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. He's on salary. When he started, he was making $85,000 a year. When he left Puffy, when Puffy got arrested, he was making $100,000 a year.
Okay. That's
He
Jonathan
had
Perez.
applied for the job a few years before he got hired. The first time he went and applied, KK didn't hire him. A spot came open. KK called him back, said, yo, you still interested in the spot working for Puff? He was like, yes. That's why I tell y'all, just because something don't come off for you on Monday, don't mean it won't come off for you 5 months down the line on a Thursday. But you gotta show up first to throw your hat in the ring so you could be considered when something comes available. Hold on, y'all. Let me go over here real quick. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold up. So he got hired for the job. KK hired him. And he worked for Comb Enterprises. He's being direct examined, I think, by Smizer and U.S. Attorney Smizer, same one that did Breonna Bongolin, who perjured herself on the stand. Breonna Bongolin perjured herself on the stand by saying Puffy hung her off a balcony in Los Angeles on September 26, 2016, and Puffy was over here in New York on the same day. He worked for Puffy from December 2021 to September 2024. He was based out of LA and Miami. The first 6 to 8 months on the job, he had no interaction with Puffy. He worked with 3 other assistants. It was 4 assistants in total. And he worked with the butler. They talked about June Choi, who was Puffy's stylist and manager. Fahim Muhammad was the head of Puffy security. Fahim kept all the cash in a safe. If you needed cash, you had to ask Fahim. J9 was security and Puffy's driver, and he had 2 other security.
If I listen to Sean G, Diddy's beating this case. The reason why I do listen to other people is because I don't want to be like surprised, right? We did listen to that Midday. Let's listen to Logic. Hasn't been doing what we need him to do. Shout out to him though. You know, we love him still. I think he's been covered in other cases too. Let's see if Lauren Conlon still out a little. That's still out a little bay, you know. Still out a little bay. Yeah, we don't have an update. Maybe we go to Attorney Simone. You know, we're just trying to get opposite, opinions about the shit to challenge.
I don't know if the jury will get that one, but here's the interesting point. Each count is separate. So a jury can say, we're hung regarding Jane and still find him guilty or innocent regarding Cassie. Those are 2 separate counts. And then also separately is the prostitution. That's a separate count. And then finally, RICO is another separate count. So they have to determine each one separately. They do have to agree, but each one is separate. Jane is a wild woman, boy. Yes. Oh, somebody said Mia not guilty. He's not charged for Mia. Mia, you might be thinking Jane. He's not charged for Mia. Mia is the one that claimed SA as an employee.
Yeah, there's no charge.
See, I can see that. I can see Jane not guilty. Cassie hung jury. I could.
But Mia fits under the RICO, so she doesn't have a separate charge, but she fits under the RICO.
See that. I could see Well, how do y'all feel about the prostitution? And then what do y'all think of the RICO? Somebody said RICO for sure, not guilty for Jane. I'm with you, not guilty for Jane. Jane was my favorite. I've never had so many emotional roller coasters with Jane. I'm gonna pray for her. She's leaving the country, they said, for a while, and I think that's good. She needs a little break, bless her heart. Somebody said there's nothing wife material about a woman who has a PhD in sociology, but she was his crack pipe. Remember, he called her crack pipe. Her payments were distributed from TriStar, so isn't that an employee? No, that doesn't make her an employee, but it does mean she was paid by the RICO enterprise. Mm-mm. No, what makes you an employee are your job tasks and stuff like that. But either way, they are claiming she was part of the prostitution. And that employee or not, that's not required either way. But her being paid by TriStar is the business entity Diddy hired to literally do his payroll. That helps pull it into the RICO. That's what that does. All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Drop your questions below. I'm your legal bestie, Attorney Simone. See you guys on Monday.
Okay. All right. All right, Simone.
Dudes, Jonathan Perez says that honey enhances a man's libido.
Oh, is that? Oh, they talking about the honey pack? Hold up.
Need honey. Puffy had to have honey. U.S. Attorney smiles and says, why did he need honey? Jonathan Perez says that honey enhances a man's libido. Jonathan Perez would also go to sex stores and adult stores to buy shoes, outfits, and lingerie for Jane Doe. Check me out. Check me out. After Puffy and Jane Doe would do a king night or a hotel night or a freak off, Jonathan Perez would go and clean up the room along with another assistant or two, and that the rooms would have a lot of sheets and a lot of towels all over the place. And the room would be in disarray. It would be messy. And Puffy would be in the room from anywhere from 12 to 24 hours. And she said, why would you go in and clean up the room? Jonathan Perez says, we wanted to collect his personal belongings that we were going to take back to the house. And we wanted to not leave the room messy for the housekeeping staff of the hotel. After the king night, Puffy would look tired, and he would make sure that Puffy had something to eat, and that he got IV drips, and that he got a massage. I don't know if Jonathan Perez did the massage. I don't think so. He didn't say that. He would arrange a massage for Puff. They put up a text message chain between Jonathan Perez, Puffy, and Jane Doe. Frank Black, Puffy had two phones. One was a red phone, it was called Frank Black Red. The other phone was a yellow phone called Frank Black Yellow and Jane Doe. So whenever he would text Puffy and Jane Doe, he would text all three phones. Jonathan Perez rented a room in his name, room number 439, at the Edition Hotel, and he texted Jane Doe I left you 2 candles. I'm only 9 minutes away. If you need me, let me know. KK then texts Jonathan Perez, Puffy and Jane Doe need fruit, shakes, protein shakes, and outfits from the adult store. Jane Doe texted him back. KK said, is Puffy at the hotel yet? Jonathan Perez texts KK back. Security said he on his way. Then the dude, after Puffy do the King night or the hotel night, some dude named Ricky come and give him the IV to get him back right. Now, on one of the iPads, they was at Puffy's crib in Los Angeles, and one of Puffy's assistants named Brandon started yelling in the theater. I guess Puffy had a theater. So Jonathan Perez run over to the theater to see what's going on, and there's a video on the iPad of Jane, a male entertainer, and Puffy, and the male entertainer is having sex with Jane Doe. Jonathan Perez got the laptop and went to Puffy and showed Puffy the laptop. He said Puffy was surprised when he saw the video. He then told KK, and KK told him, the next time something like this happens in the future, bring it to me first. So Puffy deleted the video. But Puffy ordered an investigation to be done to find out who hacked his laptop to get access to that video or put it on there or something. But he launched an investigation. And it came back that somebody in Pompano Beach, Florida was responsible for the hack.
Pompano Beach?
About 6 months later, KK got a call from somebody outside of the company talking about the video. KK questions Jonathan Perez. They play the audio and they pull up the transcript of the conversation between KK and Jonathan Perez. And
chat, shout to Unc. We gonna keep, we gotta mix it up. I don't want y'all to fall asleep on me. Yo, chat, do y'all think that all the other freakazoids should support Diddy at the trial? We clearly know, he said, you can fuck my bitch. He's on some of that cuck shit. What about the niggas who was getting called a tenderoni in the pool? What about the other women who are getting peed on? What about the other men? Why are they not stepping up to support their mans? Why they acting like he's on some other shit? Why they acting like they don't know him? I don't like this chick right here, but she might be making a valid point. Tia Kemp, this Rick Ross baby mama, she said that, the other celebrities got to show up for Diddy because they was down with the shit, too. What y'all think about this?
So Kanye gonna be the only one that show up at the courthouse in support of his buddy. Since nobody don't want to say it, I say it. All right, Khaled, get your big fat ass down there to the courthouse. Wrong.
Khaled, I thought you don't eat pussy. Me a Jamaican to me no nyam pussy. Bad man no nyam pussy, dog. You see me? Yo, the rest of y'all.
Get your big wide ass down.
Rick Ross? Rick Ross only eat Wingstop. What the fuck you think? Yo, see, now she don't like Rick Ross, so I can't take it as that. But
down there to the fucking courthouse.
What?
French Montana.
What? French French not into that. French not into that. French been focusing on getting Max B free. That's a fact. French not into that. Come on now.
Get your yellow ass down there to the fucking courthouse.
What?
Kevin Hart.
Wait, hold on. Why Kevin Hart up in this shit? Kevin Hart been trying to be an uncle to Drewski and Castanet. Why y'all bringing up Kevin Hart? Kevin Hart don't do no freak offs. I mean, he did one little threesome and they tried to extort him, but like it wasn't a freak off. Is a threesome a freak off, chat? We need a poll. Is a threesome? Now, we're not talking about a threesome with another nigga, because that's not a threesome. That's called a train. And if you don't fuck, that's called cuckery shit. But it's a threesome, you and two exquisite females. Is that considered? Chat, is that considered one of them? Is that a freak off? Ja Rule. We need to hear from Ja Rule.
Get your short ass, funny ass down there to the motherfucking courthouse too. Meek Mills.
Wait, nah. Y'all not gonna play with Meek Mill like that no more. Me and Meek, we just pieced it up. The hip hop police was trying to lock him up because of me. And Meek ain't never did nothing to me, so I wasn't pressing no charges yet. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, me and Meek, we cool right now. I don't want nobody to try to start no beef with me and Meek Mill. I love Meek Mill. Meek Mill like my brother. He like my long-lost cousin. That's my guy. Okay? Hold on, wait a minute. That's my guy. This buck-tooth bitch right here, of course, she mad because Rick Ross don't fuck with her. Don't mention Meek Mill in this. Not because my man was a little bit, he can't handle his liquor. You know what I mean? That little Bel Air that De Leon. Maybe it was that Ciroc Peach. Got him a little flustered in the pool. Maybe he ain't hear what that nigga said when he said, "Daddy, I love you. You deserve it." Maybe he ain't hear that shit. What's wrong with y'all, man? Y'all gotta stop trying to insinuate black men on that shit. Maybe he ain't know that he had the same stylist as Diddy and he wore the same outfit as Diddy on the same day. What's the problem? Don't bring Meek up in the shit. What's wrong with y'all niggas? That's my guy. That's my guy.
Get your Philly ass down there to the fucking courthouse.
Philly niggas, Philly, I know Philly niggas. I'm about to go to Philly like tonight. After I get off show, I'm going to Philly. I'm getting a cheesesteak. I'm going to Max's. Facts. Don't dox me. Don't go over there too. My Philly niggas, they would say this some nut shit. Shout out to all my niggas from 215. This some nut shit. Philly niggas don't get down like this. Meek wouldn't do no shit like this.
And all them bitches he was fucking, Young Miami.
What? Young Miami? She just invited me to her podcast. She said, "Act, let's do Carisha, please." Here's the thing. I told her yes. Anytime, anywhere, any place. And it looked like I must not been freak off compatible. Never hit me back.
I love you. But get your ass down there to the motherfucking courthouse too, city girl. Who else? Saucy Santana.
All right, I believe that Bati boy was in there. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, never mind. I ain't got nothing to say about that one.
That's your dog too. Go down there to the motherfucking courthouse now. He needs support, y'all. Who else? Joey Chavez. That's her name. Future baby mama and Bow Wow baby mama. Take your ass down.
Nah, all right, yo. This buck-tooth chick, I don't really like her. You talk shit about me, I don't fuck with you. Okay? I wish leprosy on your ass. And that's some old school biblical disease. I had to wish it on your ass. Because your mouth is too big. Pause. But you might have a point. Joey Chavez got like 3 baby dads by 3 rich niggas. Something going on. Freak off, Freddy. Holy.
That too, girl. Jennifer Lopez.
J-Lo. Y'all think J-Lo is in a freak off? J-Lo? One in the chat, y'all think J-Lo is up in a fucking freak off. One in the chat, no way. Holy. Tev, thank you for becoming a member. One in the chat, J-Lo was in. Chat, I'm going to keep it a bean with you. If J-Lo was in the freak offs, fuck a federal case. She just got to drop them tapes on OnlyFans. I'm paying $100 a month. J-Lo? Have y'all seen J-Lo recently, nigga? She looks like a fine specimen, nigga. You know J-Lo is 60, right? It's no way. Yo, Like, well, first of all, you know, it's only really white women who age like milk. No disrespect to y'all white women, because I do have a lot of white women audience fans, and, you know, I love y'all so much. But still, them Hispanics, there's no way she's defying. There's no way she's defying age. She's 60. I think she's like 62 or something like that. J-Lo is 62. Look at her. If I told you this was a 62-year-old woman, bro. Bumbleclaw. Wait, how old is she? I gotta look. Oh, she 55. My bad. My bad. Holy. 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 Jenny from the Bumbleclaw Bronx. The Bronx, I mean, my bad. See? Every time I go between English and Jamaican, I always, all right, cool. Wait, hold on. Before we get there.
Get your ass down there, too. Who else? Gina, where the fuck you at and hiding? Get your dick sucking ass down there, motherfucker, too. You stirred up a lot of shit. Who the fuck else? Who the fuck else? I'm trying to think. Who else? Most of you motherfucking rappers that was on this dick, y'all niggas was on this dick. Get y'all motherfucking ass down there.
Yo, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. The next nigga I hear bring up anything about Meek Mill and Diddy, we ain't got no problems. He not finna come to my house no more. I talk to street niggas around it. I'm finna, yo, listen, you know why I pop out these days? Because I dap it up with the street niggas. We have a real nigga conversation. They know I'm not too pussy not to pop out and talk to niggas. I get understandings with niggas. I'm good. The next nigga who talk shit about Meek Mill on some funny shit, I'm slapping the shit out of you. Word 2. That's how I'm giving it up right now. Me and Meek, we ain't got no beef right now. Shout out to Hip Hop Police. Yo, you know Hip Hop Police hit me up before my show, the one we did, my birthday party. They were like, yo, your birthday party, we're coming at certain time. I was like, what? Well, you know me, I love police. I say, yo, if y'all need backstage access, holla at me. We got you. I love the police. I love the police. Those are the same police that supposedly was saying, yo, you gonna beat her, Meek gonna beat her. So I'm like, what? So, yo, shout out to Hip Hop Police. You know what I'm starting to think? You know why nothing ain't crazy happened to me? I think Hip Hop Police watching out for me. I love them. I love them niggas, man. Holy. Holy. Okay. And something happened to me. I'm working with them. Put y'all niggas in jail. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, me and Meek, we piece it up. Why the hell Trap Lord Ross dropped this video?
Meek Mill used to be the Philadelphia street rapper who beat the odds. He had served multiple prison bids and still managed to release hit records that dominated the charts. But then,
chat, somebody sent this as a donation. This is not me.
Then that embarrassing L from Drake came, followed by his label drama with Maybach Music Group. And by 2024, what was once a meteoric rise had turned into a struggle to stay relevant. But just when it seemed like things couldn't get any worse for Meek, the Diddy scandal erupted.
Singer Cassie has accused hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs of and a decade of physical abuse. The two were romantically involved for years, but in a lawsuit made public today, Cassie says there was a pattern of control, drug use, and encounters.
Multiple lawsuits crashed down on the diddler, alleging everything from trafficking to domestic violence.
Don't call my man a dealer. He's not the dealer.
Violence, sexual assault, and in the midst of this legal firestorm, Rodney Jones,
This thing's a liar. I don't believe nothing he says. He's a liar.
Diddy's former producer, who spent
even though the feds did admit they used his statements and his affidavit to get a search warrant, but they didn't use him in the case, which is odd. You use his statements to raid somebody's crib, but you never used them in your case. That's odd.
Over a year in the music mogul's inner circle, would drop perhaps the most explosive lawsuit of all. A 73-page bombshell that turned the world of hip-hop upside down with a damning footnote suggesting that P. Diddy actually had a relationship with the Philadelphia rapper. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought Diddy was finished? The breadcrumbs were laid out, and internet detectives wasted no time connecting them directly to Meek's doorstep. As these allegations against Diddy's multiplied like a bump on the corner of his lip, the public began scrutinizing the true nature of Meek and Diddy's relationship with fresh eyes. And as social media sleuths dug deeper, it became clear that the clues had been hiding in plain sight all along.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
So today, we're taking a closer look into the bizarre and sus relationship between Meek Mill and Diddy to determine if they were truly just industry friends and mentor-mentee as they claimed, or perhaps if something more intimate was happening behind closed doors, and sometimes seemingly even in front of the camera.
The singer Cassandra Ventura, known as Cassie, today filing suit against ex-boyfriend Sean Combs.
P. Diddy accused of assault by producer Lil Rod. Put a bitch full mask.
Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in intercourse with rapper 5 that's redacted. He's a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. Yo, Meek, we were playing around with that Michael Rubin shit. If you don't get a Twitter rant saying you about to get Lil Rod killed, you about to shoot up his block, blow his mama's house up, this is saying that you and Diddy were fornicating. What the Meek? Like, I can't even imagine such debauchery and such happening to a gangster rapper like me.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
But when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the Puffy party. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing.
Do you think it's a lot of undercover brothers in the industry?
Oh no, Queen. We don't know nothing about undercovers. Oh no.
Okay. Because I do.
You see, Sean Diddy the Diddler Combs has long positioned himself as hip-hop's ultimate gatekeeper, the kingpin who could make or break careers with a single cosign. So for young artists, getting Diddy's attention was a golden ticket to exclusive circles, tight circles, industry connections, and the kind of mentorship that no streaming revenue could buy. And for a street rapper like Meek Mill, fresh out of prison on weapons and drug charges, Diddy may have represented a bridge between the block and the boardroom. He was looking for someone to come on board and have his back, but not in the prison sense. The timing of their connection couldn't have been more perfect for Meek. For one, he was still relatively unknown outside of Philadelphia's underground scene, having spent years grinding through mixtapes and dealing with legal troubles that could have ended his career before it truly began. His 2008 arrest on drug and gun charges had resulted in a probation sentence that would haunt him for nearly a decade, making industry connections even more crucial for legitimizing his transition from the streets to mainstream success. The two most likely crossed paths after Meek inked his deal with Rick Ross's Maybach music group in 2011. Since Diddy and Rose had been running in the same circles, this connection put Meek within the splash distance of hip-hop's billion-dollar boss. What made this relationship particularly significant was the cultural cachet that it represented. Diddy wasn't just a successful businessman, he was a symbol of black excellence in an industry that had historically exploited its artists. So for Meek, who had watched young men in the hood like himself fall victim to the streets, he narrowly escaped that fate himself. Aligning with Diddy represented the ultimate validation that he had truly made it out of the trenches. And as Meek's stock rose with Maybach Music Group, Diddy's interest in the rising star began to grow, an interest that got thicker and hardened as time went on. Likewise, Meek, still with the streets in his blood, but the boardroom in his sights, likely began looking at Diddy with puppy eyes like the OG who could teach him how to turn street fame into generational wealth. And they would soon start popping up together at industry events like the Live Beach Party in 2013 and the Time Warner Cable Studio After Party in February 2014. These early public appearances established a pattern that would define their relationship for years to come. Unlike typical industry networking, where artists might take a quick photo and move on, Meek and Diddy seemed to genuinely enjoy each other's company. Then in 2015, Meek would level up big time, landing one of the biggest female rap and pop stars ever, Nicki Minaj, as both his collaborator and his girlfriend. The same year that power couple started dating, that's Meek and Nicki, he would also release his sophomore album, Dreams Worth More Than Money, which would land him his first #1 album, as well as winning top rap album at the 2016 Billboard Music Awards. During this period, Meek continued to build his relationship with Diddy professionally, maintaining his industry connections while his career was on the rise, getting harder by the day. And while Meek and Nicki were building an image of one of music's favorite power couples, Diddy kept himself in their orbit like a proud husband sitting in the hotel cuck chair, and co-signing their movements like a proud uncle at graduation. Meek and Diddy also had hit the studio together for the track Cold Hearted off Meek's new chart-topping album, putting their mentor-mentee relationship on wax for the whole world to hear, with Meek shouting out Diddy together with the other big dogs of the rap game, Jay-Z and Baby aka Birdman. But then, in January 2017, Meek and Nicki would officially call it quits, causing one of the first major L's for the Philly rapper in the public eye. However, on the rebound, Meek's connection with Diddy only got stronger and harder, like he traded one powerful relationship for another. Diddy was helping Meek get over his heartbreak, and the two were popping up everywhere together, popping bottles in VIP, hanging out in pools, and popping out at events. To the public eye, they were just two hustlers who had beaten the odds, one from the crack era and one from the trap era, both supporting each other.
I'm with Diddy on another level. Ooh, it's your birthday. Yeah, I'm in the bitch with Diddy. He must have moved.
But what the public didn't fully understand at the time was how unusual this level of closeness was in the hip-hop and street cultures. While mentorship relationships are common, the industry typically maintains certain boundaries between established moguls and rising artists, and the fact that Diddy and Meek were spending so much personal time together and appearing at each other's private events so often suggested a bond that transcended typical business relationships. On paper, it was the perfect alliance. However, in April 2019, we would see the first piece of evidence that their bond might have been something that the streets was not ready to hear about. At Coachella that year, Meek and Diddy rolled up looking like they shared a stylist, with matching fits and all. A move that seemed harmless at the time, but would later be labelled Exhibit A in the zesty courts of public opinion. The picture of their matching outfits quickly made its way online and started circulating across social media. At the time, it sparked some jokes, a few side-eyes, but nothing career-threatening. Just two rich dudes with the same stylist who couldn't keep their hands off each other, right? But the thing is, this wasn't just a one-off situation, and a month later, in May 2019, footage emerged from what seemed like a casual hangout at one of Diddy's properties. The video showed Meek taking a little dip in Diddy's pool, and the clip itself seemed innocent enough until Diddy spoke.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you.
Diddy's word choice for Meek struck many viewers as unusual for a standard mentor-mentee relationship, or for a standard male friendship for that matter. But just like the matching fits in the photo, this footage made the rounds in the blogs, raising some eyebrows and causing relentless clowning. But it eventually disappeared into that internet graveyard where most celebrity content goes to die. But what no one knew at the time was that these seemingly innocent interactions would later come out in a much darker light. By the time the 2020s rolled around, Diddy was sitting on his throne, dripping dough and baby oil, playing the kingmaker in the rap industry. The bad boy mogul's parties were as legendary as ever, and if you got that invite, you'd truly made it to the top. And there was a lot of top. But while the mainstream media was busy gassing up Diddy's billion-dollar empire, platforms made up of the most dedicated internet sleuths like Lipstick Alley and Reddit were operating as a rumor mill, pumping out gossip that wouldn't see the light of day on Billboard until years later. These digital underground networks had been tracking patterns in celebrity behavior long before mainstream media had caught on. Users would compile photo evidence, analyze social media interactions, and connect the dots that traditional journalism either missed or chose to ignore. The speculation about Diddy's sexuality had been circulating in these spaces for years, with users pointing to everything from his party guest lists to his business relationships as potential evidence. Folks on these platforms would try to connect the dots and cook up theories about Meek and Diddy's suspect relationship. The speculation ranged from subtle hints about their sexuality to theories that Meek and Diddy were genuinely lovers in a full-blown relationship. But it wasn't just anonymous keyboard warriors running up the rumor mill. In 2022, Nicki Minaj, who had spent 3 years booed up with Meek Mill from 2015 to 2017 before sending him packing, hopped on Instagram Live with Soulja Boy, suggesting that she knew rappers in the industry were hiding their true sexualities.
Do you think it's a lot of undercover brothers in the industry?
Oh no, Queen. We don't know nothing about undercovers. Oh no. We don't know about that.
Okay. Because I do.
Now, at the time, nobody knew who she was talking about, but later, people speculated that she might well have been talking about Diddy and Meek all along. People just figured that Nicki was doing what Nicki does best, stirring the pot and keeping her name popping. While all this chatter was bubbling in the digital streets, though, Meek was doing business as usual with Diddy. The man was still publicly stepping out with Puffy, appearing at his events and letting him play Big Homie in his career, and perhaps letting him play elsewhere. If he was aware of the rumors, he showed no signs of concern. Whether this was him being oblivious to the whispers or simply betting that they would never reach the mainstream is impossible to know. But what is clear is that he made a choice to maintain his close association with Diddy that, looking back at now, might have been the biggest career L he could have possibly taken. But Meek wouldn't realize just how costly this mistake would be until February 2024, when the Diddler's allegations finally came to light. Now, the countdown to catastrophe began in 2024 when security footage hit the internet showing Diddy assaulting his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hotel hallway back in 2016. Visual confirmation of allegations that she had made in a lawsuit filed earlier. After Cassie's lawsuit, the floodgates were blown wide as a cheap twink's back doors. To put things into perspective, Cassie's lawsuit didn't just open legal doors, it fundamentally shifted the cultural conversation around Diddy. For decades, he had maintained an image as a successful businessman and cultural icon, with any negative stories getting buried or dismissed as just industry gossip. But the specific detailed nature of Cassie's allegations, combined with the shocking video evidence, created a perfect storm that made previously unthinkable accusations suddenly seem credible. It provided a template for other victims to come forward, creating a cascade effect that would ultimately overwhelm Diddy's ability to control the narrative. By the end of 2023, 3 more lawsuits had crashed down on Diddy's empire, and each packed with allegations that made jaws drop, and not in the good way. As 2024 kicked off, lawsuits against Diddy started piling up like bodies. Either kind of bodies. Multiple accusers would come forward with allegations ranging from assault to trafficking and racketeering. The man who claimed "Can't Nobody Hold Me Down" had allegedly been holding several men and women down and was now drowning in legal paperwork. And this situation would be hard to get a handle on like a leaky bottle of baby oil. But outside of Cassie's lawsuit, there would be another that garnered a lot of attention from the public. That's when Diddy's former producer Lil Rod, real name Rodney Jones, who'd spent over a year in the mogul's tight circle producing tracks for his latest album, went fully nuclear, filing a 73-page lawsuit that overshadowed all of the previous allegations. The suit detailed disturbing behavior, including allegations of drugging drinks, coordinating recording encounters without consent, and running what amounted to a criminal enterprise disguised as a music empire. During these late-night recording sessions, Diddy and Lil Rod had allegedly created some absolutely disgusting recordings. And that's just the music they made together. But while the main text discussed activities allegedly coordinated by Diddy, it also had a footnote buried on page 13 that would set social media on fire. A footnote described a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj allegedly having sexual relations with Diddy. There was no direct name, no explicit accusation, but it really didn't take much for the internet to connect the dots and figure the description might well have been a flashing neon sign pointing at Meek Mill. Within hours, old trails of Meek and Diddy's bromance would surface online. That daddy comment in the pool, those matching outfits, the constant appearances together, but this time it wouldn't be seen as two friends being overly close. It was now seen through a different and greasy lens. With people joking about Diddy being the dominant in their alleged relationship, even Nicki's 2020 comment about undercover brothers in the industry resurfaced and went viral again, with fans claiming she'd been trying to warn everyone all along, and eagerly waiting to see if Nicki would spill the tea. Now, Nicki's comment carried extra weight because of her unique position on the situation. As Meek's ex-girlfriend who had been intimately involved in his life during the climax of his relationship with Diddy, she would have insider knowledge about the dynamics that the public never saw. Meek would try to defend himself almost immediately after the allegations surfaced. What followed was a series of tweets seemingly designed to affirm his straightness, posts that ironically came across as desperate rather than convincing. In one tweet, Meek would brag about having twice a day when he had a woman around. He would follow that up claiming he was gangster, and then threaten to trash anyone who played with his manhood. Anyone but Diddy, I guess. But these attempts at damage control fell flat. The internet turned into a digital firing squad with Meek as the target. Fans cooked up AI-generated tracks with Meek's voice spitting bars about his alleged activities with Diddy.
Dream chasers. I hope they forgive me for what I did with Diddy. Real street forever. The king of Philly.
Memes flooded every social platform, with users getting increasingly creative in their mockery. One particularly viral meme made Meek and Diddy into a movie poster parody titled Diddy Diddy Bang Bang, playing off the classic film Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, a much more explicit implication, and another describing Meek and Diddy as booty brothers. Meek's bad boy dreams were quickly turning into nightmares, and his comments section became a battlefield that he just couldn't win, with fans relentlessly trolling him using Diddy-themed wordplay and taunting him to keep tweeting if you're gay. But perhaps the most savage development was when audio of two men aggressively going at it hit the web, with everyone claiming that it was Meek and Diddy making the kind of hits that you won't find on Billboard. But Meek's humiliation wasn't just coming from anonymous internet trolls and meme pages. Soon enough, actual celebrities started piling on, common behavior for a Diddy party, turning what was already a public relations nightmare into an industry-wide roasting session, again, common practice at Diddy's parties. The first big name to take shots was Andrew Tate of all people, the straight alleged would waste no time jumping into the fray as soon as the allegations surfaced. Tate quote tweeted his own months-old post about avoiding famous people because they're all gay and weird. Ironic coming from the once self-professed most famous man in the world, but okay. When Meek tried to clap back at Tate, bringing up the influencer's own legal troubles with trafficking allegations, Tate doubled down, making it clear he was just asking questions about what everyone else was already talking about. A bit rich coming from a man who spends most of his time shirtless with his attractive brother, but okay. By May, Meek had had enough. He would make what he thought was a smart move, unfollowing Diddy on Instagram. but it backfired completely. This apparent attempt to distance himself was actually seen as an admission of guilt, triggering another wave of mockery, and with that, the celebrity pylon only intensified. Again, like a Diddy party after the Tusi arrives. Soulja Boy, who had a completely unrelated beef with Meek over some producer drama, went straight for the jugular with a tweet that had the internet in shambles. The timing was perfect, or perfectly terrible for Meek. Here he was trying to distance himself from Diddy, and Soulja Boy just reminded everyone exactly why. A few days later, he would also go on Instagram Live to apologize for some other drama with Metro Boomin, but somehow managed to circle back to Meek.
And Meek Mill, mind your business. Ain't Diddy playing in your booty hole? Huh? Ain't Diddy you and your ass? Why you on my tweet around the Maybach truck?
But while Meek was busy defending himself from Twitter trolls, he also had to deal with getting clowned by his longtime arch nemesis.
I am not that nigga arch nemesis. No, I'm not. No. Yo, stop it.
See, if there's one person in the public eye who's been on Meek's helmet, apart from Diddy, it's DJ Academics. The media personality and streamer had been beefing with Meek for years, with their feud dating all the way back to 2017 over Academics supposedly not promoting Meek's album properly. By 2020, Meek was publicly trying to cancel Academics, even threatening to put a hit on him. When somebody who gets hit by men is threatening to send hitmen, you know you're in trouble. This was a threat serious enough that Academics reportedly contacted the police in response.
Just remember that Meek Mill is nothing but a hypocrite. And again, yo, I don't know if you have issues with 6ix9ine, you clearly do. You don't want to address him. You got issues with Nicki's man, you don't want to address him. You got issues with Nicki, you don't want to address that. Cool, I get it. Ack is supposed to be the dude who, like, yo, you could just get everything off on. Cool, I'm just trying to tell you that, bro, like, I'm just not into being bullied. So if you got like some tough that you have to do, keep it that way. Just stop snitching on yourself. Stop telling the world you're greenlighting people and just do what you have to do. Because right now, like, when you say greenlighting, I send that to the police. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, yo, are you greenlighting?
So, when the Diddy Meek allegations hit in 2024, Big Academics saw an opportunity that he could not pass up. Within hours of Lil Rod's lawsuit hitting the internet, he was live on Twitch, going through the entire 73-page indictment page by page. And when he reached the footnote describing a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj, Academics immediately stopped scrolling and connected the dots to Meek, with his audience gobbling it up, like a complimentary buffet tray during a Freak-Off's halftime.
Mr. Combs informed Mr. Jones that he had engaged in intercourse with rapper 5, that's redacted. Look, 5. He's a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. Yo, Meek, we were playing around with that Michael Rubin. If you've been tweeting about everything on planet Earth. If you don't get a Twitter rant saying you about to get Lil Rod killed, you about to shoot up his block, blow his mama's house up, this saying that you and Diddy were fornicating. What the Meek?
Ack went full prosecutor mode. He would roast Meek for tweeting about everything under the sun, except these allegations about him and Diddy getting freaky.
Yo, Meek, now ain't the time to be talking about switches on the street. They want to know if you're a switch hitter. That's what we want to know. That. We ain't talking about switches on guns. Yo, I'm sorry. I'm funny. I don't care if y'all think I'm funny. I think I'm funny. I think my mama think I'm funny too. I wake up in the morning after I've been drunk and I stream and I watch my shit and I laugh. I'm funny. Y'all don't think I'm funny? Fuck you niggas. I'm funny. That's what I'm going. I'm finna do a comedy tour. I'm funny. Holy. Nigga talking about switches. Nigga, we trying to figure out if you're a switch hitter, nigga. Are you a switch hitter? That's all we want to know.
But he wasn't satisfied with just discussing the lawsuit. He would go on to dig up tweets with every interaction between Meek and Diddy that suddenly looked suspicious as hell.
Why y'all saying look up the pool video? What happened in the pool? Oh, him belly flopping? Meek Mill pool. Oh, the fries on the lap? Nah, that was epic. That was epic. The fries on the lap was crazy.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy.
Yeah.
You putting in that work.
Meek and Diddy in matching fits. What are you talking about? Yo, chat. I'm glad when these documentaries exist, because when I see these niggas in real life, yo, I told you, I seen Dave Freed. The nigga had tears in his eyes. I couldn't even remember why he's that mad. Yo, chat, I'm having a blast. Chat, I'm having, like, can I say this to y'all? I'm having a blast. I seen Dave Freed. Bruh, he had tears in his eyes. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is he so mad? I thought y'all won the battle. Yo, I'm meeting these niggas. I'm thinking they're Gucci, because I've been laughing. I've been having fun. They're dumb tight. They're yo, Chat, this is why I don't mind y'all clipping me. Make all these documentaries, because I need to remember what I say, because I be running to these niggas in real life, and I'll be like, yo, what's up, nigga? What's poppin'? They be like, nigga, what's up? Nah, nigga. We don't want to talk right now. Like, what's up? Nigga, why are you saying all that shit online? And I'll be like, every time, like, what I say? You know, I be drunk. Let's take a shot. Let's take a shot. I'll be like, what I say? These niggas, they be in their feelings. I'm like, what the hell? Why this nigga so aggressive? Why he so mad? Y'all was just eating wings with the bros. Chat, when I watch these videos, I'm like, oh, I get it. I do get it. Okay. I gotta watch these type of videos. I kind of know that me and Meek, we not gonna have a good conversation. The day free shit, the whole time I'm like, why is he looking at me like that? It's like, yo, I was thinking about this fight. No. Did I tell you this part? He said, yo, I was contemplating the whole time I'm about to come up here and crash out. And I'm like, yo, why is he thinking like this? Maybe I think this rap shit is a joke. I actually do. But the nigga told me, he said, I was thinking about the whole time I was about to come up here and crash out. And I was just like, oh, okay. But I can see he's so passionate. I'm like, maybe I'm taking this shit as a joke. I do take it as a joke, because I clown all these niggas. They're mad. They're like, nigga, I'm seeing their heartbeat. I'm seeing like they're like, I'm like, what the fuck? The nigga told me I was thinking about it this is after Salad came up. It's like, I was thinking about I gotta come up there and crash out. But I knew if I crash out, I was gonna crash out on a nigga who I ain't really had the problems with. So I said, yeah, you're right. The nigga is in Canada who you want to crash out. Oh, my bad. Yo, chat, I'm sorry. Yo, this is hip hop to me. I don't take out none of y'all serious. I'm having a blast. I think I'm a comedian. They're mad though. So I was thinking about crashing now. What? I'm looking at him like, it's act, nigga. I'm having a good time. This is hip hop. They're mad. I'm never that mad. Yo, you talked about yo, listen. They got little pages these days. They told my mama everything. My mama is put up. I sent her 10 grand like a couple days ago. She is good. If y'all didn't know me, y'all couldn't know my mama. My mama is good. Thank y'all for knowing me. Whatever y'all say about my mama, I tell my mama to still flying. She good. They're mad. I'm like, what the fuck? What's wrong with y'all? I don't take this shit serious. That's why. I'm gonna start taking it serious. I'm gonna start taking it serious now. I'm gonna start taking it serious. This shit could go all the way left. I'm gonna start taking it serious now. That's what I realized. Now, the thing with Meek, if Meek pulled up on me, I would, if he said, yo, bro, all that shit you be talking online, I wouldn't act dumb. I would be like, yo, bro, you know you talk shit about me too, right? That's the only thing I would say to him. But Dave Free pulled up on me, and I was just like, why he acting like he lost the beef? Like, he looked passionate. Like, if anything, he's like, your man's lost. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, sit there and watch Not Like Us. Euphoria, watch that shit, nigga. You back the nigga who lost, nigga. That's what's popping. West Coast, Crip nigga, Blood nigga, LA, SA. What? I thought that's what was gonna come over. The nigga came over emotional. I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on here? What's pop? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't take y'all serious. This is all a joke to me. I joke on all of y'all. I joke on Drake too. Didn't I get my jokes off on Drake earlier? Yo, Drake gang. Drake, no more 6 God talk. Them niggas just ran up in Canada. I don't give 2 fucks about none of y'all.
Ack went full prosecutor mode. He would roast Meek for tweeting about everything under the sun, except these allegations about him and Diddy getting freaky.
Yo, Meek, now ain't the time to be talking about switches on the street. They want to know if you're a switch hitter. That's what we want to know. That's funny. We ain't talking about switches on guns. Why nobody ever say, yo, all right, listen. Yo, we don't fuck with this nigga Ack, but like, that shit funny though. That shit kind of funny. That's shit kind of funny. That's a play on words. Are you a switch hit? That's all we want to know.
But he wasn't satisfied with just discussing the lawsuit. He would go on to dig up tweets with every interaction between Meek and Diddy that suddenly looked suspicious as hell.
Wait, I did that shit? Look up the pool video. What happened in the pool? Him belly flopping? Meek Mill pool. Oh, the fries on the lap? Nah, that was epic. That was epic. The fries on the lap was crazy.
Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work.
Meek and Diddy in matching fits? What are you talking about? Yo, chat. Yo, I'm going to be honest with you. I'll be waking up sometimes like, yo, if I'm one of these rappers, I'm like, yo, how do I not slap academics? Yo, some of these niggas I wake up and I just write jokes for. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This is kind of like a daddy pose. Daddy, you feel me?
The stream racked up millions of views on Twitch and over 400k on
Thank you for taking me shopping, daddy.
YouTube, with clips spreading across social media faster than a freak-off rash, and what started
word? We went viral?
As a footnote was now a full-blown hip-hop conspiracy theory with academics as the lead investigator. And now, this is where things get really intense. Meek would warn academics to...
Oh, shit, I forget this. Yo, Ack, did not tell you stop playing my name. Yo, you know what's so funny? I promise you, like, and I told Slow this too. I told Slow this. 'Cause you know, when a lot of niggas who rock with EXO rock with Meek. Like Slow, Trav, Dilla, all that. You know, even which I know, Slowbuck's AJ. Like AJ fucks with Meek heavy. Bro, like, it's me and Meek we've never seen each other. Like, me and Meek would probably be friends if he ever came around me or understand my humor. He would be like, oh, man, that's that nut-ass academics, man. He be joking like that, bro. But I never met him, so, like, all my jokes against him, them shit, yo, I think I'm really funny. Yo, put like this. I'm so funny, niggas really do want to kill me. That's a different level of funny. Nigga, I'm only making jokes against these niggas. Niggas Act did not tell you to stop playing with my name. I don't know what I'm going to do when I see you. It's going to have a combination to it.
Stop mentioning his name, making vague threats about what would happen when they crossed paths in person, posts that only made him appear more unhinged.
Let's take a shot.
Academics would flip Meek's aggression back on him quicker than Diddy flipping over Meek at a freak-off, suggesting that Meek was only...
I said I don't even think he gay. I just think it was weird. He got on Elon Musk's Twitter to blame me for the lawsuit, and he promoted a song. He was like, yo, but fuck what Axe saying. Check out the song. I was like, nigga, I didn't say it first, but could you at least tell him you're not gay? You never addressed it. You say, I was like, yo, dog, you know you could just say, that's not true, they're lying? Brothers done dropped this whole trailer more times than a SoundCloud link. He's trying to use it as a promo. That's odd to me. Yo, chat, if Meek Mill ever whip my ass, I'm going to come on here as a man and be like, yo, bro, I deserved it. Pause. Extra pause. Because I don't deserve it, daddy. No. But if Meek see me and give me the beat, if his team beat me up, I'm suing. Facts. Meek got to beat me up himself. If Meek beat me up himself, all right, we got it. I'll just do a story time. Story time. Yeah, I squared up with Meek, and I thought Meek wasn't like that. And I forgot that he's 6'2". I'm 5'9". I'm like this, and I ain't gonna lie. I think it's because we all know Meek on that Ozempic. Meek hit me with a bang. I had a black eye before I even noticed it. Trust me, chat. Even if I get beat up, it's gonna be a dub. There's no L for me. A beat up dub. I'm gonna have the funniest story. So at the point I'm losing consciousness, when all 10 of them niggas is stomping me out. Now, if you're too rich, I'm suing you. But if you're not rich enough, I'm gonna just tell a good story time. I'm Act. Nobody expects nothing from me. I'm gonna win. This is why I act all crazy.
Angry before the speculation about his sexuality hit too close to home. What followed was an intense battle between the two on social media. Academics called Meek washed up, and the two would continue to throw insults at each other. By March, Academics was claiming that cops showed up at his door, allegedly called...
They did. Now, I don't know if Meek called him, but I do think it was Meek's... it was just responsibility, because Meek tweeted out, could somebody tell me his address? Because I'm about to pop up on him. If the police comes to my house, imagine me saying, tell me X, Y, and Z's address because I'm about to pop up on him, and I tweet it out. So everybody's trying to tweet me addresses or whatever, some of them right, some of them wrong. Then now police show up to your crib. I was just looking at that, I'm like, yo, that's not a gangster move. Like, the gangsters don't crowdsource addresses. I've never seen that before. Tell me where my op lives that I could go kill him or not do nothing, but I'll have the police go there. What?
By Meek himself, who ironically built his brand on anti-snitching anthems. Later that month, Meek had apparently had enough and would block Academics on X. On the flip side, Academics would declare victory instantly, boasting that he'd out-tweeted the infamous Twitter fingers himself. The internet would diss Meek for taking an L from a media personality and streamer, and the streets really weren't feeling this look. But while Meek would stop Academics' trolling with the block button, what he couldn't block out were the millions of people who would go on to taunt him about being Diddy's booty call over the next months. Now, between February and September 2024, Meek caught occasional breaks from the relentless mockery, but each new development in Diddy's legal saga brought fresh waves of clowning. When federal agents raided Diddy's mansions in March, uncovering an enormous cache of baby oil, Slippery Meek would be the butt of the memes. And when an alleged Diddy freak-off participants list hit the internet, Meek was specifically named as a VIP. And when feds snatched up Diddy on trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in charges in September, anybody who had ever breathed Diddy's musty air was under renewed scrutiny, especially Meek, who found himself right back in the digital crosshairs. All the evidence pointing to his alleged relationship with Diddy would make the rounds again, with people clowning him for allegedly getting his cheeks clapped by the diddler. This time, Meek would hit back with the oldest play in the self-defense handbook, blame it all on a conspiracy. He posted his notifications feed like it was evidence at a trial, claiming that bots were running a coordinated hit job on powerful figures like himself. And now whoever they is supposed to be, Meek left that to our imagination. By September the 24th, Meek would go full Alex Jones, offering $100 grand in cash money to anyone who could prove how his name got tangled up in Diddy's legal nightmare. This desperate move only made him look worse and gave celebrities fresh ammunition to mock him. For one, 50 Cent, who's been going at Diddy's neck for months over the allegations, immediately capitalized on the situation. 50 would post an AI-generated video showing Meek and Diddy in wigs, essentially laughing at Meek for trying to pay his way out of a situation that his own public behavior created. Even lesser-known personalities started getting their shots in too. Actor Julio McCullum jumped on the bandwagon, responding to Meek's $100,000 tweet with the viral picture of him and Diddy twinning. At this point, the pattern was clear. The more Meek tried to deny, the more evidence of his seemingly bizarre relationship with Diddy kept surfacing. On November 19th, footage from Meek's 27th birthday party in 2014, hosted by none other than the diddler himself, hit the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail revealed that Diddy had rented the Parisian Paris for $25,000 to throw an extravagant party for Meek, with masked dancers, lingerie-clad women, and men eating sushi off naked models. The property manager described the double fish buffet celebration as disgusting, claiming that there was cocaine like powdered sugar everywhere, along with used blood on the bedding and lubricant on the dressers and marble floors. Now, for the record, marble floors are very porous. You don't want to be pouring baby oil on those. These weren't exactly the kind of party details you'd want attached to your name when you're trying to shake off rumors of your relationship with Diddy. Like all the other allegations, Meek would deny these too. But at this point, he knew the damage to his reputation was beyond repair, so his only move left was to completely denounce any ties with Diddy. And that's exactly what he did. In a video that quickly went viral, Meek would shut down any connection that linked him with Diddy.
Yo, Sal, what's up?
Yeah, y'all already know.
Let's go. Real life.
You know, Diddy gang, Meek Mill in real life. Don't ever disrespect me, you
Talk
heard?
that Meek. Yeah, Meek.
Seemingly ignoring the fact that just a few years earlier, he was calling Diddy his mentor, featuring him in videos, and jumping in his swimming pool while Diddy called him daddy. For a rapper who'd built his brand on keeping it real, most people saw these seemingly desperate attempts to rewrite history as authentic as a $3 bill. Even Wack 100 and Loose Cannon couldn't help mocking how Meek wanted to suddenly backtrack after all the evidence had surfaced.
Meek Mill clowning now. Meek Mill holler no Diddy gang now.
Yeah, but shit. I ain't gonna lie, I'm such a troll. I gotta call Wack. The trolling never stops. The trolling never stops. It never stops. Yo, I never knew the hip hop niggas took it that serious. Watch it. Trolling never stops. Watch. Well, I never call him FaceTime. Usually call him Wack.
Yo. What up, bro?
Wack, I gotta be honest. I'm on stream right now, man. I just got the info. You gotta answer for the entire West Coast. Why did Kendrick evacuate Toronto last night? They say he dipped out of the city. He went to New York to get a hotel. What's going on, man?
What are you talking about, bro?
So he did the show. He did the show in Toronto. I ain't gonna lie, it was a great show. I seen it. It was a great show. But they saying Top 5 and his cronies had
nobody, bro. You gotta do. Let's come on. At some point, we gotta start being the men we are, bro. Dude, can we admit that dude is a clout chaser? Come on, bro. Just because you going somewhere and shaking doors, like, come on, man.
No, he tried to go in the hotel.
That's just like somebody saying they looking for you and they go to a hotel and shake the door, bro. Like, at some point, bro, we gotta keep it real, my nigga. Like, do you really think dude is a threat?
They specifically locked him out. It's top 5. He's the biggest Toronto demon.
No, they bro.
They locked him out of the hotel.
The biggest demon of anywhere is not gonna be on the internet screaming, bro.
No, this is a different case, Wack. This is a different case.
What are you talking about?
He beat like 2 bodies. Like, this is a different type of guy.
Bro, you believe that shit. We don't believe
There was a case. Drake paid for the lawyer. He beat it.
Okay.
Yo,
I beat a body that I didn't do.
Yo, hold on. But he did a stream in his ops hood.
I mean, okay, but
imagine you pull up to your ops hood, going live, walking through, comfortable as
I mean, we don't know what type of hood they got out there, bro.
I talked to him earlier. He said he wanted to have a conversation. I don't know if Dot is down to have a conversation with him, but he said,
Hey, bro, come on some real shit. Like, I know you fuck with Drake and all that. Come on, bro. What are we talking about, bro?
All right, Wack, you too serious with me, man. Fuck out.
I'm gonna ask you, bro.
Yo,
I'm gonna ask you.
Yo, Chad, why is Wack so serious?
Eliminate Drake, who is
so
this
serious?
dude? The fuck are we talking
Wack,
about, bro?
I'm having a good stream right now, man. Like, we've been joking. Like, you too serious, man. You too serious. You too serious.
No, it's just that at the end of the day, bro, first, look, even with me, hey, bro, can we interview? It was cool. When I ignored him and told him I'm cool, I don't know you, then we're beefing. Like, this is
Okay. Forget about that. Wack, we got to talk about it. I'm going to be honest with you. Last night, I was going to go live again. I was hurt. I'll be honest. I'm a man. I'll tell you, I was hurt. I never thought Canada would let Kendrick come in there. And by the way, it's not about dissing Drake, but he's dissing who they are as people. I'd rather he says, I'd rather do that than let a Canadian nigga let Pac turn in his grave. He says, I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him. He's talking about Canada.
Hey, okay, right there, he definitely is.
Oh, see? Thank you. Finally.
No, the D Rose shit, if he said that like that, cool, but when he said
I'm glad D Rose. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Because I didn't know before the battle. Where is DeMar DeRozan from? I didn't know he was from LA. He from LA?
He's from Compton.
He said, I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. Who's y'all?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's referring to the team.
Yo, Wack is such.
I mean, I don't know. Is it a winning team? I don't be following sports.
Hey,
I don't.
Hey, chat. We gonna take a shot. We taking a shot. It's mixed with Diet Coke and a little bit of 1942 for my man Wack. But Wack. Listen.
Did he perform not like us?
I already conceded. Kendrick, he did his thing. He got his dub. It's cool. I call a spade a spade. When Drake went to Philly and did that, that's a dub. When Dot went to Toronto and did that, I'll be a bitch ass nigga.
But bro, I'm gonna be real. I think y'all putting a little too much weight on Drake, bro.
No. It's not about Drake.
From Canada.
No.
Just because he's from Canada, he's a big rapper.
No. I don't blame none of this on Drake. I blame I think Drake got to start claiming Houston. Because put it like this. We knew from Super Bowl, from Pop Out, from Grammys, that Kendrick was on a victory lap. Him doing a victory lap ain't nothing new to me. Okay? Yes. Are we going to call it a W? Yes. Here's my thing. I never thought the people that lived in the place that the nigga who was getting dissed, but he's dissing y'all too because he says, y'all not like us. I didn't think they would vibe with it. And that's when I realized, I said, yeah, Drake got to start claiming Houston because Toronto niggas ain't like that. Toronto ain't like that. I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know what Toronto like. I can't even say it's only one dude. I don't know, Rod. I don't know no history. I don't know what that is out there.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
One dude like Mercules.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
What?
If Drake had a song where he said, and all them LA niggas, they ain't like that. Like, just make up the song. Yo, all them LA niggas, they not like that. Could he perform that song in LA, in Inglewood, at the fucking the fucking arena over there?
They would have threw something at him.
That's what I'm saying. All right, so we're on the same page. So we on the. All right. When I get in the car. Holy, Chad. Oh, man. That's the point I'm saying. Oh, we still in this video.
Can't really say that when the landlord came out and said that after you left Meek Mills, it was blood and dookie all over the sheets and stuff. After Diddy ran through you.
You said blood and dookie?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Meek, dookie.
After years of studio sessions, VIP lounges, and matching outfits with his daddy Diddy, Meek suddenly wanted the world to believe that they were barely acquaintances. But was he really just another industry acquaintance in Diddy's extensive network? Or was he something more? The truth is, we might never know for certain what really went down between Meek and Diddy, but hip-hop has always been a genre built on perception, and in that unforgiving court, the streets have already rendered their verdict. Meek's carefully crafted street image has been permanently tarnished by his association with Diddy, a stain that no amount of blotting, damage control, or conspiracy theories has managed to wash away. That Diddy's Boy label follows him to this day, when he least expects it, and the internet's permanent memory and hip-hop's love for legendary scandals and its deep-rooted homophobia means that this shadow will likely hang over Meek's head for years to come, which just goes to show you that you can beat cases, survive beefs, and overcome industry obstacles, but you can't outrun your bad choices in who you associate with and what parties you go to. And even if it's all untrue, the unfortunate fact is, Meek Mill will never be able to erase the damage done to him by associating with the diddler.
Ole. Hear this.
Hey y'all, what's
I would play this bitch and shit, but fuck this hoe.
Meek Mill used.
Nah, I can't play that. Anyway. Lauren
The United States versus Sean.
My favorite white girl, man. Dr. Umar, I'm not going to switch up, but.
Holmes, day 23, afternoon update. If you didn't catch my second video during the lunch break with Diddy's friend Charlucci outside of the courthouse, you should check it out because he actually explained in better detail the Kanye West situation because I guess I had a few details wrong. However, the federal marshals at the courthouse said he...
Big Wack is calling back. Wack, what up?
So, music, another thing, bro, music is music. Music ain't designed, bro, to cause no motherfucking wars. You know, that's something that we got to get back to, bro. Even if niggas is battling, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, by the way, hey, Wack, you know, if it's extra serious, and Wack knows this, if it's extra serious, I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna let him know what's up. I don't think it was extra serious, but I'll tell you on the stream. So when I popped up to Detroit, this was at Kendrick concert. I talked to two people. I talked to Anthony Sella and I talked to Dave Free. And the main topic both of them said was that listen, we in this hip hop shit. They said, Ak, even the fact that you're here is because hip hop been good to us, and I believe it. Hip hop been so good to Wack. Hip hop been good to you, right? I see you. Has it?
Yeah.
Hip hop been good to me too. And what I agree with them was that, you know, they say, yo, listen. Sometimes when we're in this hip hop shit, it could go into the realms where it's not public figures. If I say Wack 100 said this, and this is my opinion, Wack 100 is a public figure. He could come back and whatever. me talking about Wack 100 children, or like, yo, his daughter did this, knowing that she don't come online and do that, that's a violation. You agree?
Yeah.
So I agreed with Anthony and even Dave. I said, listen, what we got to get back to is that the battles start including people who not really in this hip-hop shit. We shouldn't be talking about, with all due respect, we love Kendrick. Kendrick's wife, or whatever his situation is, we shouldn't give a fuck about.
That's real.
We've never heard her put out a public statement. We've never heard her say A, B, and C. I agree, right? And that's where I think the synergy was with me, Anthony Sella, and also Dave Free. So now,
I told you they wasn't tripping you. They ain't tripping like. But here go the thing, right? And it
hold on,
back
yo,
to what
Wack.
I said.
Here's the thing, though. Oh, before you say that, so you know me, I'm the type of nigga. If I bump my toe, I'm about to tell a string. All that happened, I never had to tell a soul. But you know me, I'm like, yo, I'll just say what happened. You know what the internet trying to turn into? Act you got pressed. They was about to beat your ass up. So now, it got me like, wait, hold on. That's not what happened like that. But that was never the tone. I want to shout out to Anthony Sella, and I want to shout out to Dave Free. Our conversation was never on some let's fight, let's crash out. It was like, hey, listen, we have feelings towards shit, but it was never let's crash out right now.
Not at all. I told you that. But everybody want to see something. They want to see something so then they can laugh at you.
Let me ask you, because they want to see it the most with you. Hey, I thought I was the number one who they want to see crash out. No, they want to see Wack 100 crash out. How do you avoid, tell me, how do you avoid crashing out?
I mean, I don't take these people serious, bro. Like, first of all, the trolls are the trolls. We don't know these people.
That's true.
Second of all, how I've been moving all my life is I'm going to continue to move. But a lot of these people use our name because they have no name.
That's a fact.
And if we respond to them, we give them a name. So you just ignore them, bro. How many of the trolls have you actually seen or you got to deal with once you turn this shit off?
Hey, and that's where I got fucked up, Wack. I ain't gonna lie to you. I gotta be honest with you. So I went to the Kendrick concert. People always said to me, they say, yo, Kendrick fans is saying this about you. There's this guy and this guy who's K-bots. They say this. So I go to the concert thinking I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna be honest with you. The majority of people at the Kendrick concert did not even look at me. They didn't come for me. They came for the song they like or whatever they like. They like Kendrick. The people who on Twitter who claim they care about me, they were not
even
there.
at the concert.
They weren't there. I was so disappointed. There was nobody there that I was arguing with. Have you experienced that?
Every time I see them, they want a picture.
I would imagine they're trying you the most because you have a reputation.
Who's trying me? The trolls?
The trolls. It could be like people who think they're going against you. Come on.
I mean, I don't, bro. 90% on the internet, I don't see it unless somebody sends it to me. And if I get one person that's like always sending me shit, I block him because they part of the problem.
That's true too. That's a fact. That's 100%.
You get what I'm saying? Then they part of the problem. It's probably them on a fake account doing the shit just to see if you're gonna respond. So I refuse to have somebody sitting back laughing. Look, we got them to respond. Nah, just ignore. Even if it did bother me, I ain't gonna let him know it.
Let me ask you this question. Let's get some real shit. I know everybody. We've been covering this case so intricately. Yo, Kanye showed up today to the trial. What a lot of people are saying is that what the defense was jacking, saying, yo, Diddy did A, B, C, and D. It don't look like that no more. By the way, supposedly the woman who some people believe is 50 Cent's baby mama, who's testifying saying, yeah, he's sex trafficking me too. But she admitted, she said, well, I was in other freak-offs. One of the other freak-offs she was with was supposedly with Kanye West. Ye showed up today. Ye ain't say nothing.
What you mean? So how y'all get Kanye West? She never said his name.
Because
rapper and his wife. A rapper and his wife is what she said, right?
You're right. But it's by...
There's only one person that fits that description. Only one couple.
It's not that. They're wholesome.
T.I. and Tiny.
Nah.
T.I. and Tiny is the only... Bro, Ye and Kim Kardashian ain't doing that.
It wasn't Ye and Kim Kardashian. You gotta remember, when Jane Doe, who we know is Daphne Joy, started dating Diddy, she started dating him after 2021, 2022. When did Ye start dealing with Bianca Censori? Talk about it.
That was 2020.
There you go.
2020, it was after we did the shit with him in Game in Miami. So that we talking 2023, 2024.
Well, there we go.
Yeah, 2023, 2024.
There we go.
But
Wack, I can see.
I don't know, bro.
I can see your brain trying to work to say, how do I get him out of this? Now,
I'm just saying, like, I mean, shit, it could be, but that's her admission.
Let me ask you a question, Wack. All right, we're not trying to connect no dots. I want to ask you a question. Because I felt, and I told my audience, I felt I wasn't in the industry no more when I'm finding out all these things are happening and I've never heard about it. When it comes to this Diddy, Cassie, or Diddy, Daphne Joy, all of this freak off shit where a man lets another man fuck his girl, have you ever heard, it don't gotta be your artist, have you ever heard about that in music? You don't gotta tell who. You don't gotta tell who.
I've been approached and propositioned a couple times by men that wanted to pay to have Ray J fuck their wife in front of them.
I heard you
like
say that before.
Grand.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think you were trolling though. This the real shit.
Approach, come or be the got my number or see us out and to pull me to the side and to really make a proposition.
Wack. Listen, I know you're a great entertainer. Sometimes, you got, we talking about for real.
For real, one dude came, he said, we got 25,000. My wife would like to have sex with your client, with Ray J, because he was sitting at the table. And I said, nah, I don't think he'd be interested in that. He said, well, I got 50,000 if he'll do it and let me watch. 25,000, he'll just have sex with her. 50, he'll let me watch. It's real shit. But, I mean, bro, the world we live in, anything you think is not happening is happening. Anything that you think will never happen will eventually happen. I mean, that's just, bro, think about it.
Hold on. Yo, Wack, hold on. Wait. Because
bro,
wait, hold on.
There's different realms in this world, bro. Anything you think is sick and disgusting. Okay, we talk about, oh man, eating a rat is nasty. You can go somewhere in the world where that's like ordering a hamburger or a fucking burrito, right?
Chat, we got 18,000 in here. Hold on. Y'all know Wack, that's my partner. But Wack done said some shit that, in his belief, there are certain people that will want to indulge into some type of situation where
there's a community like that out there, bro. That's a fact.
Yo, chat, let's get a poll going on because I think Wack might be capping. We might catch Wack in a cap. This ain't the 100 side, Wack.
Hey, bro.
Wack, we got 18,000 people in here, and if they say you capping, I don't know if you can believe it. Start the poll, y'all.
Bro, there's nothing in the world that you can think of that somebody's not doing.
No, I agree with you, but it gets to a certain point that it's out of bounds.
It's what?
It's out of bounds. It's too much.
No, I'm not saying it's not out of bounds. I'm saying what's not normal to us is normal to another group of people.
So let me ask you this question again. If someone told you there was a conglomerate of people who were hella talented or popular entertainers that was interested in women that would get fucked by multiple men or do any freak-off activities, would you say, oh, that's cap, or would you say, I don't know? I don't know.
I would say that's absolutely true.
Absolutely true. Hold on, Wack. See, you do too much. Wack, you do too much.
Hey, bro.
What do you mean absolutely true? Stop it, Wack.
Because, bro, in every group is other groups. It's more. Gangster shit.
Wait. Say that one more time.
There's more people in corporate America weird shit than gangster shit. Then you got the gangsters that's in the weird shit. So it's what's weird to one group is normal to another. It's just real shit.
Yo,
bro,
chat, y'all believe this?
Hey, bro, listen. Chitlins. I think chitlins is absolutely disgusting. But if you ask your chat, how many of y'all eat chitlins? You got a bunch of them down there gonna tell you that shit's good as a motherfucker.
Yeah.
I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, but that's different than a freak-off. Wack, that's different than a freak-off.
Because, bro, we're talking about somebody eating a pig intestines. I think it's disgusting. Okay, freak-off. I think, bro, you gay. What the fuck you mean? You watching a man fuck your woman while you masturbate. Nigga, that's weird as fuck. That's like, I think chitlins is disgusting, the thought of it. But you got some people that's going to tell you, no, we love chitlins. Some people going to say, hey, that's what I'm into. It gets me off. I brought the dude in here who told you what the request for him used to be. I brought him on the three-way.
No. You did, but a lot of people told me, like, yo, act. That was a Wack play. Wack don't fuck with Nipsey, so he brought in a fake nigga.
I have nothing against Nipsey on my daughter's soul. I got one daughter. That man is real. What he say he got, I've read with my eyes. I've seen the video with my eyes on my daughter's soul. You ain't never heard me say I got anything against Nipsey. You can't find no clip nowhere where Nipsey ever said anything about me wrong. Ever, nowhere.
So you trying to tell me, I don't know you to be a liar. That's the thing.
On my daughter's soul, that man is real. What he say he got, I've seen.
Hey, you said, hey, Wack, you said some interesting shit. I want to get into that. Because I got into it, but I ain't going to lie. I love this guy, and I'm scared of him a little bit. I said, so let me read what he posted. I'm a little scared of him, so I can't say too much. But you said something, and I agree with it. But I don't. You might be scared of him too, cause he the real boogeyman. Hold on. I'm gonna read it. Okay. So today, 50 Cent posted a picture of him wearing white, all white, and he said, "We're wearing white in honor of the freak-offs." Now, keep in mind, Kanye showed up today and he was wearing all white.
I've seen that.
Hold on, and 50 said, "Damn, yay, you should have brought your dirty little wife with that Grammy outfit." And he ended it. Now, here's the thing. This is what I said. I said, wow, I love 50. I would never want to get into it with 50 because 50 never took a loss ever in life. But it looked like 50 a little bit hurt. Because why?
All right, bro, if I was 50.
50's baby mama is trying to send these men to jail. And he's over here calling them out. You a gangster. You know what type of girl she is. You done heard the story.
I think, no, bro. I think that's why 50's hurt.
Why?
I don't think he knew.
Do you think 50's hurt for real?
Yeah, I do. As a man, listen, this wasn't just a chick he was with. He put a baby in this chick. I believe at one point in time he was in love with her. I think he didn't already come to grips. It is what it is. But I think what's bothering him a little bit is that he didn't know that side of her. Reading that shit is like Diddy took her.
Wait, what you mean he ain't know that side of her? He knew every side of her. He put a baby in her.
That don't mean he knew that side of her, because if he knew that side of her, I think he would have never put a baby in her.
Like what side? Are you talking about the side that she's down to, do a little, she's down to fuck with a couple of men? By the way.
Yeah, I don't think he knew that side of her, bro.
Nah, 50.
And on defense, I think somebody else brought that out of her. I don't think that's who she was originally.
What you mean?
I think somebody else unlocked her after 50 stopped fucking with her and she was trying to find her way, however that was going. I think somebody unlocked her and turned her into that. And
really?
I don't think 50 would have ever thought she was 50 ain't the type of dude to put a baby in somebody at that point of who he is, that he know get out like that. He might fuck with her, but not put a baby in her.
So you think 50's finding this shit out for the first time? No way.
Yo, yeah. I don't believe 50 knew she was on this shit that she's on. And I don't think it's two things. Either she was like that and never disclosed it to him because he was like.
Let me ask you a question. And you older than me, you my OG, you here's the thing. At times, a girl could tell you, I'm like that, but I'm only like that for you. I'm only doing this for you. I'm not doing it for no other nigga. I never did that shit before. So you start feeling good.
Hey, bro, I don't think 50 is going to allow himself to even be in a situation where other people involved. 50 ain't dumb. He know what time it is, so he wouldn't even know that side of her. He might know if she dealt with a woman before, but to this extreme, he wouldn't know it. And I don't think she was like that when she was with him. I think she got turned out after the fact.
Let me ask you a question. Why did Diddy not throw it in 50's face? Because
he wanted to keep it around and keep it active. The minute he does that, remember, he got a child by this woman. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now you gotta, you're dealing with 50 Cent, so that could lead into court, 50 seeking full custody, all kind of crazy shit. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, and then if Diddy got a new something going on, he don't want to jeopardize fucking it up. He got a new little freak.
So let me ask you a question. So you really think that 50 is hurt by this? You think he feel a way about it?
It's about he took. That's the mother of his child, bro. He gonna grow up. I think it's a little. He gonna grow up to see this shit one day.
That makes sense.
Straight up. You know, he gonna grow up to see this one day, bro. So hell, bro, if I was my one like that, and I looked up and a nigga that's looked at as an op got a hold of her and was flipping her like this,
what would you do?
Nigga, listen, I wouldn't do nothing because it's like, it's what it is, but it would definitely fuck with me. It would fuck with me to a point I'd be like, damn, I never even knew you was on that shit. I had a woman that I didn't know who you was. Think about you being with a woman that you was in love with and come to find out you never knew who she was because now you saw the real side of her that another nigga brought out of her.
Whack, it already happened. Whack, it already happened. You preaching the choir.
Did
it? Whack, I know about them ones. Okay. Go ahead.
You know about what?
I know about one of them ones. I know what you talking about.
Yeah, that'll fuck a nigga up, bro.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're a man that's got, listen, he ain't finna put no child in somebody, bro, that he ain't in love with. He really was in love with that woman at one point in time. So now he got to accept, and then it's Diddy. It ain't like.
Wait, you think 50 was in love with her?
Definitely.
Nah, he did put a kid in her. They went on vacation.
Put a kid in her, used to spend time with her. He used to always post her, shots on the beach and shit like that. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, bro, men got to stop playing tough, my nigga. We all got a soft spot when it comes to our significant others, children, shit like that, bro. And we got egos. And I believe if it had been like a baseball player or some soccer player, cool. But the fact it was a dude in the industry that he's in, and it was Diddy, and they got their little, to the right, man. They got their little back and forth shit going on. Oh, yeah.
One thing I noticed with him, she fucked NBA players and NFL players. He never stepped to them. When she fucked Kid Cudi, he blew up his car. You can't fuck a nigga who's in the industry with me. You fuck an NBA player, basketball, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's like Scottie Pippen's wife with fucking Jordan's son. You know, it probably been with a little worse if it was Jordan, but it's even crazy that it was his son.
That was crazy.
You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, that ain't no shot at 50. But just as a man, I would expect him to be like, he handling it right. He being a good sport because he's a troll. You know what I'm saying? So he trolling himself. Right?
So you don't believe that 50 is down bad?
No. I don't think he's down bad. But as a man, if you have 50 took a moment and thought about it and said, damn, what the fuck? I never seen this side of her. Like my son's mother. Damn. And you reading it? Bro, this is the chick they saying after round 2 or the second nigga, she threw up. And he said, oh, no, you got one more session. He just got here. Like, you got Diddy running his baby mama, bro. You get what I'm saying?
I get it.
Bro, that ain't, now if this was like Vivica Fox, he wouldn't give a fuck. But let's just be real, bro. He got a real child by this woman.
Nah, he definitely did. Nah, he definitely loved her.
Yeah, come on, bro. Listen, your chick, whoever she may be,
yeah,
you ain't even got no kids.
Yeah.
And if you found out, bro, that she was doing some whole other shit that you even think she was capable
Wack, I ain't gonna
of.
lie. I got a new thing. I gotta introduce you. I got a new thing.
Oh, so you not with the other chick?
I got a new thing, Wack.
So you telling me the
Wack,
last
Wack, I got a new thing, Wack. You said, yo, once you say you telling me, I know you about to.
I mean, cause she don't seem like the type.
Huh?
She don't seem like the type.
All right, Wack, let's move past.
I be getting them confused, that because I don't be knowing if like that's the same chick who did this. I don't be knowing really who your chicks are, so I be getting confused sometimes.
No. Me,
Who was living in Texas? Who was living in Texas? Who was that?
Wack, I'm selling down. You know, that's my ex. She with her new boyfriend. He's a TikToker. I'm moving on.
You talking about the lady, the one I just was talking to?
Yeah, she got a new nigga, and I'm moving on. She moving on. I'm moving on. We both moving on.
So that was already there. You found out.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you know, shit wasn't working. You know what I mean? Why? I'm one of them niggas who I don't leave till they leave. So like, she left, and I'm like, all right, bet. I bless y'all. You know, now let me go do what I gotta do. You feel me?
But that's even different though, Act, because all right, she left. But let's say when y'all was together,
yeah.
Let's use numbers of 1 to 10, right?
Yeah.
And her, when it came to certain things, she was like a 5-6.
Okay.
And then you like, cool, because I can teach you some things, cool, right?
Yeah.
And then you look up, and it's a nigga in your same lane, and shit comes out, and she's a 30. You like, did I even fucking know who you was? Like,
Wack, I ain't gonna lie to you, Wack. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can tell you the truth. Let me tell you this, Wack. Once I realized Shorty done like put like this. It's like Diddy. This is my theory on Diddy. You can tell me. I said Diddy was down to blow up Kid Cudi car. He was down to slap Drake when Drake was trying to sign Cassie. The moment Diddy realized that she fucked the trainer, Diddy realized that's not a bitch you could even save. That's a low class bitch. She fuck with anybody. That's pretty much what happened.
And the crazy part about it is, Cassie's probably the one teaching the trainer a few moves.
That's a fact. Holy.
Because of what Diddy taught her.
That's true. That's a fact. That's a fact. No, you're telling the truth. So for me,
I mean, you know.
So for me, you know what I mean? You know, I relinquish everything. Yo, listen, I learned an important lesson. Wow, I'm gonna get to where you at because I see you in R&B. I said, yo, you ever heard of DDG?
That's my family.
I'm saying DDG.
DD, you talking about the artist?
Yes.
That's my family.
Okay.
We gave him his first platinum. You forgot Calabasas.
God damn, I forgot you've been in this shit forever. Hey, he taught an important lesson. So they got this new term. It's like, yo, like, it's called, they call your girl your ball. He taught an important lesson. You rather show up to the park with no ball than rather than have your girl and other niggas trying to snipe her. So now, I'll just show up to the park. It's not beneficial to have no girl no more. It's not for you it is because you found a good one. For me, I gotta just show up to the park.
And I'm gonna tell you though, when you do find a good one,
now they don't exist anymore. Whack, they don't exist. Whack, they don't exist. Whack, they don't exist. Trust.
Nah, that ain't true. That ain't true.
Whack, I gotta catch them. They gotta be 40. They gotta be 40. If they're in their 20s, they think they're too bad.
Academics say good women don't exist. No, God damn.
Not in their 20s. I gotta catch them 35 plus.
Can you see it? Look at that shit.
Hold on.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, but hold on. Hold on. You caught a really nice.
Turn around, baby.
You caught a really nice untouched woman while she was in, like, I don't want to dox her age, but like, she was a mature woman.
Bro, she's 45.
Okay, hear what I'm trying to say.
Like she's 30.
Hear what I'm trying to say. You can't catch them in their 20s like that.
Yeah, but
you know why? Because yo, if you in their DM, little baby in their DM saying, I'll buy you the biggest Chanel, I'll buy you ass, titties. You have another rappers are tricks these days. You can't compete with them. Unless you're gonna be a trick.
You know what? I told somebody the younger women these days are way more different than when they was in their 20s in my days.
Facts.
They a little more this sexy red season, bro.
Nah, it's sexy red. Wack. You spin facts.
But here go where you going wrong at.
What?
Why you still fucking with them in the 20s?
What? Wait. You want me to get them while they older than me? I'm in my 30s. You always need a girl.
How old are you? You 30, right? How old are you at?
Yeah, hold on. You need a girl like at least. I'm going off Jay-Z. I'm going off Jay-Z shit. How old Jay-Z was 10 or 15 years older than Beyonce. You gotta be 10 or 15 years older than your girl.
Nah, you at 30, you should be 25 to 27.
Okay. If I'm 34, what should, if I'm 34, what should age be? If I'm 34, what should age be?
27 to 30.
Okay.
Because they didn't already found themselves.
Okay.
Especially
right.
if you find one without no kids.
Okay.
At that age.
Hold on. Here's my next question. Because I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm the biggest not advocate. Opposer. Because I don't have no kids, I don't know if I can fuck with a chick that got kids. What do you say?
I can respect that. I can respect that.
I said
it's different for me because I got kids.
You got kids. But I don't got no kids, so it's like when a chick gonna tell me she fuck with that nigga, she got 3 baby fathers.
She already experienced a moment that you can't experience with her. I can respect that.
Okay, so all right. I ain't gonna lie. It's not even an age thing with me. I gotta catch a chick with our baby dad, or her baby dad gotta be dead.
They got him out there, right?
Where do you find women at? It can't be Clubhouse.
I found R&B on Clubhouse.
Really? She's the only one.
Yeah, I chased her around for 9 months on there.
Really?
It's real shit. I swear to God. Yeah.
Wait, she wasn't going at first?
Hell no.
Stop it. I heard you DM'd her and you fucked the first day. No disrespect, but I heard that's what happened.
She wouldn't let me see her for 9 months.
That's lies. Stop, Wack.
And she live in Vegas.
Stop it.
I promise you, bro.
So how did you know she was a good girl?
Talking to her vibe, learning her, understanding her, seeing that she could teach me something. Well, I'm gonna let you ask her. Hold on.
Wait, first of all, where y'all at?
I told him 9 months. He think I just met you. Tell him I met you. How you doing?
R&B. So Wack was telling us, he said he started talking to you on the app. Like he said he started talking to your app on day 1. He said he cracked day 2.
No idea.
No. He did. 9 months. It took us 9 months.
9 months?
9 months to even see me.
What?
Yes.
Wait. You made the Big Wack wait 9 months?
I chased you, wouldn't even let
Yes. And listen, he punked me out of my number act.
What do you mean?
He literally trolled me out of my number. So I was on Clubhouse on the stage and I was on the phone with someone and they were telling me to change my PTR because I had the profile picture. So I had this kind of cute little provocative picture up there.
Yeah.
And so when I got off the phone, he was like, "Hey, who are you? What's your name?" R&B. So he gets to trolling me. So he asked me for my number. I think he DM'd me and said, could he have my number? So I gave him my business number. He called the number right away.
What you mean your business number? You ain't giving the personal?
I have 2 phones. I have one for business and one is personal.
What?
So I gave him my number. He called the phone right away. And when he called the phone, it went straight to voicemail. Because I didn't really want to talk to him. I was just like, oh, this guy is going to be trouble. Like,
Wait.
Wait.
Hold on. You know, we men, so we look at shit a different way. When I hear that you curving a Big Wack, it's like, Wack's a boss. Wack's a nigga who...
But listen, I just knew he was going to be trouble.
Like, what that mean, though? Like, put like this. Wack is of a certain caliber. Like, no disrespect to, whoever you've dated, but Wack is a different level.
And I knew that. I sensed that. So for me, it was kind of like I just wanted to focus on myself and building and working. So when it came to finding something that I was interested in, I knew that I liked him. It was something about him that was like, yes, this guy is going to have you all out of your body. Just by the way he speaks, I knew that he was going to have me mentally, and I was eventually going to want to give him all of me. So I was like, I don't want to have to deal with any distractions. I want to stay focused. So let me give him my business number. I gave him the business number. He called it right away, and then he said to me, I don't want the business number. It went straight to voicemail. If you don't give me your number right now, I'm going to make a problem for you on this stage. He was like, I'm going to troll you. So I'm like, I'd never been trolled on Clubhouse. I gave him my number, and the rest was kind of history.
The rest is history. Hey, let me just say this. I could tell how much you fuck with him, and I could tell how much he fucks with you. He talks about you all the time. Put like this. I can't get Wack comes on here and talks to me all the time. I can't get a 50-minute conversation out without he mentioning you. I'm happy for y'all, and I hope. Hey, listen, as long as whenever y'all getting married, if y'all not married already, I just want to speak. I want to speak at the reception.
Absolutely. You got that.
That's all I want.
I told you, bro. Like, so like, listen. I'm gonna tell you how you gonna know. We don't wait no 9 months for no chick. We forget about you. When you find yourself doing things that you wouldn't normally do, that's when you know.
That's valid.
I'm gonna be real. I think the woman out there for you is probably your age.
I'm gonna do a dating show. Wack, I need a dating show. We gotta set it up. It might be on Tronics or it might be on Zeus. I need a dating show.
Bro, let me tell you what's funny. At 6 o'clock, I have a meet with Ray J about what we talked about. I swear to God. So I'm gonna bring it up.
Hey, but I need a dating show. Hey, listen, Wack, I've done dealt with too many heartbreaks. Yo, Wack. At this point, I feel I need to have a child in the next 2 years. By the way, there's like a part of my audience think that I got a child already. I'll just indulge him and say, sure, I do.
You ain't got no kids. You don't got a kid.
Wack, don't kill it for them because they already went with it. Don't kill it for them.
Yo, listen. And what you do, we have people like R&B screening the contestants. Bro, hey, I'm glad you said, I swear to God, today I have a meet with Ray J at 6 o'clock about what I talked to you about the paywall and shit.
Yeah.
I went over it last night, 6 o'clock. I got a meet today, so I'm probably going to be calling you about 9:30 your time.
Hit me.
But one thing I do know, I know this. You're a good dude, and it's a female out there just like you who feel they can't find a man because it's a bunch of scumbags, and that is the woman for you. We're gonna do that, though.
I'm at my wit's end. If it don't work here, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know where I'm gonna go. This is the last.
Bro, hey, let me tell you something. I know you be feeling. When you walking around that big ass crib of yours,
I do.
You be like, damn. What is this for? Because you need somebody.
You're right, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I feel like women these days, they into so many shit. It's like, I don't know, man. We gonna figure it out, Wack.
Put together to take R&B. Ack said he want us to do a dating show around him. So it's crazy. I told him we gotta meet with Ray today.
We gotta do the Big Wack dating show. And tell R&B, I know, listen, you know, I would never disrespect your queen, but I know your queen come from, you know, she come from a religious background.
You do know she's an ordained minister, right?
I do know that. What I'm trying to say is when we hook it up, she can't hook me up with no hoes. We don't do hoes.
No. We ain't doing that.
We ain't doing
We're going to put it together. I'm going to call you tonight about 9:30 your time.
All right, bet. My brother. Yo, when Wack ready to hang up, that nigga hang up before he said the last word. Holy. Okay. I think I called him for 50. All right. Anyway.
This is the federal prosecution's attempt to tie in the enterprise.
Loving Big Wack. Yo, chat. Y'all don't think I deserve a good woman? Yo, half my audience, they just want to see me crash and burn. I ain't gonna lie. It's so sad. Y'all don't see me with a good woman. I want to have like 5 kids. Y'all want to see me with kids? I'm telling you, I'm ready for kids. Feel me? Only because I'm thinking about my age. I'm like, if I'm finna turn 30 in like 5 years from now, if I turn 30 in 5 years, no, not 30, 40. I don't want to be 60 when my kids is 20. Anyway.
As being a part of some kind of SEX trafficking. Now, we took a break. We took like a 10-minute, that was the lunch break. We took a lunch break. Nicholas Mundane, thank you for the super chat. We took a lunch break. So when we came back from lunch, right off the bat, the first question U.S. Attorney Mizer asked Jonathan Perez, check this out. Were you subpoenaed to come here? Yes. Do you want to be here today? Jonathan Perez, no. U.S. Attorney, have you been granted immunity? Jonathan Perez, yes. U.S. Attorney, can you be prosecuted if you intentionally tell a lie? Jonathan Perez, yes. The Assistant U.S. Attorney in the courtroom under oath with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury asked their own witness, were you subpoenaed to come here? Jonathan Perez, who was a government witness, said yes. Assistant U.S. Attorney Mizer then asked Jonathan Perez, do you want to be here? He said no. Stay tuned. They talked about Puffy had a Gucci pouch and he had a Balenciaga pouch. Inside the Gucci pouch, you had ketamine, cocaine, money, Adderall, and Xanax. In the Balenciaga pouch, you had Advil, Listerine, toothpaste, and other toiletries.
That's what we didn't hear about.
Jonathan Perez, you bought drugs for Puffy before, right? Yes. Did Puffy ask you to buy drugs for him? Yes. What kind of drugs did you buy for Puffy? Xanax, cocaine, Molly. Who did you buy the drugs from? Either from a guy named Guido or a girl named Baby Girl. I paid for the drugs in cash by money given to me by Fahim from security. Jonathan Perez drives Puffy to Jane Doe's house. Jonathan Perez leaves. Puffy FaceTimes him. Puffy is FaceTiming Jonathan Perez, and standing in the back of Puffy is Jane Doe standing like this. She's not standing like this, she's standing like this. And Puffy asked Jonathan Perez, "Hey yo, Jonathan, was there another woman on the trip we went on when I went on a trip with my kids?" Jonathan Perez said no. "What about the other trip?" Jonathan Perez said no. He hung up the phone. That FaceTime call was about 20 seconds, according to Jonathan Perez. Jonathan Perez then texts Fahim and said Puffy say he need $3,500 for Jane Doe. Jane Doe needs $3,500. U.S. Attorney Smizer, federal prosecutor, asks their own witness, government witness Jonathan Perez, who's already stated that he don't want to be here. He was subpoenaed to come here. The U.S. Attorney asks him, "How do you feel about Sean Combs?" Jonathan Perez, "How do you feel about Puffy?" Jonathan Perez, "I feel great about Puffy." Why did you leave Puffy in September of 2024? Jonathan Perez, "That was the time he got arrested. I was trying to get in touch with Puff. I couldn't get in touch with Puff. Things changed, people changed, the whole dynamic of the situation changed, and I felt it was a good time to leave so that I can avoid a situation like this." The U.S. Attorney asked Jonathan Perez, her own witness, "Why did you leave Puffy in September 2024? I was trying to get in touch with Puff. He wasn't hitting me back. Things was going crazy around the office. So I felt it was a good time to leave so that I can avoid this situation of being subpoenaed to come and testify against Puff. Because I don't want to be here and I don't want to testify against Puff." U.S. Attorney Smizer, "How do you feel about Puffy?" "I feel great about Puff. The same way I always felt." Same way I always felt.
So what we find out that these people aren't that upset as the further we get into their case.
Hey, that's my man. Puff is my man. That's my man. Puff is my man. Shine 149. I'm from the old school New York. 100 grand. 100 grand. Then Ms. Mizer had no more questions. Cross-examination. Brian Steele. Cross-examination. Brian Steele out of Atlanta. Brian Steele. First question, Brian Steele asked Jonathan Perez, you feel good about Mr. Combs? Jonathan Perez, yes. Brian Steele, Puffy is very intelligent. Puffy would leave motivational quotes on his mirror in the bathroom. Jonathan Perez, yes. You also mentioned that you've seen Puffy sad and cry. He said, I don't remember that. Well, let me refresh your memory. Read that.
Tell him, Unc.
On October 26, 2023, Puffy was crying. March of 2024, the search warrants check Brian.
What just happened? What just happened?
85, 86, and you didn't do it like that, you was getting robbed.
What you talking about?
Brian Steele to Jonathan Perez. Jonathan Perez, you knew Jane Doe for a lot of years, didn't you? Yes. For 3 years, yes. Jonathan Perez, isn't it true Jane Doe was strong, independent, and confident in herself? Jonathan Perez, yes, she was. And what that does right there, it negates the fact that she had low self-esteem and she had a weak mind to let another man SCX traffic her. You know, Brian Steele was magnificent with this cross-examination. Brian Steele to Jonathan Perez. Jonathan Perez, the money you got from security to buy the outfits, the lingerie, the heels for the hotel nights, was that from Puffy's business cash or from Puffy's personal cash? Jonathan said, I don't know. Jonathan Perez, isn't it true that assistants do a lot of personal stuff for the celebrities that they work for? They do business stuff, but don't they do a lot of personal stuff for the celebrities? Jonathan Perez, yes. Alex, what's up, man?
Got your water.
Thank you, man. What's up with you?
Good job. You doing a good job, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You want to say what's up to the people? Good. My man John, my man Alex brought me a water. Appreciate you, man.
Cheers. How's it going? Good? It's good?
Oh, good.
Stay blessed, man.
All right, man. I'll holler at you, Alex. Thank you,
Good
man.
job, sir.
Peace, man. So, after Brian Steele asked Jonathan Perez, don't other celebrities have personal assistants that do a lot of personal stuff for them? Jonathan Perez said yes, and then the prosecution jumped up and said, sidebar, 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 time out, sidebar, sidebar. They came back from the sidebar. Brian Steele puts up a text message showing Jane Doe is helping Jonathan Perez to set up a hotel night. Jonathan Perez, Jane Doe is helping you coordinate a king night. Did Jane Doe typically communicate with you to set up these hotel nights? Jonathan Perez, yes. Jane Doe texts Jonathan Perez, we are looking for some smoke. Jane Doe is telling Jonathan Perez to go get her some weed. Jonathan Perez texts her back. Jane Doe then says, Puffy is sleeping. I don't know if this is gonna be a quick nap or is he gonna sleep for a long time. And then Jane Doe begins to have Jonathan Perez bring her this. Bring me my pocketbook in the car. Bring me a hot beverage or a cold beverage. Bring me this. Bring me that. She working Jonathan Slave. She working Jonathan Perez like a Georgia mule, like a slave, like an Alabama slave. Brian Steele said, I have no more questions. Assistant U.S. Attorney Smizer gets up and does a redirect. First question out of U.S. Attorney Smizer's mouth. I don't know why she asked this question. Jonathan Perez, was your title business assistant or personal assistant? Jonathan Perez said, personal assistant.
Wow.
You perform personal things for Puffy, right? Yes. Then she brought up some receipts of when Jonathan Perez went to the adult store to buy stuff for Puffy and Jane Doe and said, you were working in Puffy's business when you brought these items for Puffy and Jane Doe. I have no more questions. Brian Steele jumped up and said recross, but I only got one more question. Jonathan Perez, with the receipt that Ms. Smizer just put up, the same question she asked you, the same receipt, when you got reimbursed, do you know whether you got reimbursed from business cash or Puffy's personal cash? I got no more questions. That was it. That was it. It's all over with. It's all over with. Can't do nothing with him, man. Can't do nothing with Puffy's team. Puffy got the dope team, man. They're killing them prosecutors, man. The prosecutors, compared to Puffy's legal team, look like interns or trainees, man.
Wow.
They haven't been able to do not one thing to trip up the defense, man. Not one. Not one. Friday, the podcast was sold on Instagram. I'm gonna send you YouTube. Tell them about your dog.
This is Bob.
Come closer. Who is that? What's his name?
This is Bob. This is the celebrity dog with Paws, New York.
That's Bob, the celebrity dog with
the United States versus Sean Combs, day 20. He did refer to the hotel nights to do these king nights when you were setting them up with her. Did she ever seem like she wasn't a willing participant? And he said no. Oh, he confirmed that
Unc is too funny.
Avoid Jane at all costs. He also made a point to say that after the raid in March of 2024 of Diddy's home, Jonathan Perez was still working for him. So he testified that Christina Coram just said to him, you know, if you're approached by law enforcement, whatever, just tell the truth. And Brian Steele just said, yeah, and that's all she told you. No one told you to lie. No one told you to do anything else but tell the truth. And he said, yes. Now, let's see. Yeah, okay. So that's pretty much it. Now, it turns out juror number 6 most likely will be dismissed.
Dream Masters, I see you.
And I say most likely because the defense strongly objected and the judge said, you know, if I change my mind over the weekend, I'll let you know type of thing, which I don't think is going to happen. But it turns out the judge had a chance to look at some transcripts and weigh everything. And I guess this juror had said that he lives in the Bronx with his aunt, but then told a staff member that he was living in Jersey with his girlfriend and his baby daughter, and then backpedaled before and said he just moved there, or didn't. He visits there, he stays over there because his daughter was just born and his girlfriend just moved there. And basically the judge said that he was shading his answers when he was questioned in order to stay on the jury. And the defense, Xavier Donaldson and Brian Steele raised objections, and Donaldson talked about race and again, how he was one of the only black people on the jury. And Brian Steele also said, well, the prosecutors, they had transcripts to reference before with any inconsistent statements that were made. And now they're deciding to do this when they've already seen his expressions and this and that. And by the way, my opinion about his expressions, I know who this juror is. He's the one that always looks really stressed and kind of uncomfortable. And he's looking at the clock a lot as well. So, I mean, take that for what it is. And then there was some evidentiary issues at the end. I left a little bit early, but they were talking about KK a lot, and KK working with some attorneys on civil suits or doing things for attorneys because of these civil suits. So I just was kind of thinking, like, KK has been cooperating throughout a lot of this, perhaps.
No, she not.
We saw some arguments about letting some evidence in about D-Rock and what else? D-Rock, and yeah, that seems to be all that I can recall right now. But I left a little bit early, so it's Friday. Okay, leave me alone.
Okay. All right, people. It is Friday. It is Friday. All right. Got to give everybody a little bit of grace. Okay. Let me see. Is there anything we missed? Let's see.
Really be forcing G Herbo to be with her. Something about it just seems so off. And don't get me wrong, like, I like Taina. I think she's beautiful. Her children is gorgeous. Like, I mean, she dresses amazing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care about that. That's G Herbo baby moms, man. Yo, chat, let me tell you this. This is why I don't date single. I don't date single moms. A nigga just told me this recently. Actually, not even me. He didn't tell me. And I don't even mean a dog spot nigga. I see my man Vori, who is like tweeting, Vori, I'm not trying to dox you. But niggas is like, yo, Vori, you got to get back with your baby moms, like da-da-da-da. Because I think he retweeted something she posted. And that nigga said, plainly, he said, yo, bro, what are you talking about getting back with my baby moms? Nigga, I got 18 years in that pussy. That's it. And I ain't gonna lie, I agree with him. I'm like, yo, what is this niggas talking about? So, this idea that, you know, sometimes you see some of these couples, the baby is the only thing that keeps them together. And whether it's Taina and G Herbo, whether it's Vori and whoever he's having the baby with, yeah, like that's normally kind of what the thing. So I'm not that numb to it.
I think Taina really be forcing G.
By the way, she also said in the chat, she said,
Herbo
yo,
to be
y'all
with
got to figure it out. Yo, you know, there's so many women growing up on social media that thinks that, you know, having broken families is the wave. No, your favorite celebrities or whoever you look up to want to have a a family together, just had everybody's horse. Let me see. Oh, Kevin Gates spoke about why you're not with Brittany Renner. Let me see why.
Mr. Kevin Gates stepping into the shade room.
How we doing?
You looking dapper?
I do.
You do.
Thank you.
I like your outfit.
Thank you. I'm flattered.
You picked it out yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
I like it. All right, so we got Mariah Carey, who's being honored tonight with the Icon Award.
You'll always be a part of me.
So I'm asking everybody to hit us with their best Mariah Carey note. So let me hear yours.
That you'll always be. I just hit it. Just
No, hit it a little bit more.
Oh my God! Now you trying to work me.
I feel like you do a good Mariah. Let me see what you got.
I don't, but I do what I can. I'm gonna get us there.
You are.
I'm gonna get us there on the car ride to the karaoke. You know how you be, cause I'm goofy. You know how you be singing along. Yeah, that's me right there.
We belong together.
Do we? Tell them
that nigga stay flirting.
Tell them what to know about our love. Listen.
You need to be the one hitting it.
Hey, Shorty from the Shade Room. Yo, if you think he even engaged or married to Brittany Renner, why are you over there flirting with that man, bro? But that's the thing with women. They don't give a fuck about another woman relationship. They envy it. They'll put it on a pedestal, but they don't give two fucks about it. If you think that nigga is in a relationship or was in a relationship with Brittany Renner, you would not be flirting with him. Y'all were flirting.
Kevin, what you working on that you want the people to know?
Myself. I've been really working on myself. It's just been a beautiful journey. And I got Luca Brasi about to drop, Luca Brasi 4. And I got the Emilio project about to drop. That's my middle name. And it means God's gift, because I'm God's gift. And I just wanted to show the world, how beautiful I am on the inside, not just the outside.
Okay, how beautiful are you on the inside?
Lord Jesus, look at me. Look out, Lord. You do the best you can for him, world.
Ryan, I just saw Brittany. Why didn't y'all come here together?
Say what?
I just saw Brittany. Why didn't y'all walk the carpet together?
Oh, who I love, I don't discuss.
Okay. So why don't y'all walk the carpet together?
But I wish her the best.
Oh, y'all not together anymore?
Who I love, I don't discuss.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
But God bless her.
But God bless her.
Yeah, I wish her the best.
All right. Thank you. I'll talk to you later. Mr. Kevin Gates stepping into...
Nah, Kevin played this like a player. That's Brittany Renner's fault. Like, yo, everybody know that niggas like Kevin Gates is just kicking game, gonna get you caught up, fuck the shit out of you. When he get tired of the pussy, he gonna hit you with the same game every other nigga hit you with. It's just gonna be a little bit more poetic, so can't even blame him, right? Can't blame him. Did y'all see this? No, not this. The one where Erica Mena popped up. Holy. Antonio Brown wanted for this. Who's this? Clarissa Shields and who? Portia with the pre. What the fuck is all this bullshit? This is Casanat. Did y'all see Casanat have to apologize to Wale? Yo, Casanat, man, no more apologies, bro. Did y'all see this?
Wale. See, I got the nigga name right. Wale. I'm gonna go ahead and say, to Wale, I hope he didn't take my interaction personal. You feel me? Bro, I hope he didn't take my interaction personal. How can you blame me from just being who I am? You feel me? I'm young. I'm young. Let me go see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me go. Motherfucking.
Yo, Kai, I'm glad you're saying this, man. You gotta tell these rappers to stop fucking dick riding, man. They think you the oracle. Brother, you living your life. And you living your life appropriately. What you into? Yo, I ain't even gonna cap with you. Nigga, I'm mad real, niggas. Anytime I'm about to give it up real, I'm about to cut stream anyway. Nigga, even Drake doing a goddamn stream with Casanat. Nigga, Casanat done told y'all his favorite artist is A Boogie. Niggas keeping it up being with y'all niggas. So if y'all niggas want to go dick ride and trying to get his wave, yeah, he's not going to ever like y'all music. Yo, Kai never lied to y'all niggas a day in his life. I've watched Kai. Nigga, I interviewed him before off the record. The nigga literally said his favorite artist is A Boogie. It's not Youngboy. It's not, and by the way, Youngboy is in his age range. It's not Youngboy. It's not J. Cole. It's not Kendrick. It's not Drake. It's not motherfucking Wale. It's not none of you niggas. If y'all niggas want to go pander to his audience, just remember that you could go perform everything in the world. That nigga gonna tell you if I'm tripping. If A Boogie pop out and be like, it's DTB, I don't fuck with these bitch, he's gonna fuck with that more. So again, yo, Kai, man, don't let none of these niggas like make you feel no type of weight. They're gonna shame you for the amount of money you making and the influence you have. You never said you were like the hip hop aficionado. They're dick riding. Everybody who is claiming you need to know them, they're dick riding. You're doing your thing, you're you. I done told the rap industry they need to start getting some cojones. Because at the end of the day, y'all acting like Kyle, who's like 24, 23, he should know all y'all niggas. How should he? Let that man live. Let him live. And I know some people want you to speak like you're like some executive and like, oh, let me say the right thing. But you said the perfect thing, nigga. I'm a young nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
Give me some of my Wale, chat. I hope he didn't take my interaction personal. How can you blame me from just being who I am?
Yo, the moment the nigga told y'all that, he's telling y'all are old. Yo, he's a YN and y'all are ONs. Y'all are old niggas hoping he knows y'all. He don't know y'all. He's not even trying to be disrespectful. Just get over it, bro. Kai, I love you, brother. Keep doing you. Brother, at the end of the day, let me tell you how this works. Kai, and I even tell you this now because, like, I'm telling you this 6-7 years before. There's going to be another you, my nigga. You're living your life. Just keep living your life. When you grow with your audience. Because there's going to be a time, nigga, you're 23. 6 years later, when you're 30, it's going to be a little bit different. It's fine. Let the next nigga who's 21, let him rock. It's all good. Yo, it's sad that hip-hop is now just seeking the attention and the approval of, like, 15, 16, 17-year-olds. Y'all niggas is desperate. I don't like that. If y'all niggas is so talented and shit like that, how come nobody gives a fuck about music no more? So, Kai, don't feel no type of bad about it. This ain't about you and Wale. Wale's a good guy. But at the end of the day, what I saw there is what I see with hip-hop, period. These niggas is desperate to get attention. And I look at it after a while, I'm like, this shit is corny. You know what I mean? Yeah, Kai could put a camera on you. His audience ain't gonna fuck with you. So, y'all do the math, all right? Chat, I'm finna get off here. Today was day 5. I will be back tomorrow. You know, I'm a little bit lit, so, you know. I got a couple rants off, but it's all good. Chat, I love y'all, man. Yo, go enjoy y'all weekend. I'm gonna try to enjoy my weekend, and let's do some dope shit, man. Don't get mad at me for getting off a little early. It says on the thing we almost did like 7 hours. Please don't get mad at me. I love y'all, chat. Okay? Enjoy me. I enjoy y'all. And I'll be back tomorrow because it's a marathon. Shout out to Nipsey. But the marathon with our stream is going to continue, all right? I love y'all. I'm out of here.